167, Chapter 167. Vander, as the island where Marine's headquarters is located, can't be too small. In fact, it is a large island. But the current Marin Vatican is like a flat boat on the vast sea, floating in the sea, trembling endlessly. This is an island. However, even if it was a large island, it seemed so fragile and insignificant after Ye Chen opened the 8 gate and burst out with more than 10 times the power. Boom. Boom. Fando is falling. In this regard, Akainu turned a deaf ear. He has already put life and death out of the question. His only obsession now is to defeat Ye Chen. Ye Chen die. Hell Red Lotus. Burn everything in the world. Accompanied by Akainu's last roar, Hell Red Lotus instantly soared into the sky. The flame burned the whole world. The sea was frantically rolling, boiling. Even if it was the end of the world, it would probably be the case. Wow. People were shocked when they saw the Red Lotus from hell soaring into the sky. This is the first of Marine 3, Admiral? Is this Akainu? Billowing magma rushed to Ye Chen frantically. The dark red magma is hot enough to burn everything. This is probably hell. However, Ye Chen was in this hell, but he didn't panic at all. Facing the billowing magma, he just smiled coldly and then slammed his punch to the ground. Fist wrapped in light blue Haki, Ryatsu, chakra. Or it was just pure energy that hit the ground fiercely. Boom. The earth cracked every inch. Every inch of land is falling apart. Xinxiang. Ye Chen shouted hoarsely. Accompanied by Ye Chen's hoarse cry, an elephant foot trampled down from the top of the cloud. The elephant foot is so huge. The entire Vander is covered under the elephant foot. Wow. What the hell is this? Fruit power? Zoan, ancient species, mammoth? It is possible to know that Jack the Drow, the original owner of elephant fruit, ancient species, and mammoth was killed by Ye Chen. Fuck you shit, Lord Ye Chen has never been demon fruit power. Then how to explain such a huge elephant foot? I can only say that this is not the power that this world should have. Isn't there a power in this world that shouldn't exist? This is too strong. Everyone just felt a tingling scalp. Especially at the scene, people who saw this scene with their own eyes. They were even more stunned by this scene. It's like an elephant foot on a large island, which is too scary. At first, they felt that the Hell Red Lotus that Akainu burned cells and displayed desperately was enough to shock people. But I never expected that Ye Chen's Xinxiang trick was even more shocking. Read more at Hopful Novel, YZ. Hell Red Lotus rising to the sky. From the clouds, trampled down like feet. This scene shocked everyone on the scene. People can't help but think of whether the Marine versus Rocks Pirate was so intense and exciting. Of course, all this Garp, who has been silent, can tell him the truth. That is no. Rocks Pirate is indeed strong, but there are too many internal conflicts. There's no way to stay together at all. Marine even used the contradiction between them to easily dismantle them. In that war, how can Akainu ignite the cell and fight against Ye Chen? Seeing this scene, the 3 veteran Marines, Sengoku, Garp, and Crane, couldn't help but glance at each other. The meaning in their eyes is self-evident. They are the same as Whitebeard after all. They are old. Akainu dare to find me one-on-one. You are a man. 168, Chapter 168. Shut up, Galio. Ye Chen said to Galio in such a severe tone for the first time. Ye Chen didn't feel that he had lost. After all, he just opened the 8 gate, and even Guy did not show the final secret night of 8 inner gates. Not to mention, he still has the strongest card of Ryujin Jakka Bankai. But he did not refute Akainu's words dash. Akainu was able to use his own power to defeat the elephant foot he had just opened after opening the 8 gate. Is this a win? One Xinxiang, but not Ye Chen. It's just that the price of this win is very tragic. That is death. Such death is worthy of respect. Oh. Galio was a little aggrieved, but of course he wanted to listen to Ye Chen's words and shut up obediently. The island seems to be sinking. Ulquiorra also rushed over. As for the pacifists they opposed, most of them were wiped out, and the other half were affected by the fierce battle between Ye Chen and Akainu, or died in the flames of the Red Lotus in hell, or died in the footsteps of elephants under. Then let's go. Ye Chen glanced at the collapsing and sinking island and said, in this battle, a Marine headquarters was destroyed, a Marine Vander fell, and a Marine Admiral fell. Once again, people realized the power of Ye Chen. That unmatched power. After Ye Chen returned to the Pluto, accompanied by Ulquiorra and Galio, he naturally contacted Marco. Let the Whitebeard pirates follow their Pluto and leave together. As for the pursuit of the marine fleet that Marco was worried about, Ye Chen let him not worry. He expected that the Whitebeard pirates were protected by his Black Crow pirates, and Marine would not dare to pursue them. Sure enough, Marine did not pursue it. In this way, the Pluto led a dozen ships of the Whitebeard pirate group and left the waters of Vander. Among them, there was also a small boat. Naturally, the Sunshine Miles of the protagonist group. On the main ship Marine, 5 elders is naturally unwilling to let it go. Although their initial goal has been achieved, that is to let Whitebeard fall to Vander. But Ye Chen and his group suddenly jumped out and made trouble. Not only smashed 500 pacifists, but they also failed their plan to annihilate the entire Whitebeard pirate group. How can they be willing? Immediately, Yamanaka will give orders to the fire beside them. Fire Yamanaka, I order you to lead all the elites in Marine headquarters to pursue the Black Crow pirates and the Whitebeard pirates. Be sure to destroy them all. Read more at Homptel Novel, XYZ. No way before they would directly give Akainu orders, but now Akainu Admiral has fallen. In the Marine headquarters, several lieutenants in Huashaoshan were able to get along with them. Yes, Huashishin immediately led the way. However, it was stopped by Sengoku. Sengoku is the Marine headquarters marshal. Without my order, who would dare to send out warships to encircle the pirates? Sengoku furiously said. Garp and Tsuru were also very surprised when they saw this. In front of 5 elders, Sengoku finally got tough. But the marshal, as the righteous Marine, are we going to let these pirates get away with it? 169, Chapter 169. Ace was bandaged all over, but he still expressed his gratitude. The Whitebeard pirate group has already belonged to the Black Crow pirate group. It is natural for him to call Ye Chen the captain, but the first time he called it was a bit strange. Ye Chen, I will toast you too. Thank you for saving Cocosia Village a long time ago. Nami, the little thief cat, took the opportunity to come forward and also toast Ye Chen and rub his arm against Ye Chen. The Sanji at the back of the look expressed that he wanted to beat someone. Ye Chen naturally did not refuse. I have to say that Nami, who is wearing cool clothes at the moment, is really beautiful. Although Ace is better in terms of appearance, but in terms of body, especially Opie, it is naturally Nami who wins. I toast you too. Robin also took the opportunity to be diligent, and even this ice beauty cast an eyebrow like Ye Chen. It seems that she has been obsessed with Ye Chen since the 27th Alabastan incident. Just when Ye Chen fell into the tender country, his heart suddenly felt alive and beat. How did he feel it? A strong jealousy. It seemed that someone who was hunting down the Blackbeard pirates was jealous. No way, sometimes it's not a good thing to be connected with one another. Ye Chen smiled bitterly. Captain Ye Chen, thank you for saving the lives of all the brothers and sisters of the Whitebeard pirates. Marco also spoke. The captains such as Diamond Jaws and Foil Vista also cast grateful eyes on Ye Chen and expressed their gratitude. It's just that, unlike the protagonist group's optimism and cheerfulness, the atmosphere of all of them seems very dull. I don't drink alcohol, and I don't participate in all kind of excitement. Obviously, the death of old Father Whitebeard caused them great pain, and this huge pain needs time to smooth out. Next, what are your plans? Ye Chen asked. I want to pursue my father's legacy and become the guardian of all rookies and pirates. There was a moment of silence, and Ace spoke. Ye Chen saved his life, but it can also be said that it was given by his father Whitebeard. If Whitebeard didn't start a war on top, he would have already been executed. Can't wait for Ye Chen to come and rescue him. Yes, we, the Whitebeard pirates, will inherit the legacy of our father and carry forward the Whitebeard pirates. Marco then spoke. Now that Ye Chen has agreed, he will give the Whitebeard pirates the right of independence and will not interfere with the development of the Whitebeard pirates. They naturally have to carry forward the Whitebeard pirates according to their father's will. Let the Whitebeard pirate group become a safe haven for all newcomer pirates. Read more at Homptel Novel. XYZ. Okay. In this regard, Ye Chen is non-committal. In this world where the weak and the strong eat the strong, you can still remember your original intentions. I am afraid that only the original Whitebeard and the current Whitebeard pirates are. Although to become a haven for newcomers and pirates is extremely ridiculous in Ye Chen's view. But Ye Chen will not attack them because of this. The reality is so cruel. Why not let people have beautiful fantasy? If you are deprived of even beautiful fantasies, then the world is really not worth it. My plan is to become One Piece. Just when the Whitebeard pirates were meditating on their next plan, a clear and loud voice rang. Of course, our protagonist, Luffy Kid. No one asks you. 170, Chapter 170. After that, with the participation of Rayleigh, the banquet was even happier. Even Marco and the others, who were immersed in the great grief of losing their father, couldn't help but quit after a few drinks. After that, Ye Chen, Rayleigh, and the protagonist group naturally drank until dawn and got drunk. Of course, the drunk is the protagonist group. As for Ye Chen and Rayleigh, they are a bit drunk at best. In this regard, Rayleigh had to admire Ye Chen's drinking capacity. He, an old alcoholic for decades, almost never drank him. It is undoubtedly more convenient to talk about some things after being slightly boiled. Rayleigh asked with Ryujin, Ye Chen made the matter so big and broke the pattern of the whole world. How do you plan to clean up in the future? You know, whether it's destroying 500 pacifists, or sinking Marine headquarters, Malin Vander, or protecting the Whitebeard pirates from leaving unharmed. Which matter will not let the world government take action against Ye Chen? What's next? I'll talk about it in the future. Ye Chen is open-minded, and he responded calmly to 09 Rayleigh. Go to war with the world government, then go to war. Now, he is not afraid at all. Oh, it really is you, Ye Chen. Ye Chen is not afraid to start with the world government, so what can Rayleigh say? Besides, he has inherited the will of Captain Roger D. He has long been expecting someone to overthrow the world government. And now this person has appeared, that is Ye Chen. By the way, Rayleigh, I have something to ask you. Ye Chen said suddenly. Oh. Rayleigh was very puzzled, tinting Ye Chen. There is something to ask him. This old man, this is simply a great anecdote. As you know, I am a loose-minded person, and I can't teach others, and I am not suitable for being a good master. And there is a good seedling here that it would be a shame if he missed the opportunity to grow up in vain. Of. Ye Chen continued. You mean Kid Luffy? Rayleigh heard the words and immediately knew what Ye Chen wanted to say. Yes, Luffy, this kid has huge potential that he didn't even realize. If you want to develop his huge potential, you can't just rely on being a pirate. He needs a famous teacher to guide him, and I think this in the world. Rayleigh, only you have this qualification. Ye Chen didn't mean anything, but said the truth. In the original book, the war at the top was very tragic. Not only did Whitebeard fall, but even Ace was killed by a Kainu. The Straw Hat Pirates also suffered a huge blow. Rayleigh couldn't stand it, and just now became Luffy's mentor, guiding him to practice Conqueror's Haki. And now, because Ye Chen shot, everything has changed. Ace was not dead, and the Straw Hat Pirates did not lose much. In this way, with Rayleigh's character, he would naturally not be nosy. But in this way, Luffy's growth might not be stagnant. Read more at Hoptel Novel, YZ. There's also a group of Straw Hat Pirates who are not sent to the corresponding place by Bartholomew Kuma to practice as in the original work. As a result, it is almost impossible for the Straw Hat Pirates to grow up. And the culprit of all this, in the final analysis, is Ye Chen. To this, guilty. It is naturally impossible to feel guilty. But Ye Chen didn't want the Straw Hat Pirates, so they couldn't grow up. He even felt that the more he reached the later stage, the more difficult it was for him to find a well-matched opponent. Luffy is equivalent to a rival he made for himself in advance. After avoiding it, he will really be bored to death after he solves the world government. 171, Chapter 171. Immediately, Ace no longer insisted on chasing Blackbeard and his party, but changed his mind and hurried back to the Hades. Although the Pluto is wandering in the sea, because Ace has Ye Chen's life card on her body, there is no fear of not being able to find the Pluto. Following the guidance of the life card, she returned to the Hades smoothly. The pursuit of Blackbeard, therefore, also came to an end. However, after being chased by Ace all the way, it is estimated that in the future Blackbeard and his party will have a psychological shadow, and they dare not mess around. It is estimated that in the future, hearing the name of the Black Crow Pirates will have to deter. The matter of the top war, so far, can be regarded as an end. In the end, the only thing Ye Chen missed was probably the Whitebeard Pirates' turf. When the war at the top broke out, not only did he have the idea to fight the Whitebeard Pirates, but the Ant Pirates and Beast Pirates were also coveting the Whitebeard Pirates. Among the 5 emperors, the red-haired Shanks is more moral, but he hasn't really moved his heart with the Whitebeard pirates. Of course, Ye Chen does not need to worry about this, because Ye Chen knew that Shanks would definitely prevent beast pirates and ant pirates from taking the opportunity to encroach on the Whitebeard pirates. The fact is also true. For this reason, the three great pirates almost broke out in war. In the end, the three parties were deadlocked together. No one dared to do it first, but no one planned to leave first. Especially after hearing the news from the front that after the death of Whitebeard, 5 elders dispatched an army of pacifists, which seemed to be the demon to kill the Whitebeard pirates. As a result, the Ant and Kaido, who originally planned to sell Shanks to a face, are determined to annex a piece of the Whitebeard pirate group no matter what. Otherwise, if they were all swallowed by Ye Chen, wouldn't they lose a lot? In this way, the three parties remained deadlocked for a long time. Until the end, a message came from the front. That is, the war on the top is over. Ye Chen and his party suddenly came to Malin Vondo and completely changed the situation. The Whitebeard pirate group was not driven to extinction, but under the protection of the Black Crow pirate group, it escaped from the battlefield with a very small loss. Afterwards, the Whitebeard pirates also kept their promise and became part of the Black Crow pirates, becoming a pirate group under the Black Crow pirates. After hearing the news, Auntie and Kaido were shocked. The Whitebeard pirates belong to the Black Crow pirates? Did they hear me right? In this way, wouldn't the chassis of the Whitebeard pirates group become the territory of the Black Crow pirates group? Even if they had the courage, they would not dare to encroach on the territory of the Black Crow pirates. Read more at Hopful Novel, YZ. Andy and Kaido had to admire Ye Chen's ingenuity and direct inclusion of the Whitebeard pirates. Why didn't they think of it? Incorporating the Whitebeard pirate group, isn't their territory all theirs? Why bother to run into this vast ocean? The three parties confronted each other and even almost fought, creating a world war. Of course, they just thought about it this way. They knew in their hearts that it would be easier said than done to include the arrogant Whitebeard pirates. I don't know what Ye Chen used to successfully incorporate the Whitebeard pirates. If it were them, it is estimated that the Whitebeard pirates would rather die than surrender. In this regard, the red-haired Shanks is also lost in thought. The white-haired pirate group, Marco, Jaws, Bista, and other captains, which one is not the arrogant generation, can they easily be incorporated? But thinking that this person is Ye Chen, Shanks takes it for granted. 172, Chapter 172. Regarding 5 Elders' election of Akiji as Marine Headquarters Marshal, Gong Wukong has no objection. As long as they don't recommend Marine Lieutenant General, who is standing with them on Huashishin, they will be the Marine Headquarters Marshal. After all, the Marine Headquarters Marshal is not a cat or dog. After discussing who will be the Marshal of the new Marine Headquarters, Gang Wukong thought that 5 Elders proposed to rebuild the Marine Headquarters. After all, the old Marine Headquarters, Marine Vander, has completely sunk under the sea, and a new Marine Headquarters must be established. As for the location, Gang Wukong felt that it would be more appropriate to choose New World in the second half of the Grand Line. In addition to rebuilding the Marine Headquarters, Gang Wukong also proposed to start the World Conscription. After all, this time Marine went to war and lost not only Admiral, a member of Akainu, but also many Marine elites. If you want to quickly restore the strength of the Marine Headquarters, you have to start the World Conscription. In this regard, 5 Elders naturally shied away, and this matter will be discussed later. They will shirk. This is what Gang Wukong had expected long ago. After all, to start the World Conscription, it is not that you send out a flyer, and people will enthusiastically sign up for Marine. Without the temptation of huge fame and fortune, it is impossible to attract those hidden powerhouses. In other words, it takes a lot of money to start the World Conscription. When it comes to money, the 5 old things, 5 Elders, are not so easy to let go. I'll talk about this in the future. Steel bones are empty. You can go back to the headquarters of the armed forces and wait for the news. Broadsword 5 Elders open the mouth. Yes, after we solve this matter, let alone start the World Conscription, even if we allocate a huge amount of money to rebuild the new Marine Headquarters, it will be fine. The blonde 5 Elders also promised. Ugh. In this regard, Gang Wukong could only sigh. Who doesn't know what they said was just an evasive statement? Who knows what excuses they will find after they work with the Ant Pirates and Beast Pirates to deal with Ye Chen. But in this regard, there is no way for the steel to be empty. After all, the senior officials crush people to death. In the world government, the right to talk has never been in his hands. Gang Wukong hasn't left yet, but outside the door already thinks of the impatient voice of Aunt Charlotte Linlin. I said, is there any sincerity in the world government's approach to our cooperation? What if you call us over to the world government headquarters? It keeps letting us sit on the bench. And said Yin and Yang weirdly. No, after all, the world government is so powerful. How can we put our little pirates in our eyes? Kaido also said, read more at Hamptel novel, XYZ. The two sea emperors, obviously, were already impatiently waiting. Five elders heard the words, but did not answer, but used his eyes to signal Gang Gukong to leave quickly. The next thing, nothing happened to him. Gang Gukong didn't linger anymore, opened the door of the room, and left straight away. It just so happened that I opened the door and saw the aunt and Kaido, who had an extremely perverse attitude. Humph. Gang Gukong couldn't help letting out a cold snort. The world government unexpectedly found two vicious pirates to join forces. This kind of thing is really irritating, so don't stay here. 173. Chapter 173. Including who is responsible for the frontal attack on the Black Crow pirates, who is responsible for dealing with Ye Chen's right-hand men, who is responsible for dealing with Ye Chen, and so on. There are detailed arrangements for all this. Half a day later, the aunt and Kaido just walked out of the high-level meeting room of the world government. It can be seen from the satisfaction of their hearts that they are very satisfied with this time. The three parties have joined forces to encircle and suppress Ye Chen. Now they just have to wait for a chance. When the Black Crow pirates leave their territory, then the three of them can quickly join forces to attack the Black Crow pirates together. As for why you have to wait for the Black Crow pirates to leave the site, it is naturally because the power of the Black Crow pirates is too strong now. Its forces include the Whitebeard pirates group, the Don Quixote family for the medium ones, and the Heart pirates for the small ones. If even the pirate groups of the Black Crow pirate group had to deal with them together, the three parties alone would probably not be enough. At least, the world government's navy, land and air forces need to be dispatched right. And the right to dispatch the armed forces of the sea, land, and air, control the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. With Gang Gukong's stubborn temper, it might not be easy for him to dispatch the three armies. Besides, if the three armies are really dispatched, it will really trigger a world war. Five elders didn't want to destroy Ye Chen and lead to the outbreak of a world war, ruining the illusion of peace they had deliberately created over the past 800 years. At that time, I am afraid that it is not the Lord Yin behind them that will not let them go. This is something five elders would never want to see. So you don't need to send out the three armies. Just wait for the Black Crow pirates, the Pluto, to leave their territory, and when they are placed, they can join forces to encircle and suppress the Black Crow pirates. They didn't believe that with their tripartite joint efforts, they would not be able to win a mere Black Crow pirate group. You know, if the Black Crow pirate group is not counted as its power, all members add up to 20 or 30 people. Important members, including Ye Chen, are only 6. Others are trash fish responsible for sailing and logistics. There are 6 people in a mere 3 parties, and they are sure to win. Five elders was also very happy to see Auntie and Kaido leave contentedly. Everything is ready now. Then, just wait. On the Black Crow Pirates side, Ye Chen has been busy holding events recently, so naturally there is no time to run around. In addition, the system did not release the next sign-in task, and Ye Chen had no reason to run around. In idleness, Ye Chen will also look at the newspapers dropped by Newsbird and pay attention to the latest news. Read more at Hamptel novel. As expected by Ye Chen, the news of such a big war made it lively for a while. Soon, it was used by the world government and suppressed. It was only a few weeks before the incident was no longer reported in the newspapers. Another big news is that Sengoku has resigned from the position of Marine Headquarters Marshal. The new Marine Headquarters Marshal will be taken by the former Marine Admiral Akiji. Ye Chen is somewhat interested in this news. You know, in the original book, Akina did not die in the war when he was on top of the war. On the contrary, he and Akiji had a duel in Punk Hazsad in order to compete for the position of Marine Headquarters Marshal. In the end, Akina won and got his wish as the Marine Headquarters Marshal. Akiji, who was defeated, also paid the price of a leg. Angrily, he left the Marine Headquarters in anger. 174, Chapter 174. The Magic Triangle Sea Area. The fog is permeated. A huge ship appeared on the sea, looming like a ghost ship. On the flagpole at the bow, a pirate flag fluttered in the wind. On this brand new pirate flag, in addition to the iconic skull, there is also a Dark Knight crow resting on the skull. It seems that it gives people a sense of invisibility and terror. Yes, that's right, this is New World, the Night Raven pirates that makes all the pirates scared. On the Pluto. Master Captain, this place is too weird, right? Han Galio, looking at the mist in front of him, couldn't help but speak. It's really weird, but it doesn't matter. As long as you navigate in the direction specified by the recording compass, you won't go wrong. Ye Chen replied lightly. In this regard, he is not at all worried. The Devil's Triangle is indeed mysterious, and it corresponds to the Devil's Delta in the real world. But who is Ye Chen? He is a traverser, not to mention that he is familiar with the plot of the pirates. Even if he knows nothing about the plot of the pirates, with his current strength, there is nothing to be afraid of. In this world, there is no place he dare not go to yet. Gradually, the clouds faded. In front, the shadow of a large island appeared loomingly. Master Captain, look, there is an island in front of you. No, wait. Hi. This is not an island. This is a huge ship. Han Galio, speaking of this, took a breath. He was really a naive person. After he became bigger, his size was not much smaller than that of a large island, but he was surprised when he saw this giant ship. Aside Ulquiorra and Ace couldn't help but glance at the Moor. Although they didn't act as surprised as Galio, they still couldn't help showing a hint of surprise. As for the crew on the Pluto, they were stunned when they learned that this large island turned out to be a giant ship. This is too big. Got it. The audience is still not surprised, probably only Ye Chen. He had known for a long time that this was not an island, but a giant ship. Ye Chen looked calm and fell in the eyes of the crew. They admired the Master Captain even more. It seems that there is nothing in this world that can shock him. Rumble. Read more at Homptel Novel, XYZ. As the Pluto slowly approached the giant ship, people discovered how big the giant ship is. Even if it is the ancient weapon Pluto, its size is only a few tenths of the size of this giant ship. Yes, that's right. This is the horrible three-masted sailboat known as the largest pirate ship in the world. Such a huge ship can really be built by a mere shichibukai? If it weren't for the plot, Ye Chen would not believe it. But the fact is. Moreover, as far as Ye Chen knows, the reason why the horror three-masted sailboat is so huge is actually not made up of one pirate ship, but made up of hundreds of pirate ships. The front door of the horror three-masted sailing ship has a huge mouth designed to catch passing ships. Every year, at least 100 ships disappear in the Magic Triangle. These missing ships naturally became part of the terrorist three-masted sailing ship. 175, Chapter 175. As the commander of a zombie soldier and a zombie general, Abu Sarum was keenly aware of the problem. Of course, Master Abu Sarum heard from the conversations of the crew on the ship that they seemed to say that they were called the Pirates of the Ravens, the Night Crows. Oh yes, the Pirates of the Crows. The zombie servant patted his head hard and said, almost took a picture of his long rotten head. What? Gecko Moria and the three strangers screamed in unison. What? The zombie servant was taken aback, and he didn't understand why the master and the three strangers had such a big reaction when they heard the Pirates of Black Crow. How come the Black Crow pirates came to Laozi's sight? Damn it. When Gecko Moria thought of Ye Chen, his face paled in shock. This princess doesn't want to fight Ye Chen. Perona's cute little face was full of horror. Master Moria, what should we do? Or let's run away from the Horror Bark 09. Little life matters. As a genius surgeon, Huckleback knows the importance of life best. If all the lives are lost, then everything is meaningless. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be the Black Crow Pirates group. I thought that another large pirate ship could be harvested as trophies. Now it seems that there is no trophies, but it is a disaster. As the commander, Absalom couldn't help but said, his voice even trembled slightly. When the zombie servant heard this, he was even more confused. Abu Sarum, but the commander of tens of thousands of zombie soldiers and hundreds of zombie generals, is very combative. He was not very excited when a pirate ship broke into the Ghost Gate that time. Wished to immediately lead tens of thousands of zombie soldiers to destroy them. Why did you get scared before starting a war this time? The zombie servant at this moment, in his small head, has a big question. How could it be possible to leave behind the horrible three-masted sailboat and escape? This is all Laozi's hard work for more than 10 years. How can it be possible to give up? When Gecko Moria heard this, he was naturally unwilling to give up the terrifying three-masted sailboat and fled. Then what shall we do? Are we really going to fight the Black Crow pirates? He is Ye Chen. When I think of Ye Chen in the top war, Not only Marine Admiral Akainu, but also Marine Admiral Akainu, he sank Malin Vander with a punch, and Hogback's teeth were shaking. Read more at Hopful Novel, YZ. Of course, this is an afterthought that people added gusto. But the facts are similar. In the end, Ye Chen really took Akainu with a single move, and he sank Marine Headquarters Malin Vander. As for the front, at most it is a warm-up. Ye Chen and the Black Crow pirates are nothing terrible. They are just exaggerated by the outside world. Besides, this is the terrifying three-masted sailing ship, and this is the site of Laozi. Gecko Moria is still deceiving herself at this time. As long as the sun doesn't shine on this land, then our zombie soldiers are immortal. With so many zombie soldiers, why should we be afraid of a small Black Crow pirate group? Even if Ye Chen is better, can he solve the problem that one person could deal with tens of thousands of zombie soldiers? Even if the zombie soldiers are not his opponents, they can stand up again immediately after being knocked down and continue to fight him. 176, Chapter 176. From the inside, it is completely the same as a large island. There are not only land and dirt, but also large tracts of forest. In the forest, there are also all kinds of weird plants and animals, including a variety of cartoon-looking animals that can no longer be cartoons, living puppets, and 4 different images made up of various animals, and so on. It can be said that as long as you can think of weird things, they are all here. Compared to Doflamingo's Doflamingo, the atmosphere here is 1,000 times weird. Even Ulquiorra, Ace, and Galio from other worlds were a little dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Don't be too magical here. Few. Gecko Moria likes to fix these useless things. Seeing this, Doflamingo couldn't help but sneered. It can be seen that Doflamingo and the other 7 warlords of the sea are not getting along well. Also, with his perverted personality and defiant personality, who can get along well with him? By the way, Doflamingo, Gecko Moria has not been removed from Shichibukai by the world government, right? Ye Chen suddenly asked. No, Lord Ye Chen, what's the matter? Doflamingo was very curious about Ye Chen's question. It's okay. Ye Chen heard the words and somehow understood. No wonder the system asked him to sign in here. The feeling is that Gecko Moria and his party have not been defeated by the protagonist group Luffy. It is estimated that because of his appearance, the plot of this world has changed too much. For example, he eliminated the dragon pirates early in the morning, so naturally there was no such thing as the Straw Hat Pirates defeating the dragon pirates and making it famous in the East China Sea. This also led to the fact that the protagonist team was much weaker than the original book when they were on top of the war. This is one of the reasons why he would ask Rayleigh to be the mentor of Luffy's group. Perhaps it was because of his appearance that the protagonist group changed the course of their voyage, so instead of reaching the terrifying 3-masted sailing ship, they went directly to the magnetic drum island that was missed in the original work, and then went to shampoo from the magnetic drum island. The islands also say not necessarily. In this way, the protagonist group naturally missed the horror 3-masted sailboat, and naturally they would not conflict with Gecko Moria and the gang. Gecko Moria was not defeated by the protagonist group, so naturally he would not be removed from 7 warlords of the sea by the world government. The reason why Ye Chen suddenly asked Doflamingo this question was naturally because he noticed from various details that the horror 3-masted sailboat was relatively complete and there was no sign of damage at all. If the group of Gecko Moria and the group of protagonist Luffy had fought, it would certainly not be the case. The facts proved that Ye Chen's speculation was correct. After asking Doflamingo, Ye Chen further confirmed his thoughts. The protagonist group has never arrived at the horror bark. It turns out that because the storyline of this world has been deviated, the system will ask me to come over and make corrections through the check-in tasks. To put it simply, it is to solve the terrorist 3-masted pirate group. Ye Chen thoughtfully. If this is the case, it would be interesting. It is estimated that now, Gecko Moria has received news that the Pluto of the Black Crow pirates has entered the interior of the terror bark. I don't know how Gecko Moria will deal with it. Wouldn't it be scared to abandon the ship and run away? Ye Chen thought so, and felt that with Gecko Moria's timid character, it was really possible. After all, he now has a new nickname after killing Akainu, which is Admiral Terminator. This title spread after the Top War. Even newspapers have published relevant news. 177, Chapter 177. When the zombie bear will all this, after the original masters Abu Sarum and Hakaback. Hakaback breathed a sigh of relief immediately. It turned out to be just killed by a cannon. It doesn't matter. Now the moon is just blocked by dark clouds. When the moonlight shines again, Huckleback let out a sinister laugh. What? It turned out to be a false alarm. Absalom also felt it was a false alarm. Before long, dark clouds drifted by, the moon appeared again, and the moonlight fell on the Pluto. When Ace and others discovered that a large number of zombie soldiers appeared, they were about to start their hands. Who knows, these zombie soldiers looked menacing, but in fact they were vulnerable. They were cleared by the Hades. They suddenly felt dull. Such a weak zombie soldier doesn't need them to do anything at all. However, when the moonlight came down, they found that things were a bit difficult. Those zombie soldiers who were bombarded by Pluto into fragments after being illuminated by moonlight seemed to have acquired some mysterious power, and the fragments were moved one after another, and finally, they were grouped together. Those zombie soldiers were actually resurrected. Inside the castle, Moonlight Moria laughed strangely again. This is the power of the Shadow Fruit ability. As long as these zombie soldiers are not exposed to sunlight, they will not die. Even if it is bombed into pieces, it can be reborn again by acquiring the power of moonlight. This is his undead army of zombies. However, just when Gecko Moria, Huckleback, and Absalom were proud of them. Burn! Ye Chen spit out a word gently, and his right hand touched Ryujin Jakka on his waist. Suddenly, the zombies that were resurrecting in a frightening way suddenly all set themselves on fire. In just a moment, tens of thousands of zombie soldiers were all turned into ashes. The ashes in the sky, floating in the misty night, made this night even more eerie and terrifying. The other side, Absalom and Huckleback are still rejoicing. At this moment, the zombie bear that had just left ran back again in a panic. Report. What happened again? This time, Absalom and Huckleback almost spoke in unison. That our zombie soldier, the whole army is wiped out again. The zombie bear was taken aback, but still boldly said, the whole army is wiped out again. Absalom and Hogback didn't understand the meaning of the zombie bear for a while. Yes, this time the whole army was really wiped out, all turned into ashes. It is estimated that it is probably impossible to resurrect. How the zombie bear? What? Upon hearing this news, Huckleback and Absalom both stared in shock. Only then did they remember the horror legend that Ye Chen could turn people into ashes if they were rumored to stay still. Is it true that the legend is true? 178, Chapter 178. Is it true, Dover? What you said is true. Super Zombie Oz, Lousy is looking forward to it too much. There is even light in Han Galio's eyes. He intends to compare his fist size with his Super Zombie Oz. Look, is it the Super Zombie's big fist? Or his righteous punch big? Doflamingo is right, let's go Dashta. Ye Chen is very satisfied. It seems that Doflamingo is pretty good at being a human being. God. Luo is naturally very dissatisfied that Doflamingo will only please Ye Chen. In this way, the ordinary crew was left to guard the Hades, and Ye Chen took the others and got off the ship. Anyway, the zombie soldiers have been completely wiped out by Ye Chen, and he is not afraid that they will no longer be attacked on the Pluto. Even if the other party keeps one hand, it doesn't matter if they haven't sent all the zombie soldiers. The firepower of the Pluto is not something ordinary zombie soldiers can withstand. Big deal. One more shot. After leaving the Pluto, Ye Chen released Observation Haki and immediately locked down the Hogback and his party not far away. There is a powerful energy over there that seems that it should be one of the three monsters of the terrifying bark that in addition to him, there are more than a dozen groups of weird energy that should be the swordsman Ryoma and other zombie generals. Ye Chen murmured. When Doflamingo heard the words, he admired Ye Chen even more. Unexpectedly, Ye Chen even knew the secret thing about the corpse of the swordsman Ryoma being stolen by Gecko Moria. In Doflamingo's view, Ye Chen is almost omniscient. He, a spy and a careerist who has spread all over the world, sometimes doesn't know as much as Ye Chen knows. After knowing the specific location, several people swept away in the direction pointed by Ye Chen. Sure enough, I soon found Abu Sarum and Hogback, as well as a dozen zombie generals they led, and a large number of animal zombies. What? Ye Chen was a little surprised when he saw Hogback and Abu Sarum the lion. From the looks of these two people, they are indeed Hugok and Abu Sarum among the three weirdos. This is absolutely impossible to be wrong. However, Ye Chen is strange that the vitality he felt at the beginning was clearly only one person. Why are there 2-3 weirdos here? And many more. Ye Chen immediately noticed something wrong. For Abu Sarum, the furry lion man, it turned out to be a lion puppet. Indeed, because of the darkness of the night and the dense fog, if you don't look carefully, you really can't see that Abu Sarum, the lion man, is not a living person. It's a zombie toy puppet in the shape of a lion man. Is Absalom a zombie toy puppet in the shape of a lion man? This is inconsistent with the original work. Indeed, the horror bark is almost all zombies, but Ye Chen remembers clearly that none of the three monsters was captured by Gecko Moria. In other words, the three monsters are all living talents. But now the scene in front of me does not seem to be the same. The transparent fruit ability, Absalom is not a living person, and many more. Ye Chen thought of something again. 179, Chapter 179. Seeing that the 2-3 monsters were so decisive, Ye Chen felt that there was nothing to say. Do it. Ye Chen indicated that Doflamingo and others could do it. Humph, let's do it. We are not afraid of you. Come on, General Zombie. Huckleback's mouth was stiff, but in fact, he was terribly scared. So after giving the order to let the zombie general rush to deal with Ye Chen and his party, he took the opportunity to run away. As for his companion Abu Sarum, he also directly abandoned it. Anyway, Abu Sarum would definitely not run away, and it would be useless to pull him up. Besides, he has already died once. What if he died again? It's him, but a living human. A dog's life matters. Want to run. The swordsman Ryoma and other zombie generals have been preempted by Ulquiorra and his party. No way, Luo can only go after the 27 and want to take the opportunity to escape Huckleback. Swish, swish, swish. Poison gas. Hearing the movement of someone chasing him behind him, Huckleback quickly turned around and threw a cloud of poison gas at the chaser. Small bugs. Surgery room. Luo directly displayed the ability of Op Fruit. In this operating space, poison gas is not effective against him. Gamma knife. What? As Luo's cold voice sounded, Huckleback let out a scream. Spare, spare. I regret it. I can join you and fight Gecko Moria together. In addition, I am a genius surgeon, and I can stay in your Black Crow Pirates as a ship doctor. Hobakak quickly begged for mercy. Luo did not expect Hogback to be so vulnerable. It seems that Huckleback is not a capable person and a group with poor strength. The only thing about him is that he is probably a genius surgeon. Sorry, the Black Crow Pirates already has me as a genius surgeon as a ship doctor, but there is no need for another genius surgeon, Luo Lung said coldly. He will not let others jeopardize his position. Although Luo is quite confident in his medical skills. Being a peer is an enemy, isn't it? Go to hell. Flop. The ghost cried out of the sheath and into the sheath, and the light of the sword flashed by. Read more at Hopful Novel, was he? Then Huckleback was cut in half directly. The dead can't die anymore. It is estimated that only Gecko Moria arrived in time and harvested his shadow, before he might have the opportunity to turn him into a zombie and resurrect him. But obviously, Gecko Moria will not appear now. Ye Chen naturally didn't say anything about Luo directly beheading the genius surgeon Hogback. After all, Luo was right. The Black Crow Pirates already had Luo as a ship doctor, and there was no need for another ship doctor. The members of the Black Crow Pirates have always been the best. There is Luo, the world's first genius surgeon, and what else is the world's second genius surgeon? Withdrawing his gaze, Ye Chen cast his gaze on the zombie of the swordsman Ryoma, who was fighting Ulquiorra. Swordsman Ryoma, worthy of the legendary Dragon Slayer's swordsman, even if he became a zombie, his strength was still good. 180, Chapter 180. At the top of the castle, there is also a huge pirate flag. The flag is a skull with flaming hair and a pair of bat wings with flames. It is the flag of the horror bark. There is no doubt that this castle is the residence of Gecko Moria. Sure enough, when Ye Chen took ace with his front foot against the town, the sound of the system rang in his back foot. Congratulations to host. Sign in successfully. Get reward. Spiritual Time House. Ye Chen was stunned when he heard that the reward was actually the Spiritual Time House. The Spiritual Time House that is inside the Dragon Ball, Monkey King and others, used to quickly improve their cultivation. Inside the Spiritual Time House, food, water, and rooms are all available. The air is thin and extremely hot. The temperature is between 50 degrees Celsius and minus 40 degrees Celsius, and gravity is 10 times higher than usual. There is a vast space like the Earth. Weak-willed and lack of concentration are prone to hallucinations. And what is even more peculiar is that spending a year, there is only a day in the outside world. Even in the late stage of Dragon Ball, the spiritual time house can still come in handy. The only drawback is that a person can only go in for 2 days in a lifetime. If it exceeds the time period, the entrance and exit of the spiritual time house will disappear, and the person will be trapped in the world of the spiritual time house forever and never get out again. In this regard, Ye Chen is naturally a little bit regretful. But when I thought that anyone could go to the spiritual time room to practice, then if the Black Crow pirate group, including all its members, were thrown into the spiritual time room to practice for 2 days, that is 2 years, come out again, don't their Black Crow pirates directly have the strength to fight against the world government? Thinking of this, Ye Chen's heart is still a little excited. As expected of the system, I really know my heart. But having said that, the reward this time is actually a character reward. Ye Chen originally thought that this time the system would reward him with a powerful character in another world as his companion. In this way, he doesn't have to struggle to find a companion on his own. But now it seems that the rewards are random, and the rewards of character rewards can be met. Companion, it seems that you have to find it on your own. Putting aside the thoughts in his mind, Ye Chen took Ace and continued to swoop towards the castle where Gecko Moria lived. Looking down from a high altitude, the whole town is still a bit bustling and lively, but a closer look will reveal that the residents in the town are all rotten zombies. Ignoring these zombie residents, Ye Chen and Ace came to the castle soon. It's weirdly quiet here. After arriving at the castle, Ace Desi immediately spoke. Well, indeed. Ye Chen also felt that it was too quiet, although he knew very well that there were not many living people except Gecko Moria and the three weirds. But such a huge and quiet castle still gives people a gloomy and grim feeling. Read more at Hoptel novel. Was he? Inside the castle. No, are they at the castle yet? When Perona heard the report from the spy ghost, Huarong was shocked. Who is Ye Chen, Admiral Terminator, the strongest man in the world? She doesn't think that she, who has no power to bind the chicken, will be Ye Chen's opponent. Besides, she is not good at fighting either. How to do it? How to do it? 181, Chapter 181. Crackling. The rotten pieces of zombie, like raindrops, fell all over the corridor. That scene was not only horrible, but also a bit disgusting. It turned out that Ace had seen everything through. The scary zombies that rushed out were just an introduction, and there were more scary zombies hiding in the ceiling and dark corners. Now that she knows this, she is naturally not polite. All the scary zombies were directly solved with a single blow. Seeing this, even Ye Chen had to admit that after obtaining the life card, Ace's strength has indeed increased a lot. But at this point, everything is not over yet. Suddenly, the noise of ghosts became louder. A white shadow overwhelmed the sky. What is this, ghost? Ace's pupils shrank instantly, watching this scene in disbelief. For a while, he didn't even react. Of course, she was not afraid of ghosts. It's just that there are ghosts in this world, which she never expected. Ye Chen is very calm about this. Sure enough, is Princess Mononoke Perona in this castle? Ghost, huh, interesting. Ye Chen knows very well that this white ghost looks scary, but in fact it has no offensive power. Of course, Ye Chen did not take this lightly. He knew very well that he could not let the ghost pass through his body, otherwise he would suffer. On Ye Chen, Haki spread out suddenly. This Haki is so powerful and pure. Haki? Oh, you want to rely on Haki to deal with me? Boy, you are a little too young. Seeing Ye Chen using Haki against him, Bai Yuling couldn't help but mock. It's a spirit body, so it's not afraid of Haki. However, Bai Yuling was obviously happy too early. Boom. With a muffled sound, the white ghost seemed to hit an iron wall and was directly knocked into the air by Haki. How can it be? This is not Conqueror's Haki. How could there be such a pure Conqueror's Haki in this world? The white ghost was almost shocked by Conqueror's Haki at the moment where he dared to stay. He quickly took advantage of it as a spirit body and fled through the wall. Wanna run. Upon seeing this, Ace wanted to draw his sword and cut the ceiling open, leaving the white ghost behind. However, it was stopped by Ye Chen. It's useless, it's just a spirit body. If you leave it, you won't be able to kill it. What's more, you won't be able to keep it. Hearing this, Ace just let go of his right hand, holding the handle of the knife. In the hall. After seeing what happened in the corridor through the way of getting out of her body, Perona paled with fright again. Read more at Hoptel novel. Twice. Can you attack the spirit body? It's over. It's over. Perona knew very well that the spirit body created by her ghost fruit ability could not be defeated by general attacks. Even the physical attacks blessed by armament Haki can be completely immune. There are also magic attacks such as fire and lightning, which will not cause damage to the spirit body. The spirit body can be understood as just an image. How can the image be afraid of physical attacks, fire and lightning strikes? It can be said that even Perona herself does not know that. It turns out that Conqueror's Haki, which is pure to a certain degree, can attack the spirit body. The gray ghost on the side was shocked to see that the white ghost was almost lost in spirit. As ghosts, what are they most afraid of? His Royal Highness, the big thing is not good. These two humans are not simple. They are not afraid of being scared. Your Royal Highness, scary zombies are not effective on them. You should send wild bee zombies to deal with them, poison them, cough cough dot cough. At this moment, Bai Yuling came back in a panic. While it was yelling that something was bad, it coughed violently and even coughed up bleeding. 182, Chapter 182. Just when Perona was looking for a closet or bed underneath where she could get in and hide, Ye Chen and Ace suddenly appeared behind Perona silently. Perona didn't notice it at all. Until, this princess is still smart, hiding here. They will definitely not find this princess. Next, they only need to wait until Moria wakes up the super zombie Oz and comes back. Perona is proud of finding a perfect hiding place for herself. And this excellent hiding place is a dusty treasure chest that looks old. The treasure chest is not large, but it is more than enough to fit him with a petite figure. At this moment, the white ghost floating above her shoulder suddenly patted her shoulder. Princess, your Royal Highness. What's up? Perona was a little displeased. What the hell was this ghost doing? Let her be proud before interrupting her. What a disappointment. Your Royal Highness, they thought they have already come. After the ghost whispered, he spoke. What? Who's here? Perona naturally knew who came, but she didn't want to believe it. No wonder, I said, how do I feel the chill behind my back? It turns out that besides ghosts, there are other people. Oh, why am I so miserable? Perona wanted to cry without tears, but she still had the courage and turned around cautiously. When she saw Ye Chen and Ace standing behind her, she almost jumped up without being scared. The world says that ghosts are terrible, but how can she feel that the two behind her are more terrifying than ghosts? How did you get here? Perona stammered. Ye Chen did not answer Perona's question naturally, but looked at her with interest and said, Hello, Princess Mononoke Perona. Looking at Ye Chen's eyes at Perona, Ace understood why Ye Chen wanted to let go of the white ghost and the gray ghost. Feelings, he is interested in the master of these two ghosts. In this regard, Ace is inevitably a little unhappy. Read more at Hoptel novel. YZ? You know me? Perona was also shocked when she heard this. Ye Chen, the captain of the dignified Black Crow Pirates, actually knew her. Is she really such a famous Princess Mononoke? Just when Perona was in YY, she suddenly felt a chill, and a pair of cold eyes fell on her. Isn't this woman the Ice Queen? Ace next to Ye Chen? It's so cold and terrifying. Perona expressed fear. Why are they all women? Ace is full of hostility towards her. But Ye Chen, the terrifying Admiral Terminator in the rumors, seems to be very talkative. 183. Chapter 183. There are even rumors that it is more difficult to become a full member of the Black Crow Pirates than to get on the Sky Island, to the sky. Indeed, apart from the three hidden, no one knows where the strong came from, except Ulquiorra, Ace, and Galio. The Black Crow and Black Thieves group has also recruited 2 full members. One is the young owner and person in charge of the Don Quixote family, and one of the 7 warlords of the sea, known as Doflamingo of Tayanyasha. Another one is Trafalgar Law, the captain of the Pirates of Red Heart, a supernova who has recently gained fame. It is said that he is also an op fruit-capable person. Therefore, after learning that she was favored by Ye Chen and qualified to become a full member of the Black Crow Pirates, how could Perona not be flattered? What do you mean the Terror Bark Pirates? What is that? She is not familiar with them. Had it not been for Gecko Moria to offer her many benefits, she would also serve as the commander of animal zombies and scary zombies, who could command many zombies to serve her and serve as her own servant. She would not join such a terrifying 3-masted pirate group. Now, Ye Chen, the captain of the dignified Black Crow pirate group, a rare handsome guy, personally invited her to join. Of course, she would not refuse. However, before Ye Chen could reply, Ace's icy voice rang first. If you want to join the Black Crow Pirates, You must also have the qualifications and strength. Ace, he was a little jealous when he saw Ye Chen being so polite to Perona. Now, I heard that Ye Chen planned to invite Perona to join the Black Crow Pirates. Can she stand it? Of course not. She will not let any woman rob her of her position in Ye Chen's heart. In this regard, Ye Chen didn't know what to say. Ace Desi, you have a double standard. I think when you wanted to recruit Luo as a new member, you didn't object at all. Why now, you seem to be very resistant to recruiting a cute girl to join the Black Crow Pirates. Of course, the two have the same mind, and Ye Chen doesn't know what Ace's mind is. It seems that someone has overturned the jealous jar. It turned out that after the woman overturned the vinegar jar, it turned out to be so terrible. However, Ye Chen did not stop it, because he also wanted to take this opportunity to see Perona's ability. No, Sister Ace, have something to say. Perona was shocked when she heard this. She is just a little girl without the power to bind a chicken. How can she be the opponent of the world-famous Queen of Ice? Perona wanted to cry. She didn't remember that she had offended Ace. Why did she bite her? Sister. Ace heard this. How could he not be angry? Who was the eldest sister? Do you think you are a lowly, so you can just call it the eldest sister? Stop talking nonsense, take it. Ace didn't want to talk nonsense with Perona, pulled out the saber on his waist and slashed at Pero. Perhaps because Ye Chen wanted to recruit Perona, Ace did not kill him. At most, it displayed 20% of the strength. However, even if it only displays 20% of the strength, in the eyes of a person of Perona's level, the power is still terrifying. Seeing the sword she cut, Perona dared to be half-hearted and fluttered to the side to dodge. 184, Chapter 184. After returning to normal, Ace was shocked. How could she become so negative? Could it be that this is the reason why she has been faintly disturbed in her heart? But after regaining consciousness, Ace was furious. Asshole boy, dare to do this to me. I felt humiliated, especially when I was ashamed in front of the person I cared about the most, Ye Chen. Ace was naturally furious and wanted to cut Perona in half with a single knife. Perona saw that Ace was affected by the negative ghost, and she was secretly grateful. Who knows, she didn't have time to be happy for long, and Ace had recovered. Boy, die. Ace death snapped. Wow, no. Perona was so frightened that she didn't even need the small parasol in her hand, and hurriedly fled. But Perona's speed is not as fast as Ace .230. In just an instant, she was overtaken by Ace. Seeing that Ace was about to succeed, Perona was about to suffer. Don't want to hurt her Royal Highness. At this moment, the parasol that Perona abandoned casually started talking. It turned out to be a zombie too. In order to cover his owner, the parasol zombie fought hard, turned into a pink light, and stabbed at Ace at a very fast speed. However, the speed is for the average person for Ace. Ace cut the parasol zombie in half with a sword in his hand and froze. Little parasol, wow, you died terribly. The white ghost and the gray ghost were moved by the action of the parasol zombie to protect the owner. Although it can be said that it was completely free, and it did not stop Ace at all. But it does not deny that it is indeed a good umbrella. Little parasol. Even Perona was moved. There is still time to hurt the spring and sad autumn here. Ace's icy voice sounded again. At this time, Perona didn't have the intention to be moved, and it was important to escape. Negative ghost. Perona repeats her old tricks. The two ghosts whizzed and flew towards Ace again. However, Ace, who has suffered a loss once, will not be fooled again. Immediately, she turned sideways and turned around, avoiding the attack of the two ghosts with a very elegant and unrestrained movement. Maybe she can't see the ghosts in the transparent state, but with her strength, she can still feel the trajectory of their flight. The negative ghost failed to penetrate Ace's body, so it is naturally impossible to affect her. Do you think I will be fooled twice with the same move? Ace Desi snorted coldly. Perona was shocked again when she heard this. For her, this is desperate. Ghost bomb. Panicked, Perona could only display her abilities and summoned a huge ghost bomb. However, this powerful ghost bomb is still very lethal to ordinary people, such as the Straw Hat Pirates. But for Ace, splitting ice fist. Ace Desi made a direct ice-cracking fist, which directly froze the ghost bomb and then directly smashed it. Isn't it that's okay? Perona was frightened silly. See what other moves you have. Ace Desi snorted coldly. 185, Chapter 185. For example, in the first strike, Ace's negative state will last for 5 seconds. But the second time, it only lasted 3 seconds. By the third time, the time was even shorter. Although this is related to the strong spirit of Ace, Ye Chen believes that other people can become stronger after training. As long as the spirit is strong enough, then you can resist the large-scale impact of Conqueror's Haki. Negative Ghost. Impossible. Are you unaffected by time stagnation? Wudot uncomfortable. Ace was less and less affected by the negative ghost, but Perona was equally surprised. Perhaps because of her spiritual body, she was not affected by the stagnation of time. Similarly, the white ghosts and gray ghosts she controls are naturally not affected by time stagnation. Because of this, Ace was careless and was again passed through by 2 negative ghosts. For a time, it became extremely negative. But soon, she returned to normal again. Go to hell. 09 Ace Desi said coldly. At this time, Ye Chen had a general understanding of Perona's strength and abilities. In order to prevent Ace from actually hurting Perona, Ye Chen is planning to stop. But at this moment, an extremely powerful aura suddenly appeared. Rumble. The earth was trembling, and the entire terrifying 3-masted sailing ship was trembling. What happened? Could it be that Gecko Moria finally awakened the super zombies? After a little analysis, Ye Chen knew what was going on. However, when he was distracted, Ace had chased Perona and disappeared before his eyes. Perona relied on her light and incomparably flexible physique, coupled with her familiarity with the castle's terrain, hiding from the east, and the help of various ghosts. Even if the opponent was Ace, she couldn't help her for a while. But Perona knows very well that this is definitely not the way to go. At exactly this time, a violent earthquake occurred, and Perona naturally knew how the earthquake was caused. She saw hope and quickly guided Ace to a certain direction. Ace, who had been dazzled by anger, did not think so much, so he chased after him. She is really angry now. Unfortunately, she can't kill Perona. After all, Ye Chen intends to recruit Perona as a member of the Black Crow Pirates. If she kills her, or accidentally severely injured her, Ye Chen will definitely be upset. Ace just wanted to take her down and teach her a little lesson, but unfortunately, this guy's abilities are very strange. Various ghosts can be summoned to interfere with her, especially the negative ghost. It made her face completely lost. Gradually, the two ran farther and farther and disappeared into the depths of the castle. Ye Chen did not rush to catch up. He knows very well that Ace has a sense of measure. Since he had something to say first and wanted to recruit Perona to become a member of the Black Crow Pirates, then even if Ace was angry, she would not kill Perona. At most, it's just a little lesson for this lowly who likes to play pranks. Because of this, Ye Chen didn't have anything to worry about and followed it leisurely. Rumble. 186, Chapter 186. This is too powerful. The people around Ye Chen are so strong. Then Ye Chen, isn't he even stronger? Thinking of this, Gecko Moria was really shocked. He even started to regret that he shouldn't fight Ye Chen anymore. Perhaps you should abandon the Terror 3-masted sailboat from the beginning, and fleeing is the most correct choice. Unfortunately, it is too late to regret now. You are Gecko Moria? Take it to death. When he came, Ace also learned some information about the horror bark like Ye Chen. So it was not surprising that she could recognize Gecko Moria. Since she knew that the other party was Gecko Moria, she was not very polite. She just can't kill Perona. As for Gecko Moria, oh, she hasn't heard Ye Chen say that she also wants to recruit him as a member of the Black Crow Pirates. So it doesn't matter if you kill him. Thinking of this, Ace decisively shot Gecko Moria. Moko Bottom. As Ace uttered these 5 words lightly, Gecko Moria's face instantly turned pale, because he could feel a terrible chill covering his whole body. Immediately afterwards, the surrounding time seemed to stagnate, and the flow of time became extremely slow. Gecko Moria can even clearly see that the long knife covered with ice in Ace's hand has been wiped toward his long neck. It looks slow, but it is surprisingly fast. Gecko Moria knew very well that if the knife were really wiped on his neck, even if he had 10 lives, he would definitely die. He wanted to struggle, but he couldn't. Time is frozen. How can he struggle? Seeing that Gecko Moria was about to die under Ace's long knife, at this moment Perona, who was not affected by the time lag, finally couldn't stand it anymore and decisively made a move to help Gecko Moria. Negative ghosts. As the white ghost and gray ghost passed through Ace's body, Ace became negative again. Not only did the time stagnation disappear, but even the long knife in his hand fell to the ground because he couldn't grasp it. Call. Perona gasped. She ran to the basement, obviously for Gecko Moria to shelter her. She never expected that Gecko Moria could not shelter her, but she saved his life instead. As a result, Perona was even more disappointed with Gecko Moria. Indeed, this guy is not worthy of her following. He is not worthy. However, Gecko Moria did not notice Perona's disappointment. He was immediately ecstatic when he saw that Ace was affected by the negative ghost. Good chance. Gecko Moria yelled, taking advantage of Ace's negative state, and took out a huge pair of scissors that he carried with him from behind. With a click, Ace's shadow was cut off by Gecko Moria. Perona was also stunned by the sudden change. Hey Luo, since Lousy Shadow can't control the Super Zombie Oz, what about the Ice Queen? It is impossible for the Ice Queen Shadow, nor can it control the Super Zombie Oz. Gecko Moria let out a weird laugh. 187, Chapter 187. Ye Chen wanted to know whether Perona's negative ghost would help improve the mental power and strength of the members of the Black Crow pirate group. Ace Desi and Ye Chen are in the same mind, so naturally they want to prove it by using themselves as an experiment. Therefore, Ace has nothing to guard against Perona's negative ghost. Even the last time, it can be said that she was deliberately recruited. It is not too much. As for why Ace did this, to put it bluntly, she is now willing to do anything for Ye Chen. Is this love? Ahem, of course it's not that simple. In fact, whether it is Ulquiorra or Galio, as long as Ye Chen's summoned from another world, they are loyal to Ye Chen. If Ulquiorra and Galio were also connected with Ye Chen, they wouldn't mind using themselves as an experiment to help Ye Chen do any tests. This is the reward of the system, the power of the system. But what Ace the Swan did not expect was that Gecko Moria would take advantage of her depression and reap her shadow. Turn her into a shadowless zombie? Ace Des immediately understood where so many zombies on the terrifying three-masted sailing ship came from. It turned out that they were all turned into by those who had been harvested by Gecko Moria. However, realizing that he just lost the shadow and turned into a zombie, and his strength seemed to be unaffected at all, Ace was also relieved. As long as the strength is still there, is it not easy to deal with a Gecko Moria? Give me back my shadow. I cannot let you die faster. Ace Desi said coldly. This icy voice is chilling. Gecko Moria was also dumbfounded when he heard this. How could this peerless beauty be colder and cruel than him, a vicious pirate? In this case, shouldn't threatening others be, I can spare your life, or something you turned out to be, I can make you die faster? If you die anyway, then who will return your shadow, hey? However, Gecko Moria didn't want to think about who the person in front of him was. She is Ace, the Queen of Ice. This is exactly the way Ace speaks. How could it be possible to forgive someone who had offended her? Kiki, of course, except for Ye Chen. Perona on the side was so scared that she almost cried when she heard the words, tears rolling in her eyes. Sister Ace is too fierce. How can this be done? She won't be killed by her too, will she? Oh no. But when I thought Gecko Moria had just harvested her shadow, and she went to use the negative ghost to make her depressed several times, Perona felt that Ace would definitely not let her go. She is dead. Become a zombie. Can you still be so rude to me, Lord Gecko Moria? Gecko Moria was still a bit strong, and soon recovered from the panic, coldly snorted. Oz, destroy the basement lighting switch. Gecko Moria ordered. He had been prepared for this. 188, Chapter 188. But Perona didn't understand why she had offended Ace and made her treat herself so indifferently. But even so, she still didn't want to offend Ace, because she thinks that with the idiot Gecko Moria, even if he obtains such a powerful super zombie Oz, it is estimated that he will not be Ye Chen's opponent. What are you talking about? You don't want to lie to me. For Perona's words, Ace naturally didn't want to believe it, but she remained wary. Instead of rushing through the aperture recklessly, she tried it with her nails. When the nails were exposed to sunlight, they immediately turned into a wisp of blue smoke, which was corroded away, and Ace believed Perona's words. It turns out that the legend is true, and zombies can't really touch the sun. Damn it, you turn off the artificial lights for me, I can let. Ace spoke to Perona in a commanding tone. Hurry up for me to die. Perona flipped Byakugan. Uh, After hesitating for a long time, Ace just relaxed. Well, I can spare you not to die. Then I have to thank you first. Perona didn't even have the strength to complain. What else can she do? Ace is so powerful, if it weren't for becoming a zombie and being imprisoned by the sun, she would move her fingers if she wanted her life. However, don't hope too much. The castle was half destroyed by Oz, and I can't guarantee that I can find a switch to turn off the lighting system. But even if Ace Des was unkind, Perona decided to help her. Now, Gecko Moria has swollen enough to do it on Ye Chen. Now she is nothing more than choosing a side station. Either continue to stand on Gecko Moria's side, or stand on Ye Chen's side. Do you still have to think about it? Of course, I chose to stand on Ye Chen's side. Although Perona is a cadre of the horrible three-masted pirate group, and one of the three weirdos, she is much more clever than Gecko Moria's group of idiots. She still knows who is stronger. Super Zombie Oz, no matter how powerful, it is nothing more than the shadow of Ace. And Ace Desi said that it sounds nice. It is Ye Chen's companion. If it is awkward, it is just one of his subordinates. Even if Oz merged with the shadow of Ace, Perona still didn't like it. It's just that Perona doesn't know one thing. Ace has Ye Chen's life card and shares everything with Ye Chen. In theory, her strength is the same as Ye Chen. Ye Chen, I know you are in the castle, so let Lousy come out quickly. Lousy will beat you down today. Along the way, Gecko Moria clamored. Of course, he was also yelling loudly. As for himself, he had long been hiding in the middle of Oz's belly, in a space transformed into a control room. With Super Zombie Oz as cover and thug, he naturally dared to clamor like this. You asking to face Ye Chen directly, but I guess he's already scared to pee. Ouch, Gecko Moria, I always thought you were a coward, but now it seems that I misunderstood you a little bit. Ye Chen's voice suddenly sounded. When the castle was destroyed by Oz's punch and caused a huge movement, Ye Chen looked for the movement and rushed over. By coincidence, I heard Gecko Moria's clamor. In this regard, Ye Chen is a little strange. It stands to reason that Ace should have already met Gecko Moria. She didn't even solve Gecko Moria. Gecko Moria, who was in Oz's belly, was mentally prepared tomorrow morning, but when he heard Ye Chen's voice suddenly, he was still shocked. He even felt a bit soft in his legs. 189, Chapter 189. However, it is precisely because the size difference between the two fists is so ridiculous that when they collide with each other, that scene will make people so shocking. Boom. Two fists, one big and one small, collide with each other. The huge impact spread like a wave. A violent hurricane formed. Wherever it went, trees were uprooted and buildings were directly destroyed. Even Galileo, because of the huge impact, couldn't take a few steps back. As for Doflamingo and Luo, not to mention, they can only endure the violent impact and quickly find a place to shelter them. Only Ulquiorra remained indifferent in the face of such a powerful impact. He just folded his hands on his chest, his face solemn. The gap between fist and fist is obviously so huge. But after the two fists collided with each other, they were deadlocked. Three fists, evenly matched. This is interesting. Ye Chen obviously thought of something after his initial consternation. Therefore, not only was he not shocked by the fact that Super Zombie Oz was actually as powerful as his own. On the contrary, he even found it interesting. On the contrary, the four Ulquiorra were shocked to see this scene. No, it's impossible, isn't it? This big zombie is even on a par with our master captain. Something must be wrong, or is our captain not doing his best? The four Ulquiorra expressed disbelief. They don't know how powerful their captain Ye Chen is. They only knew that if their captain punched with all his strength, they would not be able to catch it. But, by the way, this big zombie actually caught it. Could it be said that this big zombie actually possesses the strength equivalent to their captain? It must be the master captain who didn't use all his strength. Yes, it must be like this. Doflamingo murmured. Rather than believing that Super Zombie Oz and Ye Chen are equal in strength, he is more willing to believe that Ye Chen did not exert all his strength. No way, among the four people present, Doflamingo knew Gecko Moria best. If Gecko Moria has a powerful zombie like Oz, then he will no longer be the weakest member of 7 Warlords of the Sea, and he can even sling other Shichibukai directly. What Doflamingo didn't understand was that Gecko Moria got the shadow of who made Oz so powerful. In this regard, Ye Chen seemed to know what Doflamingo was thinking and murmured, "It seems that you really harvested the shadow of Ace and incorporated it into the Super Zombie Oz." What? The four Ulquiorra were even more shocked when they heard this. No wonder this big zombie, so powerful, turns out to be in the shadow of Sister Ace. Han Galio couldn't help but yell. As for Ulquiorra, he's already gearing up, even eager to try. If Ye Chen allows, he really wants to challenge him. How powerful is the super zombie Oz created by Ace Shadow, and whether he can beat his second stage of homecoming. Hearing this, Gecko Moria laughed triumphantly. He. Although I don't know how you know the name of super zombie Oz, you were right. Neither did I expect that Ace, the Ice Queen, is so powerful. But it's better. The stronger the owner of the shadow, the stronger the super zombie Oz I will create after harvesting. Even if it is you, Ye Chen is not necessarily the opponent of the super zombie Oz who is integrated into the shadow of the Ice Queen. He. Gecko Moria said, couldn't help laughing smugly. Super zombie Oz and Ye Chen are evenly matched, which makes his confidence swell even more. 190, Chapter 190. Obviously, Ye Chen had the upper hand in the fight just now. But Gecko Moria acted as if he had already won. Ye Chen shouldn't say that he is overconfident or stupid. Or maybe it's both. Oh, is it so? Ye Chen still said what he said just now. Is it right? Try it. He. Gecko Moria was not angry either, just let out a weird laugh. Oz, kill him. Gecko Moria gave an order, and Oz, who had fully recovered from his injuries, let out a roar and blasted at Ye Chen again with a punch. The huge fist, wherever it passes, everything is frozen and then shattered again. Even Ulquiorra and others were shocked when they saw this scene. This punch is simply not too strong. Obviously, this is Ace Desi's move divine cracking ice fist. Perhaps Super Zombie Oz doesn't know what moves he is performing, but it incorporates the shadow of Ace after all. The moves that Ace knows, the shadow naturally also knows. Seeing that Oz's punch is so powerful, Moonlight Moria became more and more proud after his initial shock. He. I didn't expect that the strength of the Ice Queen is so powerful, even as powerful as your Ye Chen. Gecko Moria is amazing. Yes, the shadow of the Ice Queen has secretly told me that the two of you actually share strength. In this way, the strength of the Ice Queen is the same as yours, and her shadow strength is the same as yours. But Oz has a stronger physique, that is to say, in this battle, you will undoubtedly lose. Gecko Moria became more proud as he spoke. Ulquiorra and others heard this and thought about it carefully, isn't it? Ye Chen and Ace share strength, and the shadow of Ace has the strength of Ace. In this way, their captain is not equivalent to fighting another himself. Moreover, this self is still a self with a stronger physique. If you think so, you are very wrong. Ye Chen's cold voice sounded again. Obviously, he did not agree with Gecko Moria's words. Just let you see my strength, Ye Chen said, pulling out Ryujin Jakka from his waist. Surroundings, everything is ashes, Ryujin Jakka. Ye Chen directly liberated Ryujin Jakka. 10 pillars of fire spouted from the ground and rose into the sky. No, go back. Read more at Homptel Novel, XYZ. Upon seeing this, Ulquiorra quickly said to Galio, Doflamingo, and Luo. Then the four of them didn't care about so much and quickly retreated. At the same time, Oz's huge fist, like a hill, had already crushed it. Everything was frozen wherever it went. Flames. 2 people evenly matched. The confrontation between ice and fire. This scene is simply not too shocking. Ye Chen, you can't win. 191, Chapter 191. No, it's impossible. I don't know if it was luck to escape, or Ye Chen didn't kill him. Gecko Moria, who was hiding in Oz's stomach, escaped. Unlike Ace, he was really stunned by the scene before him. The raging sword aura, the boundless violent power, the fire column whose temperature is terrifyingly high. Among them, as long as there is any mistake, it is impossible for him to survive. What's more, what broke him most was that he had placed such high expectations, and even felt that the super zombie Oz, who was sure to win, was not Ye Chen's opponent at all. It's only a second to being cut by Ye Chen. No one can accept all this. You and Oz are on the same level. Why can you beat Oz in a single second? Why? Gecko Moria was puzzled and said tremblingly. Why? Because of the potential between people, it is impossible to generalize, as has my strength, but also has to have my potential. His potential is less than 1,000th of mine. How could he beat me? Ye Chen said lightly. Of course, he would not tell Gecko Moria that the strong potential is only one aspect. Another aspect is that it is a powerful weapon. The power of Ryujin Jakka is far beyond Gecko Moria's imagination. Given his limitations, It is estimated that this knife is at most the same as Whitebeard's Songyunchi, an indestructible and supreme sharp knife. How could he understand that Ryujin Jakka is the strongest Zanpakuto with incredible power? Given the limitations of Gekko Moria, it is difficult for him to understand what kind of knife is above the supreme sharp knife. If there is no Ryujin Jakka, Ye Chen's strength is 1, then when he uses Ryujin Jakka to cast Shurikai, his strength doubles and doubles again. Oz possesses the strength of Ace, which is equivalent to owning Ye Chen's own strength, but it has neither Ye Chen's Ryujin Jakka nor Ace Imperial equipment, let alone Ryujin Jakka's Heat Hell, even the 2 hidden abilities of the Ice Emperor, Mokbenimo, and Iceland Admiral Army, he could not use. In this way, what did he use to fight Ye Chen? Take the head? It's like playing a mirror copy of yourself in the game. You're also quite capable of your mirror image, indeed that's right. But does your mirror have your operating skills? No. Not to mention, when you challenge your own mirror copy, there are various additional buffs added, which are not available in mirrors. Therefore, in the game you challenge your own mirror image, it will be so simple. In the same way, Ye Chen does not use Ryujin Jakka, and he can only draw a tie with Super Zombie Oz on his own strength. But once Ryujin Jakka is in hand, what kind of Super Zombie Oz is just a one-shot thing? Potential? Gekko Moria was shocked. He really did not consider this aspect. He just thought that Oz had a stronger physique than Ye Chen, and after possessing Ye Chen's strength, he must be stronger than him. Unexpectedly, the potential is the most important. Now, do you still think you can still beat me? Ye Chen looked at Gekko Moria in a certain corpse and said sarcastically. 192, Chapter 192. Shadow Horn Gun. If Ye Chen remembers correctly, this should be Gekko Moria's most powerful attacking move. In the original book, he used this move to penetrate the air of Oz, who is even bigger than the giant with one shot. Facing the huge Shadow Horn Spear, Ye Chen sneered at himself, but instead, he rushed directly towards the Shadow Horn Spear. 8 inner gates, 8 gates are on. Lianhua. Ye Chen reversed gorgeously in the air, and then kicked at the Shadow Gun, which was 10 times bigger than his entire body. He is an idiot. This was Gekko Moria's first reaction. His Shadow Horn Gun, although it is a shadow, is not weaker than the hardest metal in the world. Just kick it with your foot. I'm afraid it's not that you don't want this foot. Doflamingo and Luo, who were watching, also squeezed a cold sweat for Ye Chen. This kind of ability condensed into a gun, they would never dare to hardwire it. If you dare to make such a mess, I am afraid that Ye Chen is not the only one in the world. However, Ye Chen is not messing around. Just when his right foot was in contact with the Shadow Gun, a touch of darkness climbed onto his foot. This is no longer ordinary armament Haki, this is advanced armament Haki. Boom. The Shadow Gun was directly kicked to pieces by Ye Chen. Just like fragile porcelain, vulnerable. Do not. Gekko Moria couldn't believe that his most powerful shadow move was so vulnerable. Is this the huge gap in strength between him and Ye Chen? He is not reconciled. Shadow gathering place. At this point, Luminous Moria has no way of retreating. He performed the final move. Although this trick has a great flaw, that is, if it absorbs too many shadows and is too strong, he will be unable to control it and fall into a state of madness. But in order to deal with Ye Chen, he didn't care too much. Rustle. Countless black shadows rose into the air. Shadows broke away from the bodies of zombies, boat hulls, toys, and even buildings, and then flew quickly in a certain direction. For a while, all the shadows collected by Gekko Moria flooded towards him from all sides of the terrifying bark, then blended into his shadow. These shadows include the shadows of zombies such as Absalom, the shadows of strong men such as the swordsman Ryoma, and even the shadows of Ace, who was just looted. All shadows merged into Gekko Moria's shadow. The shadow of Gekko Moria is swelling. Because of the effect of the shadow revolution, his whole person is also swelling. In the beginning, it was only the size of a small house, then it was the size of a ship, and then it was the size of a castle. In the end, it was much larger than a castle. It is even larger than the body of the terrifying 3-masted sailing ship, excluding the parts of other ships that were looted. If not, the shadow is basically weightless. I am afraid that it is not. The entire terrifying 3-masted sailboat will be directly crushed by the inflated Gekko Moria. At this moment, the size of Gekko Moria is already bigger than Super Zombie Oz. However, Gekko Moria's eyes began to turn red because of this. he had already begun to fall into a runaway state because he had absorbed too much shadow. Not to mention other shadows, just the shadow of Ace. It is estimated that he can't control it. What's more, there are so many other shadows. With Gekko Moriya's patience, he can control a genius, so it is inevitable to fall into a runaway. Yo, struggling to death. In this regard, Ye Chen did not pay attention to it at all, but was a little disdainful. The weakest 7 warlords of the sea. No matter how hard you struggle, what use is it? Gekko Moria, who still kept the last touch of sanity, became even more popular when he heard the words. Ye Chen of damn it, you forced me all this. 193. Chapter 193. Sad screams, shadows, fire rain, elephant feet falling from the sky. In this scene, even strong men like Ulquiorra and Ace can't help but feel the scalp tingling in the eyes. The shadow that was burned to death in an instant extinguished the last faint hope in Gekko Moriya's heart. He has deeply realized that he is afraid that he is not dead. Rumble. The whole terrifying bark was trembling. The elephant foot that fell from the sky is enough to destroy everything. But at the most critical juncture. Come. With Ye Chen's order, such a huge elephant foot disappeared out of thin air. If it weren't for Ye Chen to take back the power of the Shixiang in time, the entire terrifying 3-masted sailboat would not be under this foot, directly destroyed. Is one kick enough to destroy the world's largest pirate ship? If you didn't see this with your own eyes, let's say it, I'm afraid that few people will believe it. But Ye Chen is so tough. When the dust settles, the smoke disappears. What castles, towns, and forests no longer exist. All that was left was a huge elephant foot footprint. Even the entire body of the terrifying 3-masted sailboat was almost destroyed. At the center of the footprint, lying there is bloody flesh, like a puddle of mud. Gekko Moriya. Because Ye Chen put away his strength at the last moment, he didn't die directly, and he still had the last breath. Hi. Seeing this scene, Ulquiorra and others couldn't help taking a breath. They were fortunate. Fortunately, they escaped fast. Otherwise, they were afraid that they would also be affected and end up just like Gekko Moriya. Of course, the most shocking is Perona. She would join the horror 3-masted sailing pirate group because she felt that Gekko Moriya was still capable, but she never expected that Gekko Moriya would be vulnerable to Ye Chen's hands. Ye Chen is the captain she is worth following. In addition, with her strength, to be honest, if Ace hadn't taken her along when she retreated just now, she would have never escaped from being trampled by elephant feet. How long has it been since Ace has rescued her twice? Sister Ace. Perona looked into Ace's eyes, tears in her eyes. You fought hard to help me remove the lighting system and almost died in the castle. We are tied. In the end, she couldn't stand Perona's blazing gaze, and Ace could only reply faintly. Still so cold, still so handsome. However, everything is not over yet. Gekko Moriya didn't die completely. Ye Chen naturally couldn't just spare him so easily. Ye Chen walked towards Gekko Moriya step by step. Gekko Moriya saw in his eyes there was nothing but despair in his heart. Ye Chen at this moment, in his eyes, is simply a Shinigami who was sent by the king to take his life. A minute ago. Devil's Triangle Sea area. On the foggy sea, there was nothing in the first second. But the next second, in the fog, countless dark shadows suddenly appeared. All are the shadows of ships. If you count them carefully, there are at least 40 or 50 ships. This is the incredible scene in the Devil's Triangle. Under the cover of thick fog, no one knows how many dangers are hidden in the fog. 194, Chapter 194. Curly Hair 5 Elders can be said to be the think tank in 5 Elders, and I guess what might happen. Okay. In this regard, 5 Elders agreed. However, Ye Chen and Gekko Moriya broke out in a fierce battle, which is a good thing for us. Every time Ye Chen's strength is weakened by 1 point, our odds of winning are 1 more point. Anyway, Ye Chen is dead today. The ant said viciously. Auntie, don't you rob me. Ye Chen's head must be taken by me. Kaido, the beast, clenched his fists, his veins exposed. He has been waiting for this moment for a long time. Recalling the humiliation of losing in the hands of Ye Chen and having to disappear into seclusion, and the humiliation of being mocked by the New World pirates. All this, he has to collect it personally. Well, 237, is Kaido still so passionate? You won't have a problem with Ye Chen's head, as long as the last blow, let me end Ye Chen. And Charlotte Lin laughed. When 5 Elders heard the words, his face became darker. These 2 guys at this time, who is still robbing Ye Chen to kill. Also, for sea emperors like Anti and Kaido, isn't their most important thing is to establish prestige in the eyes of all the pirates? And killing Ye Chen, who has been given many honors, is not the best way to build prestige? The so-called the strongest in the world were all killed by Laozi. Who else dares to refuse? Laozi is the strongest. Because of this, the Ant and Kaido have been fighting over who will take Ye Chen's life in the end. But they don't want to think about it either. They think too much now. Ye Chen's head, is it so easy to hold? What? Ye Chen, who was walking towards Gekko Moria, suddenly stopped and looked into the distance. Even with Ye Chen's observation Haki, under the thick and strange fog of the Terror Triangle, it still doesn't play a big role. So until this moment, Ye Chen didn't realize anything. As for the other people, it is even more hindsight. When people followed Ye Chen's gaze and looked into the distance, they were shocked. Because of the fierce fighting, the outer wall of the Terror three-masted sailing ship has been completely destroyed, and the tall buildings and forests have also been razed to the ground. Therefore, people can directly see the sea in the distance from the center. I saw that the originally empty sea suddenly appeared numerous ships out of thin air. And these ships, there are many large ships. The volume is only a little smaller than the Pluto. 40 or 50 ships, this lineup can attack the world government. You know, when Whitebeard attacked the former Marine headquarters, Malin Vander, there were only a dozen large ships. Well, Ye Chen boy, don't be safe. The first to sound was the ant's arrogant voice. Ye Chen, today is your death date. Then Kaido's voice sounded. Ye Chen, you are at fault. You should never mix up with the top war. The voice of 5 elders also sounded. You also took the Whitebeard pirate group that should have been destroyed as subordinates. You are inexcusable. The blonde 5 elders yelled even more. 195, Chapter 195. Otherwise, let other 7 warlords of the sea know. Who else will be willing to continue to serve as 7 warlords of the sea? Since Doflamingo left 7 warlords of the sea, the current members of 7 warlords of the sea are in short supply. They also want to recruit new members to fill the vacancies. When Gekko Moria heard the words, it was more like grabbing a life-saving straw. Save me, as long as you can save me. Gekko Moria is willing to stay loyal to the world government forever. In order to save his life, Gekko Moria also has no pirate's lower limit. No way, the lower limit is more important, or life is more important. Of course it's fate. Are you threatening me? Ye Chen heard the words and said coldly, I hate being threatened the most in my life. With that, Ye Chen lifted his foot and stomped on Gekko Moria's head severely. Bang! In this way, in front of 5 elders, Gekko Moria's head, like a watermelon, was directly trampled by Ye Chen. Poor Gekko Moria with the last hope, just die like this and can't die anymore. 09 When Gekko Moria died, he worked so hard to collect shadows for more than 10 or 20 years, and all of them were released. Countless shadows floated to various places of the terrifying 3-masted sailing ship and returned to their original masters. Even the shadow of Ace escaped from Gekko Moria and returned to Ace. Setsuna, who had returned to the shadows, and Ace, who had felt a little lost, immediately felt fulfilled. There is no shadow, and maybe there is nothing short of fear of the sun. But with the shadow, she is complete. Ignoring these, Ye Chen's cold eyes fell on 5 elders. This was the first time he saw 5 elders aloft. These 5 old guys were all extraordinary, especially their strength. Even with Ye Chen's current strength, I have to say that all of their 5 old guys are not fuel-efficient lamps. The IT is for sure that they are hidden and not leaking one by one. But even so, Ye Chen looked at them aloft with disdain in his eyes. Even if you are an enemy of the world government, the person I want to kill is still alive. After killing Gekko Moria, Ye Chen provoked 5 elders. In fact, Ye Chen already knew that the world government would never let him go after he rescued Ace and incorporated the Whitebeard pirate group in the top war. The reason why there was no war was just because both sides had scruples. Since the world government has already been completely offended, then doing something extraordinary is nothing. You, the blonde 5 elders, almost never vomited blood by Ye Chen. Since you want to fight against the world government, there is nothing to say. Fire! Kill the Black Crow pirates. With the order of the blonde 5 elders, suddenly, more than 40 ships fired at the terrorist 3-masted sailing ship. The cannonballs filled the sky, like no money, were shot into the air, and then like raindrops, they fell on the terrifying 3-masted sailing ship. Such a number of shells is simply outrageous. If this scene is the same as the war on top, it is forwarded to all parts of the world by the projection phone worm. I'm afraid that it will not cause panic among people all over the world. I think that a world war has broken out. 196, Chapter 196. For a Black Crow pirate group, one Ye Chen is enough for 5 elders to have a headache. Now, there is another ace. They're 5 old guys. I'm afraid it's not going to cause a headache to explode. Of course, the current 5 elders have not realized that Ace is at the same level as Ye Chen. They think that Ace is just outrageous. The shells are useless. Then go directly to the island and go to war. Charlotte, Lin and Kaido order that all members of your pirate group will land on the island together. Whoever makes the first contribution, the head of Ye Chen belongs to whom. Broadsword 5 elders ordered. 5 elders had a good abacus, and let the ant pirates and beasts pirates be cannon fodder. After they consumed the physical strength of Ye Chen and his group, they sent out the army of the world government to take down Ye Chen. As for the final credit, it's not that they have the final say. Of course, Aunt Charlotte, Lin and Kaido are not stupid. That won't work, send his pirates to die. But do you world government sit back and enjoy it? Are you really a fool as my aunt? The aunt snarled. Yes, either go together or don't go together. The prerequisite for cooperation is trust. But if you trust each other, it's a fart to cooperate. Kaido was even more furious. Who said we won't be on board anymore? You play the vanguard. We will be able to do it afterward. It's okay? The blonde 5 elders has a temper. Damn, its group of lowly evil pirates dare to be so arrogant in front of our noble 5 elders. After this battle is over and Ye Chen has been successfully won, I will settle accounts with you. It's almost the same. Poor Ant and Kaido have not realized how stupid it is to seek a tiger's skin. They think that the 3 parties can work together to get rid of their thorns, but what they don't know is that they themselves are in the eyes of 5 elders, so it's not their eyes and flesh. In this way, the 3 parties had their own ghosts, but they still launched an attack on the terrifying bark. After all, Ye Chen is their common enemy. They are here. Perona's voice trembled a little. With such a big battle, to be honest, it was the first time she saw me. 2 emperors on the sea, plus 5 elders and the world government army led by them. Even if it is the top war, it is nothing more than that. Perhaps this battle is not as sensational as the top war after all. Not many people know it, but in terms of scale, it is definitely better than the top war. The first to land on the horror bark were members of the ant pirates and beast pirates. Of course, not so much as a member, but as the cannon fodder of the 2 big pirates. These cannon fodder are basically members of the ant pirate group and Kaido pirate group. As for the official members and main combat power of their pirate group, 5 elders have all sent out real combat power. Naturally, it is impossible for them to be sent to the battlefield so quickly. And these cannon fodder for Ye Chen, Ace, Ulquiorra, and even Galio are a bunch of stinky fish and shrimps at all, and they don't even have the desire to do something. Doflamingo, Luo, these stinky fish and prawns will be handed over to you. Galio folded his hands across his chest and said, Don't, there are too many of them. Doflamingo and Luo Wanyin were embarrassed, and the former couldn't help but speak. 197, Chapter 197. Han Galio protested this. You 2 deceive too much. However, Ace is right. Both Doflamingo and Luo have tried their best. Now 1 person is really needed to stop the army of the world government. Ulquiorra and Ace have stated that they will not take action. Could it be that Ye Chen can't make a shot? This is absolutely impossible. Just when Galio was very helpless, ready to put down his identity and get up to deal with the world government's army, a loud shout suddenly sounded in the distance. Come on, drive these troops out of the terrifying bark. After the noisy sound, the crowd who rushed over turned out to be a crowded crowd, at least thousands of them. All of them were pale, and some people's bodies had even begun to rot. They turned out to be the surviving zombies on the terrifying bark. Of course, now they are no longer zombies because the shadows have returned to them. Perhaps they should be considered somewhere between the living and the dead. Half of the dead? Many of them were harvested by Gecko Moria more than 10 or 20 years ago, and turned into zombies that can only appear at night and can't see the sun at all. It can be said that they can't survive and die. They even hope that someone can kill them so that they can get rid of this world of purgatory as soon as possible. This shows how desperate they live. But now Ye Chen killed Gecko Moria, not only saved them, but also gave them freedom and gave them new hope. Many of them may be pirates, but they are not yet ungrateful. Seeing their savior, They were attacked by the pirates and the army. They naturally came together and organized spontaneously to fight against the army. This is the only thing they can do for their savior. As for the army of the world government, they are indeed well-equipped and have extremely strong group combat capabilities, but even they have never seen such things that are neither human nor ghost. For a time, many people were shocked. What the hell is this? You are right. I don't think they look like people. They are more like ghosts. Is this a zombie? It's terrible. Want to escape? What are you afraid of? Aren't they just some half-human, half-ghost rotten guys? What? No, they are so powerful. The soldiers who weren't frightened, after fighting against these guys who were not human and ghost, were also shocked by the opponent's powerful strength. These people who are neither ghosts nor ghosts are far more powerful than they thought. That is, they are all the masters of the shadow that Gekko Moria has worked so hard to harvest over more than 10 or 20 years. If the owners of these shadows are not strong enough, just like those cannon fodder pirates, but stinky fish and shrimps, Gekko Moria must spend so much energy to collect their shadows. In other words, these people who have been harvested by Gekko Moria and turned into zombies have very good strengths during their lifetime. At least, it is far from comparable to those soldiers who can only rely on group combat to gain an advantage. 198, Chapter 198. It is said that the protagonist has its own aura that can attract people's attention and make people want to follow him involuntarily. Are you the protagonist in the comic? Perona suddenly spoke softly to Ye Chen. She is moved now. Ye Chen didn't know what to say after hearing this. Could be that he should say to Perona, "Wake up, the protagonist of this anime is actually the Straw Hat Boy Luffy?" That's not too ridiculous. However, Ye Chen's reaction fell in Perona's eyes, but it was another expression of modesty. It is indeed Ye Chen, so humble, Perona knows what to do. With that said, Perona actually floated into the air, holding her little pink parasol. Negative Ghost. Mini Ghost Ghost Bomb. Extraordinary Ghost Kamikaze Bomb. Haki Ye Chen. In order to show allegiance, Perona spared no effort to launch an attack on the army. Boom. Bang. The explosions sounded one after another. What? Help. What is this? It's a real ghost this time. It's scary, Ron. Woo, it's so uncomfortable. As a soldier, I killed so many innocent people. I deserve to die. Born to be human, I'm sorry. I'm just a trash. Even a pirate can't be a trash. You shouldn't live in this world. The scene suddenly fell into chaos. Many soldiers have been blown up by ghost bombs, and some have become very negative under the influence of negative ghosts and have completely lost their combat capabilities. Countless evil spirits emerge from the ground, threatening and chasing the soldiers. It seems that I don't need to act. In response, Galio couldn't help but speak. With Perona and thousands of zombies, it is more than enough to deal with the vanguard army of the world government. God, seeing the first wave of cannon fodder, the attack of the vanguard, let alone forcing Ye Chen to do it, even his three important companions, Ulquiorra, Ace, and Galio, could not force them to do it. Five Elders is very dissatisfied. Isn't that Perona, one of Gekko Moria's three weirdos? Unexpectedly, she betrayed Gekko Moria and joined the Black Crow Pirates. The Five Elders, with white beard and hair, spoke first. Perona, the ghost fruit-capable person. As everyone knows, the ghost fruit is a troublesome fruit. It seems that Ye Chen's eyes are also quite unique. He is collecting some rare fruit-capable persons. Curly Hair Five Elders said lightly. Sure enough, Ye Chen has already started his ambition plan. We made the right decision to deal with Ye Chen. The blonde Five Elders dissatisfied. Stop talking nonsense. Let Charlotte, Lin and Kaido send their elites. Let's send the elites too. Bald Five Elders said grumpily. In the next second, the Ant and Kaido, who were on their respective main ships, naturally received an order from Five Elders. 199, Chapter 199. Unlike the three of them, Ulquiorra, Ace, and Galio looked at all this in disdain. As for Yeech, I didn't even look at it. Elite? Please, it's not the elite of the elite. He doesn't bother to take a look. These trash fish are enough to give them to Ulquiorra. Seeing that the first wave of offense is not over yet, and the second wave of offense has come, Galio couldn't help being the first one to speak. There are really many trash fish. The first wave of trash fish hasn't been cleared yet. Has the second wave of trash fish hit? As soon as these words came out, Doflamingo, Luo, and Perona, who were still fighting hard, expressed shame. If the ant pirates, the elites of the beast pirates, and the world government's latest secret weapon, the pacifists, are miscellaneous fish, then there are so many pretentious pirates in this world. Aren't they even worse than miscellaneous fish? However, these words came out of Han Galio, and the three of them simply couldn't refute it. After all, although they are a little bit naive, their strength lies there. It looks like it's time for us to do it. When Ace heard the words, he didn't confuse Galio, but said indifferently, let's go together. Ulquiorra was still as silent as ever. Okay. Ace and Galio nodded in agreement. The first wave of miscellaneous fish was justified by their disdain, but for the second wave of elites, they could only do it. Otherwise, who else can I send to do it? After all, the Black Crow pirates are only a few of them. Except for them, there is no one else. However, just when the three of them were about to work together, Ace was stopped by Ye Chen. Ace, you stay. IT is enough for these miscellaneous soldiers to hand over to Ulquiorra and Galio. Hearing this, Galio became dissatisfied. The captain is too partial, leaving only Sister Ace, but let us deal with the miscellaneous soldiers. Anyway, I joined the Black Crow Pirates group earlier if I want to stay and leave me. Facing Galio's dissatisfaction, Ye Chen naturally turned a deaf ear. Anyway, this guy is such a virtue. Don't complain, keep up. In response, Ulquiorra just responded lightly. Ulquiorra, why are you doing this? Don't you think the captain is partial? Galio was dissatisfied, but he was still very honest, and while grumbling, he followed Ulquiorra closely. Eccentric? Oh, I don't think so. Think about it. The captain thinks that the two of us are enough to deal with these elites. What does this mean? This shows the captain's recognition of our strength. Even for Ulquiorra, there was nothing Galio could do, and he directly spoke out the thoughts in his heart in one breath. Yes. Hearing the words, Galio slapped his head and suddenly felt that he was empowered, and he stopped complaining. He rushed forward and hit the second wave of elite troops with a slam. Justice comes. Galio descended from the sky like a god and demon and just sat down. Bang. The earth was directly shattered. The magma gushes out. Galio's size at some point had become as huge as a hill. Sitting on this, but many elite members and pacifists were directly killed. 200, Chapter 200. Really, brother? Charlotte Owen and Charlotte Opal were very excited when they heard this. Of course, when did I deceive you, your elder brother? Charlotte Paraspero promised to pat her chest. Really, I don't think so. The third son of the Charlotte family, Charlotte Dafu, retorted. Dafu, what do you mean? Charlotte Paraspero was very dissatisfied with this. To become the new 3-star dessert star, it must be my big blessing. Then just wait and see. Yes, just wait and see. This is a conversation between the ant sons. The brothers usually seem to get along well, but in fact, no one is convinced. When the ant is away, quarrels are inevitable. On the other side, on the beast's pirate side, the same thing is happening. Look, that is Ulquiorra, the famous Great Demon King. When we take him down, our barbarian overlord's position in beast pirates will definitely be able to surpass the Flying Six powers, and we will step on the real fight and givers. Even, we can also become a big billboard. That's right. That's right. Shichijiji. For ghosts, 5 ghosts, and 10 ghosts, you will say a word. They are huge. One by one looks like a monster. However, just when they were yelling and excited, Galio's voice suddenly sounded behind them. What? You just want to trouble Ulquiorra? Look at me, justice punches. As Galio said, a righteous punch suddenly blasted out. Bang. The 4 ghosts, 5 ghosts, and 10 ghosts were suddenly crushed into meatloaf. It was too late to make a scream. The barbarian is big, like a monster. Haha, they are still younger brothers in front of Galio, who has expanded 100 times in size. 4 ghosts, 5 ghosts, 10 ghosts. The remaining tyrants yelled. Kill him, take revenge for the 4 ghosts. Bacha yelled. Yes, take revenge for our brother. 7 ghosts also yelled. However, they just yelled, and another icy voice suddenly sounded above their heads. I heard that you want to trouble me? Ulquiorra waved a pair of huge demon wings and looked down at the bully with a gloomy face. His look of dignity, arrogance, and disdain seemed to be a great demon king. Black Zero. Immediately afterwards, Ulquiorra stretched out a finger to condense a pitch-black energy ball and then threw it towards the crowd of tyrants. Boom. Another dark mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The savage tyrant, who was as big as a monster, disappeared into the world since then. Hi. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help taking a breath. The monster-like savage tyrant is destroyed like this? This is too powerful. But at this point, they can't help it that it will only be worse when the deserter ends up, in a way, they can only bite the bullet and continue on. Go. Kill them both. What? 201, Chapter 201. It won't work anymore. On the boat, 5 elders, Auntie, Kaido and others looked at all this with cold eyes and felt that it was obviously not the way to go on like this. Especially the Aunt and Kaido, at this moment, their faces are even more black. Whether it is a member of the Charlotte family or Beast Pirates' barbarians, the Flying Six Elves, they are their important members and powerful assistants. Just keep dying under the hands of Ulquiorra and Galio. Can they bear it? Especially the Aunt. They are all her children. Although she doesn't have much affection for her children, they are her own flesh and blood after all. Pero Spiro, Owen, Apella, my sons. Damn it. Damn it. The Aunt snarled. Mom, don't worry. Come on, bring up the dessert cake from Mermaid Island for Mom to eat. Baron Dandon hurriedly persuaded. He did what he liked and hurriedly brought the cakes and desserts from Mermaid Island. Otherwise, if this continues, the Aunt's bulimia may not be recurring immediately. Cut. I knew this a long time ago, so I should have been on the court from the beginning. Pero Spiro and the others, their strength is already rubbish. Charlotte Cracker couldn't help but speak. He was full of disdain for the strength of his brothers. He felt that it was time to show his strength in front of his mother. Mom, let me play. Charlotte Cracker pleaded. Tons, that won't work, Cracker. It's not yet time for your dessert 3 stars to play. The Aunt said frantically as she stuffed dessert and cake into her mouth. According to the plan they had made jointly with 5 elders and Beast Pirates, the last wave of the main players on the field could not be as sloppy as before. Must have a plan. Join hands together. But look, Mom, if you continue to drag on, your children won't be able to hold it at all. Are you going to watch your children die one by one? Charlotte Cracker opened his mouth. Asshole, of course not. Mom roared when she heard the words. The cakes and desserts in my hand are not fragrant anymore. At the same time, Beast Pirates. Barbarian. No, Lousy's hard-working barbarian. Seeing that the savage tyrant he had been working so hard to create was destroyed in the hands of Ulquiorra and Galio, the Beast Kaido was so angry that his lungs would explode. Ye Chen, Lousy wants you to pay the price of blood. Jean Quinn, you are ready. It's time for you to play. Kill me Galio and the guy named Ulquiorra? Kaido almost growled. From his masculine roar, you can hear that his old injury has long since healed. This isn't very good. After all, before we came, the 3 parties agreed to act together. We acted alone, which would destroy the previously agreed joint plan, not to mention, moreover, it may cause the Black Crow pirates take advantage of it. Play Quinn said. Don't look at him as fat and nasty, but in reality, he is a Beast Pirates military commander. Quinn was right. 202, Chapter 202. Just when the 5 elders hadn't figured out who was the first to launch the offensive horn, a high-pitched horn sounded. Beast's pirates even issued an offensive horn, responding to the Ant pirates. Question mark. Asshole. What are you doing with Kaido? After regaining consciousness, 5 elders jumped into thunder. I said, it is always unreliable to cooperate with the pirates, especially with a murderous Ant and Kaido. Curly hair 5 elders closed the code in his hand and vomited. Come on, don't you work with the 2 of them? Who do you want to work with? And the redhead Shanks. The blonde 5 elders dissatisfied at the beginning. He strongly agreed to cooperate with the Ant Pirates and Beast Pirates. Redhead Shanks may not work with us against Ye Chen, but at least he is more reliable than Auntie and Kaido. The curly hair 5 elders is also getting angry. Okay, stop arguing between you 2. Bald 5 elders snapped. Since now, Auntie and Kaido have disregarded the agreement and launched the general offense first. We can't just sit idly by, launch the horn and respond to them. Broadsword 5 elders groaned. It can only be so. White-haired 5 elders started. Fujitora smiled. Green Bull, it's time for you to appear on the stage. Don't you think you are qualified to be the new Marine Admiral? Now the opportunity is here. Let us see the strength of the 2 of you. After the voice fell, in a corner of the conference room, 2 middle-aged men wearing marine capes swished to their feet. Don't worry, I won't let you down, the blind Fujitora said loudly. Is it finally possible to do it? I have been waiting for a long time. Chen, the strongest in the world. Oh, everyone in the world thinks so, but I don't think so. With long hair. Like the Green Bull of the Beatles in the 70s and 80s, he said arrogantly. The main fighting force on Five Elders' side is actually Fujitora and Green Bull. If Ye Chen learns about this, I'm afraid I will be surprised. The center of the horror bark. Ye Chen and Ace stood side by side. Both of them stood on the sidelines with cold eyes, watching the fierce battle that took place around them. Ulquiorra, Galio, Doflamingo, Luo, Perona, and the zombie army led by her form a line of defense. This line of defense is so strong that if thousands of people on the other side keep attacking, they just can't break through this line of defense. Moreover, under the fierce attack, the opposing team continued to fall. Either he was killed by the huge mountain-like Galio, or died under the black Ciro of Ulquiorra, and many people died tragically under the 5 color strings of Doflamingo. Doflamingo may not be as strong as the first two, but his methods of killing are extremely cruel and frightening. As for Luo and Perona, the two of them didn't kill many people, but their fruiting ability was very special, which could instantly make countless people lose their combat ability. Therefore, even if it is the two of them, they cannot be underestimated. The fierce battle cannot even be described as unprecedented. Almost all the combat power of the New World 2 large pirate regiments, plus the world government army and hundreds of pacifists, add up to 4,000 or 5,000 people. The fierce fighting between the two sides is even worse than the top war. However, what was even more outrageous was that only 5 people were dispatched on the other side of the battle. There are 2 others still standing by. But even so, the two sides still maintained an evenly matched situation. Even Ulquiorra and Galio have joined forces and have a slight upper hand. 203, Chapter 203. Sure enough, as soon as they appeared on the stage, the situation on both sides changed dramatically. Doflamingo, Luo, and Perona, who could barely hold on after they appeared, the situation has come a year. Doflamingo's birdcage was forcibly torn through a gap by a mysterious flame. Luo's operating field was directly exploded by a trident. Of course, the person whose body part had been changed did not recover and still had no combat effectiveness. As for Perona's ghost, the end was even worse, being directly squeezed into juice by pressure. Fortunately, the ghost is a spirit body that has already died once and will not die again. Even if they are squeezed into juice, they can recover as long as they are given a period of time. The 5 lines of defense were suddenly defeated by 3. Only 2 lines of defense, Ulquiorra and Galio, remain intact. But if the 20 or 30 people who came into the field finally attacked the 2 of them together, it is estimated that their 2 lines of defense will not last long. Although Ulquiorra and Galio can't be easily defeated, but if they are entangled by powerful people like Katakuri, Blaze Jin, Fujitora Smile, and Green Bull, they also have no time to take care of others. Not to mention blocking the thousands of pirates and peacemakers. The situation seems a bit bad. But even so, Ye Chen is still calm. As for Ace, Ye Chen is not in a hurry, and she is naturally not in a hurry. Finally, seeing the 3 of Doflamingo, Luo, and Perona, I couldn't hold on anymore. At tea this time, Ye Chen spoke again and said, "Ace, it's time for us to play." "Okay." Ace, who had been waiting for this opportunity, just nodded calmly after hearing this. Ace has noticed several powerful enemies with his slightly revealed skills after the 20 or 30 people appeared on the stage just now. Among them, there was the guy with a mask and goggles peeping, wearing black clothes, a pile of black wings behind his back, and the guy who was always surrounded by flames. And the man who uses the trident is also very powerful. There is also the beauty who is very beautiful, tall, and big, but has a tough shot and can blow everything she touches, including her soul, into juice, and she has good strength. As for the others, either did not do it or did it, but Ace did not take it seriously. Indeed, the 3 people targeted by Ace are Yin Jin, Charlotte Katakuri, and Charlotte Smoky. It can be regarded as the most powerful 3 of them. However, the most fierce clamor is not them, but another person. "Ye Chen, let my minister of biscuit, Charlotte Cracker, come to meet you." Charlotte Cracker, taking the lead, rushed to Ye Chen and Ace from a breakthrough line of defense, yelling. Relying on his fruit power, he can make hard biscuits and block all attacks, so he didn't put Ye Chen in his eyes. That's fine. After all, the last time his mother was beaten by Ye Chen, he was not there. Look at me, double roll pretzel. As soon as Charlotte Cracker came up, he attacked Ye Chen fiercely. Cracker don't. Charlotte Katakuri tried to stop her arrogant brother, but of course he didn't succeed. Ye Chen die. Charlotte Cracker yelled. Seeing Ye Chen indifferent, He even thought that Ye Chen was afraid of himself. "I'll deal with him." Upon seeing this, Ace said coldly. She remembered that this guy had shot Galio just now, although he didn't suffer, but he didn't take advantage. In other words, in Ace's impression, this guy is not enough to enter her eyes. However, the less powerful the person, the more arrogant. 204, Chapter 204. Dessert 3 stars, that's it? Die. With Ye Chen's scream, endless Ryatsu burst out from his right foot, kicking Charlotte Cracker. This Ryatsu is simply terrifying. Endless, and it contains terrifying heat. Charlotte Cracker's biscuits are really hard. Even if Luffy uses second gear, third gear, and armament Haki's violent pounding, they can't break it. In the end, relying on the attributes of the Big Stomach King, he ate all the biscuit soldiers made by Charlotte Cracker before defeating him. But Ye Chen, why bother to deal with Charlotte Cracker? In the face of absolute power, nothing is hard enough. Besides, it's just cookies. Boom. The power gushes out. 243. The world seems to have lost its color. The hard biscuits on Charlotte Cracker's body were suddenly shattered, and Charlotte Cracker's body was also bursting every inch. This unmatched power is simply not something he can bear. What? Accompanied by a screaming scream and Charlotte Cracker's distorted and frightened face, he disappeared into the air, as if he never existed again. Isn't it? Everyone took a breath. How powerful is it to make a person disappear out of thin air? That power even shredded every cell of Charlotte Cracker. Everyone was dumbfounded. Whether it is the people of Beasts Pirates or the army of the world government, they came with the Ant Pirates after all. Others may not know Charlotte Cracker, but how could they not? He is one of the 3 stars of dignified desserts. But it's the 3 stars of dignified desserts. You can't help Ye Chen kick it. When people think about it, they all feel scared. But having said that, Ye Chen can be said to be the weakest Gecko Moria in defeating 7 warlords of the sea, and he needs to use the 8 inner gates she shown. But to kill Charlotte Cracker, you only need to use the lotus flower. Could it be said that the strength of 7 warlords of the sea should surpass the dessert 3 stars? This is of course impossible. In fact, the strong one is Gecko Moria, but the shadow of Ace. If Gecko Moria hadn't taken the shadow of Ace in the end, Ye Chen would need to use Shishan to deal with him, and it would be enough for Ye Chen. After killing Charlotte Cracker, Ye Chen looked provocatively towards the beach. The 5 elders, Auntie, Kaido, and others on the boat on the seashore were naturally angry when they saw this. Especially the ant. It is even more furious. The others are okay. They are even more shocked by the strength of Ye Chen. It seems that their decision to join forces against Ye Chen was correct. Otherwise, there would be no chance of winning on either side of them alone. This Ye Chen has grown at an amazing speed. 205, Chapter 205. Had it not been for the knowledge of the original work, Ye Chen would have almost forgotten that Katakuri's best Conqueror's Haki is Armament Haki, even enough to predict the future. Armament Haki, to the point of predicting the future, is not an exaggeration to say that it is a high-level observation Haki. Katakuri did not respond to Ye Chen's words, but another cold voice rang out. Katakuri, you don't want to take all the credit. Ye Chen, look at the move. Flame sword. I don't know when the very mysterious Jin has already arrived in front of Ye Chen. He pulled out the saber around his waist, and the sharp knife was immediately covered by a mysterious flame. He slashed at Ye Chen with a sword, and suddenly, the sword gas formed a jet of flame and slashed at Ye Chen fiercely. Ah, you are here just right, let's go together. Ye Chen laughed loudly at this. The backhand is also cut out with a single knife. The terrifying Ryatsu suddenly surging out, and the sword aura also formed a jet of flame, facing the sword aura that Jean had cut at him. Boom. The collision of the 2 flames and sword air caused a big explosion. At this time, it was already dawn, and Jing-09 was the darkest hour before dawn, but the terrifying 3-masted sailboat was illuminated by the flames of this explosion, brighter than during the day. The raging heat even formed a hot tornado that swept the entire battlefield. This tornado, for the strong, is naturally unaffected, but for the trash cannon fodder, it is a disaster. Suddenly, countless fish cannon fodder were swept into the sky by the heat tornado. It's not that when you died in the terrifying heat, you fell alive when you fell to the ground. The 3 of Doflamingo, Luo, and Perona, who had been under increased pressure because of Katakuri and the others, immediately felt a lot easier. Asshole, did you use my attack? Jin saw through everything immediately. Ye Chen used his attack to create a hot tornado and relieve the pressure on his companions. This made Jin feel that he was being used by Ye Chen and was very dissatisfied. However, before Jin and Katakuri attacked Ye Chen again, there were two more voices, one after another. "Fight, I touched your body, Ye Chen." Charlotte Smokey's voice sounded behind Ye Chen, and one of her fingers had touched Ye Chen's shoulder. "Jean, my Quinn is here to help you." Brachiosaurus bomb. At the same time, on top of Ye Chen's head, Quinn, who was like a hill, also smashed down from the air. These two are considered members of the Ant Pirates and Beast Pirates, except for Katakuri and Jin, the strongest existence. Naturally, their attacks cannot be underestimated. Especially Charlotte Smokey's ability to squeeze fruit is known for its horror. She can squeeze everything she touches into juice. Even a ghost. Don't look at Charlotte Smokey as just a finger resting on Ye Chen's shoulder. However, due to the huge difference in body size, a finger of Smokey is equivalent to a head of Ye Chen. At the same time, with Smokey's effort, Ye Chen also felt a terrifying pressure, squeezing him from all directions, making him inevitable and inevitable. Be squeezed into delicious juice. 206, Chapter 206. What? This power is so powerful. The punch hasn't come yet, but a strong sense of oppression has already come oncoming, making Quinn's face pale instantly. He felt that there was a high probability that he couldn't catch this punch. Bang. As predicted. After a huge explosion, Quinn's huge body, which felt like a meteor cannonball, rebounded to the sky. When he fell, he was so fast, but he bounced back to the sky faster. Ye Chen punched Quinn, who was as fat as a meat mountain, and flew into the air. Quinn's chest was sunken, his eyes rolled white, and it seemed that just a punch almost killed him. What? When people saw this scene, they were all shocked. After getting rid of Charlotte Snickers, one of the 3 dessert stars, did Ye Chen get rid of Quinn, one of the 3 plagues, with another punch? This is really terrible. Especially Ye Chen's current state, surrounded by dark red aura, makes people feel that he is a god. Don't go up one by one, let's go together. After Ye Chen turned on the night god state, his personality became even more mad. In the face of powerful people like Katakuri and Jin, he didn't pay much attention to it, and even opened his mouth to let everyone go together. Since Ye Chen himself made this request, Katakuri and others naturally have nothing to say. Originally, they thought it was a bit despicable to join forces to deal with Ye Chen with their identity, status, and strength. But now it seems that this is not the case at all. On the contrary, it is obvious that so many of them surround Ye Chen, but it always gives people an illusion, as if Ye Chen surrounded all of them alone. Ancient pterosaur for mysterious flame. Wu Shuang rice cake blade bomb. Marine 6 styles ultimate profound, meaning the largest round of 6 kings spear. One hit must be cut. Almost all the more than 24 powerhouses performed their most powerful moves and launched an attack on Ye Chen. This battle, even if the 4 emperors see it, I am afraid they will be embarrassed. Yes, the Ant and Kaido who watched the battle were also thinking about whether they could withstand a siege of more than 24 powerful men, including Katakuri. They are not ordinary powerhouses. The weakest has the strength of the alternate admiral, and the strongest is already half the emperor of the sea. With so many powerful people working together, even if they were the dignified sea emperor, they might not be able to withstand it. However, Ye Chen at this time is different. His original strength was already above the sea emperor, and now he is incarnate in the form of Ye God. His strength is beyond imagination. It's just right. Ye Chen was also very excited when he saw this. Surroundings. Everything is ashes. Ryujin Jakka. Fire refusal. Ye Chen slashed out and resolved most of the attacks in an instant. Immediately afterwards, he shot again. The speed is dizzying. Ye Chen at this time turned into a dark red figure, shuttled among the more than 20 strong men. Jingle bells. 207, Chapter 207. This is the Admiral Terminator. I ask this Ye Chen the strongest in the world? Too strong. Even if they work hard for 10 or 20 years, I'm afraid they will not be able to catch up. It doesn't matter if it is Katakuri and Jin, the others are also deeply desperate. They can't even get close Ye Chen. The aura erupting from Ye Chen is enough to knock them back. They are all strong, their strength is not under the alternate admiral, but now they can't even get close to each other. This kind of despair can be imagined. At this moment, they finally realized that perhaps joining forces to deal with Ye Chen this time was actually a wrong decision. And the Ant and Kaido, who were still on the boat, were shocked when they watched this scene. Watching Ye Chen playing katakuri and Jin, they knew that if they didn't do it themselves, even if they had all their combat power, it would be impossible to win Ye Chen. On the contrary, even though 5 elders were shocked, they were okay, not as shocked as the Ant and Kaido. After all, they know that Fujitora and Green Bull have not made any moves yet. Yes, Fujitora and Green Bull really haven't shot Ye Chen yet. Their thinking is different from others. Everyone else is thinking about taking the head of Ye Chen ahead of others. But they know that with this group of rabbits, cough at least in their eyes, except for Katakuri and Jin, everyone else is rabbits. It is absolutely impossible to win Ye Chen's head. The two of them pay more attention to their performance, and they want to show their strength through this battle. Yes, they plan to become Marine, but they are not rushing to become Major General and Lieutenant General Marine. They should be Marine Admiral. Therefore, they did not follow the crowd to launch an attack on Ye Chen at the beginning, but instead launched an attack on Ulquiorra and Galio, who were still in advantage. Get me down. Gravity Knife Big Tiger. Fujitora smiled and confronted Ulquiorra. Although his eyes were blind, he was proficient in armament Haki, so he could see Ulquiorra waving its wings and flying high in the air. Therefore, Fujitora didn't have any hesitation and directly displayed his fruitful ability, intending to use gravity to force Ulquiorra down. Ulquiorra was condescending against the pacifists and countless pirates. Suddenly, he felt a great pressure on him. It was like a black hole, just pulling him to the ground. This pressure is terrifying. It's a lot of pressure, but if you want to force me down, you are not qualified. Ulquiorra spoke arrogantly and then shook the devil's wings behind him violently. Instead of being pulled down by gravity, it rose a little. Are you the blind guy doing the trick? Take it to death. Taking advantage of the high visibility, Ulquiorra also found a person who attacked him, Fujitora, who smiled, and then he slashed at Fujitora with a moonlight sword in his hand. It's not over yet. Fujitora smiled and didn't expect that his gravity could not push Ulquiorra down, but he has always been cautious in doing things. In fact, this knife still has a backhand. Gravity Knife Meteorite. As Fujitora's thick voice sounded with a smile, the ground and countless crushed rocks around him rose into the sky because of Ye Chen's previous performance of the Evening Elephant. When the gravel rose to a certain height, much higher than Ulquiorra's height, Fujitora smiled and slammed the long knife in his hand. Suddenly, the gravel fell from the air at a very fast speed under the action of gravity. The speed was so fast that even rubble rubbed against the air, igniting a raging fire. 208, Chapter 208. With a roar of Green Bull, the green light lingering on his arm became more and more dazzling. With a sudden burst of force, a powerful force surged out, and he actually threw out Galio, who was as huge as a city and covered the sky. This is impossible. After Galio was knocked into the air, he was also shocked. Fortunately, he has rough skin and magic protection, so even if the power of this punch is so powerful, it did not cause any harm to Galio. After pushing back Galio with a punch, the Green Bull didn't stop, but turned into a green light, winning chasing. In this way, Ulquiorra and Galio were entangled by Fujitora and Green Bull at the same time. The countless pirates and pacifists that they originally wanted to resist can't be taken care of temporarily. In other words, their two lines of defense are also in precarious conditions. The situation is getting more and more critical. On a ship above the sea, 5 elders looked at what happened in front of them. Although Fujitora smiled and Green Bull did not harm Ulquiorra and Galio. However, the two dragged Ulquiorra and Galio and gave the others a chance to attack, which can be regarded as reversing the stalemate. Of course, the performance of the two of them, 5 elders sees Yen Lai. They still recognize the strength of the two of them. It seems that they did not brag with their strength. They are indeed more qualified to serve as the Marine Admiral than the two Marine alternates, T-Dolphin and Tautu. 5 elders muttered. Originally, their 5 elders had always planned that after Akainu was killed in battle and Akiji became Marine Marshal, the 2 vacant Marine Admiral positions would be filled by Admirals alternate T-Dolphin and Peach Rabbit. They have always been very optimistic about both of them. But now the appearance of Fujitora and Green Bull changed their minds. Although the alternate Admiral is designated by them, it is used to replace Marine Admiral. According to the qualifications, The more famous and influential Tea Dolphin and Peach Rabbit, who have been in Marine for many years, should indeed become Marine Admiral. However, they now need more powerful people. Only those who are strong enough to become Marine Admiral will have more capital to fight against pirates like Ye Chen who have been born. In other words, in order to have more capital to fight against pirates like Ye Chen, they will promote powerful people like Fujitora and Green Bull to become Marine Admiral. The other side, Ye Chen, who was playing around with Katakuri, Jin and others, was also attracted by the sound of violent fighting not far away. After landing on the terrorist three-masted sailing ship, Fujitora and Green Bull acted alone and did not follow the large forces, so Ye Chen really did not notice them at the beginning. At this moment, after noticing the two of them, he also showed a hint of surprise. Fujitora smiled and Green Bull. Unexpectedly, the two of them also appeared here. Ye Chen was immediately attracted by the two of them. You know, in Ye Chen's impression, these two guys, since they can rely on their strength in a world conscription, they were exceptionally promoted to Marine Admiral by the world government and Marine headquarters. This is enough to show that the two definitely have the strength of Admiral. Their strength is said to be higher than that of Katakuri and Yin Calamity Jin. There is nothing wrong with that. Otherwise, the world government and Marine headquarters are not fools. They put the Admiral candidates who have worked so hard for many years and hired two unknown guys to become Marine Admiral. Are their heads showy? Of course not. Ace, you come to deal with them. I will meet two more interesting guys for a while. 209, Chapter 209. Yup. Fujitora admitted decisively. It is precisely because of the emergence of Ye Chen that the whole world has undergone tremendous changes. Even the Whitebeard pirate group, once known as the most powerful pirate group, has now become a member of the Black Crow pirate group and its affiliated pirate group. In this way, how can the two of them continue to hide in the world? Naturally, I can't suppress my inner curiosity. I want to meet the legend of Ye Chen for a while. However, their original idea was to become Marine Admiral first, and then challenge Ye Chen in the name of Marine Admiral. But it's okay now, let alone defeating Ye Chen. If they can defeat Ye Chen, then the matter of them becoming Marine Admiral will be determined. After all, at the time of the war, Kaido fought hard for the so-called justice in his heart, burned his cells, exhausted his life, and died in a glorious battle, and failed to win Ye Chen. Fujitora smiled. Green Bull Roranoa Mashia? Ye Chen responded to both of them. Do you know your name for the two of us? Fujitora and Green Bull were also taken aback when they heard this. They have been in hiding for so many years, few people know their names, and the only person on the scene who knows their names is five elders. They never expected that Ye Chen would know their names. How did you know our name? Green Bull said with a solemn expression. It's very simple. There is no impermeable wall in the world. Facing the question, Ye Chen responded indifferently. A network of spies and powerful intelligence agencies. That's how it is. After hearing this, Fujitora glanced in Doflamingo's direction. Although he can't see with his eyes, his heart can see more clearly than anyone else. He knows very well that Doflamingo is a restless guy who likes to engage in espionage and collect intelligence. According to rumors, he has installed all the spies in the Marine headquarters and the world government. If they knew their names in advance through spies and a powerful network of intelligence agencies, that would make sense. Humph. Green Bull snorted coldly, but obviously, he also agreed with Fujitora's statement. Ye Chen naturally didn't say anything. If they think so, let's think so. At the same time, thanks to Fujitora's words, Ye Chen realized the importance of spy and intelligence agency networks. Maybe he should vigorously develop a network of intelligence agencies so that when he fights with the world government in the future, he can seize the opportunity. Moreover, after the establishment of the intelligence agency organization, there is another advantage. That is, some difficult to explain things, such as how he knew the names of Fujitora and Green Bull, can be prevaricated by the term intelligence agency. As far as I know, the two of you have lived in seclusion for many years, and your strength is not below the original Marine Admiral. Ye Chen spoke again. Of course, Green Bull said arrogantly. So, are you interested in competing with us? Fujitora opened his mouth. Of course, Ye Chen responded. Come on, the old man has long been looking forward to a fight with you. Green Bull, please stand back and wait for the old man to meet him for a while. Fujitora is obviously very confident of his own strength. That won't work. Why didn't you step back and let me meet him for a while? Of course, Green Bull was not happy. He also wants to personally challenge some of the so-called powerhouses of the world. No. Ye Chen shook his head. You two together. 210, Chapter 210. There is no fancy movement at all with this foot. Yes, it's just a touch of greenery. But that pure power shattered everything in the range covered by the greenery. Rocks, forests, buildings under this foot no longer exist, all turned into powder. However, when everything was destroyed, another touch of green took root on the earth. This is the power of vitality. It can be destroyed or reborn. Just like the seed that fell into the cracks in the rock, the burst of power is enough to push the boulder away. The green bull hasn't kicked it yet, but Ye Chen has already felt the power of this vitality. What fruit ability is this? Is it the fruit ability of plants? Based on the memory of the previous life, Ye Chen naturally easily guessed that the ability of green bull should be the ability of some kind of plant fruit. Yes, for what kind of plant it is not known. Moreover, it is obvious that this vital force can not only burst out a terrifying force of destruction, destroy all things in an instant, but also burst out a powerful vitality and restore all things in an instant. In a single thought, everything is born. With one thought of 09, do all things come into being? Interesting. Ye Chen thought as if he was muttering to himself, and only then did he raise an arm to resist the green bull's foot. Snap! There was a muffled sound. Ye Chen stood on the ground, not moving at all, except that the ground under his feet had been shattered every inch. This is enough to see how powerful this foot is. The green bull was deadlocked in the air. He was so shocked in his heart that he couldn't think that his ruinous foot was so imperious that Ye Chen could not move. On the contrary, it was his right foot, as if it had kicked the red iron body. It was burning and numb. It can be said that instead of taking the slightest advantage, this green bull has suffered a big loss in secret. However, who is green bull? His arrogance does not allow him to admit that he has suffered, so he still speaks calmly. Unexpectedly, you can see my fruitful ability at a glance, as expected of Ye Chen. I have a bit of insight. When everyone heard Green Bull say this, no one naturally thought that he had suffered a loss just now. You are not bad. Ye Chen also praised him. After the two exchanged business talks, Green Bull separated first, and then motioned to Fujitora in front of him with his eyes. Fujitora knows, the two together, one after the other, attacked Ye Chen at the same time. Because of the fight just now, the two of them have realized that even in a wheel fight with their strength, they can't win Ye Chen. Ye Chen's strength is beyond their imagination. The only possible way to win Ye Chen is for the two to join hands to deal with him regardless of previous quarrels. Next, everyone present was fortunate enough to see this fierce battle that shocked the world. The speed of the three people was extremely fast, and after the collision, they separated quickly. The fighting was fierce and dizzying. In people's eyes, the three of them have almost turned into 3 rays of light. One green, one purple, one dark. The 3 rays of light kept colliding and separating. 211, Chapter 211. But because they had to fully guard against this dangerous scorching aura, they were exhausted physically and mentally in this battle. However, no matter how fierce they attack Ye Chen, they still can't help him. This made Fujitora and Green Bull clearly realize that Ye Chen is far more powerful than them, but a lot more powerful. They understood that at the beginning, the head of the dignified Marine Admiral, Akainu, died in the hands of Ye Chen, just because Ye Chen is so powerful. And they are now following in Akainu's footsteps. Old guy, it won't work anymore. Unless we continue, both of us will be defeated by him and then killed. Green Bull realized the deep danger and couldn't help but said to Fujitora. In the fierce fighting just now, he was kicked in the chest. This kick easily broke his vital defense and caused him to be seriously injured. Although for the sake of demeanor, he insisted that no blood spurted out, but at least 7 or 8 of his ribs were broken. Now in the body, the blood is rolling endlessly. Of course, the old man knows. I don't need to remind you. Fujitora replied to the Green Bull in an annoyed manner. Green Bull suffered a big loss in the fierce battle just now, and he was the same. I saw Fujitora at this time. The right hand holding the knife was shaking slightly, and the proud staff knife in his hand. People will be horrified to find that there were countless small cracks on the blade. Obviously, Fujitora and Ye Chen fought a knife just now, but apparently they have never fought. Let alone Ye Chen's strength, it far surpasses Fujitora. Even the knives in the hands of both sides are not of the same level. Ryujin Jakka is invincible. The stick knife in Green Bull's hand was not directly smashed, thanks to his blessing of the stick knife with Conqueror's Haki. Use that trick, Green Bull suggested. There is no way. I didn't plan to use the joint skills so early. I also wanted to be the last trump card between the two of us. But no way. He is too strong. Fujitora sighed. Of course, the meaning of what he said is obvious. That is, he agreed with Green Bull's words. Ye Chen, take the two of us and join forces. Fujitora suddenly yelled to Ye Chen. Oh, do you two have joint skills? Ye Chen was surprised at this. This is not to blame him, after all. In the original book, Fujitora and Green Bull are both companions and rivals. The relationship between the two of them is like the relationship between Akainu and Aokiji. Although there is friendship, they sometimes cherish each other, but more often, it is because each other can't understand each other's style, and it is inevitable to make complaints when meeting each other. But now Ye Chen found that the friendship between Fujitora and Green Bull was obviously far beyond his imagination, and even they were old friends a long time ago. Otherwise, how can they have time to cultivate what joint skills? Nonsense. Take it, Ye Chen. Green Bull is not as good-tempered as Fujitora. After a few yells, the fruit's ability bursts to the fullest. A touch of greenery shoots out of him, soaring into the sky and soaring into the sky. At the same time, seeing that the Green Bull had already moved, Fujitora was naturally not idle. Drink! Fujitora yelled. In the same way, the fruitful ability exploded to the fullest. 212, Chapter 212. Ha, Fujitora, Green Bull, I did not misunderstand you. Ye Chen was so excited that he even laughed. This kind of crazy laughter shocked everyone on the scene. Do you still have time to laugh if you don't think about how to deal with it at this time? How crazy is he? Of course, Ye Chen is so excited for a reason. Because he finally had the opportunity to perform the moves he had always wanted to perform. Even in the battle against Akainu, there was no such move. However, you have teamwork skills, and I also have a trick. I don't know whether the vines you created together can withstand it, Ye Chen said, inserting Ryujin Jakka back into the scabbard. Then, put on a weird posture of drawing a knife. For a while, the boundless Ryatsu surged out of Ye Chen's body. What is this? Fujitora and Green Bull yelled in unison. They can feel that Ye Chen's next move is absolutely enough to shock the world. This knife is called Ranwa Taido Dong Sunblade. Following Ye Chen's stern shout, he pulled out the Ryujin Jakka from his waist and slashed it towards the vines that fell from the sky. At this time, countless huge vines have rushed to the ground, and that posture is simply scary. Seeing Ye Chen was about to be crushed and smashed by the vines that soared to the sky, and a flame of fire burst into the sky. No, it's not firelight, it's sword energy. Boundless sword spirit. Boom! The sword chi fiercely bombarded the vines falling from the sky, and an unforgettable scene of this life appeared. The sword energy that condensed the flame heat of Ryujin Jakka bombarded the vine, and suddenly, a huge vine covered with a layer of black armament Haki. Suddenly, it was cut apart, and the terrifying heat penetrated into it. The terrifying high temperature erupted, and the vines were burned to ashes, flying in the sky. Ye Chen, after cutting out with a knife, inserted Ryujin Jakka back into the scabbard. He stands in the sky of fire, vines, and ashes like a god. Those very huge vines, obviously only 1 foot or even half a foot away, could touch Ye Chen, but they couldn't. Before touching Ye Chen, they all turned into ashes. Everyone was shocked, including Ulquiorra, Galio, 5 elders, Ant and Kaido, even Ace. Although Ace shares strength with Ye Chen, she does not have the knife Ryujin Jakka, so she naturally does not understand the power of Sanwa Taidao. Yes, that's right, this is how powerful Conqueror is. Invincible and powerful. It is worth mentioning that Ye Chen still performed Sanhua Taisho without Bankai and Ryujin Jakka. Compared with the Bankai version of Sanhua Taidao, the strength can be said to be greatly reduced. It is estimated that it can be 1%. No way, who made Ryujin Jakka Bankai too powerful? Ye Chen didn't dare to risk Bankai. Therefore, he could only take a different approach and created a weakened version of the canon Taido that can be displayed in the Zanpakuto Shirkai situation. But even if it is a weakened version, Ye Chen is very satisfied with the effect. The combination of Fujitora and Green Bull was easily dismantled with a single blow. This is impossible. 213, Chapter 213. In any case, they will keep Fujitora and Green Bull. The two of them are the best candidates for the new Marine Admiral. Therefore, they got up one after another, sprinted, and came to the scene from the warship. The speed is unimaginable. Fast speed. Ye Chen couldn't help but exclaimed in secret. The horror three-masted sailboat is so big, the distance from the sea to the center is not short. Even if it is Katakuri and the Blaze Jin, it will take some time. But 5 elders rushed to the scene almost instantly. This shows one thing even more. That is, the strength of 5 elders is really hidden. Of course, having said that, with Ye Chen's speed, it can be done easily. So even if 5 elders suddenly appear behind him, Ye Chen was so calm as the old one. It turned out to be 5 elders that I said, "Are you 5 old guys finally willing to show up?" I still remember that when you were at the top of the war, you 5 old guys didn't even dare to show up when they saw me. On the one hand, I was so frightened and ran away, so I thought you were not brave enough. Why, this time you are brave. Or is it because you have joined forces this time, so you have no fear? If it is the latter, then you are probably old and confused. Ye Chen's words were full of ridicule. 5 elders heard the words, and their complexions turned out to be very ugly. Especially the blonde 5 elders, his face flushed. If it hadn't been for 5 elders with white beard and hair to stop him, he would probably rush towards Ye Chen desperately. Huh, Ye Chen, do you really think that we 5 elders are afraid of you? Ridiculous. The reason why we didn't rush to fight you at the top of the war is that we didn't think we were fully prepared. Broadsword 5 elders snorted coldly. Oh, so now be prepared. Indeed, it should be well prepared, and it's also very sufficient. It's a big deal to unite Beast Pirates and the Ant Pirates. Hey, I really don't know if the 2 guys, Auntie and Kaido, are stupid or purely mindless, and even conspired with a tiger. Don't they know that even if you join forces with the 3 parties, you can really wipe out me? Then wipe out after taking me, who will be their next goal? Of course, the answer is them. What's more, Ye Chen dare to assert right now that even if the 3 of you join forces, you will definitely not be able to beat me. These words are what I said, and I will put them here. Ye Chen said so heartily. People on the battlefield were all dumbfounded after hearing Ye Chen's words. Good guy, this is something that offends 5 elders, the ant and the beasts. Moreover, it's offended to death. Really? Are we stupid or brainless? I don't know this. I only know, Ye Chen, you're going to die here today. At this moment, the ant's voice sounded like a thunder, which also sounded behind 5 elders. When she got angry, thunderclouds rolled across the sky, and thunder and lightning continued. Obviously, this is Thundercloud Zeus at work. Of course, there are Kaidos who are irritated by Ye Chen's remarks. Ye Chen, Lousy allows you to be arrogant for a while. Wait a minute, Lousy will let you know how to write the word dead. Kaido's eyes flushed red, and he lowered his voice. Anyone who is a member of Beast's Pirates knows that the calmer Kaido looks now, the more angry it is actually. 214, Chapter 214. Many pirates and army forces are so terrifying because of the ant's anger. They feel that Ye Chen, the 5th Sea Emperor who was born, is afraid that it is not going to fall here. However, what they didn't know was that the 5 elders had a headache because the ant arbitrarily launched Thundercloud Zeus and Sun Prometheus to attack Ye Chen. The ant has already launched an attack recklessly. What else can they do? Naturally, they can only bite the bullet and go together. As for the previously agreed, fighting with wheels and exhausting Ye Chen's physical strength in turns, everyone's battle plans, such as rushing to the top, were all invalidated. No way, it's not good for them to find someone to join forces. They have to look for a pirate who is notorious as an ant, who never speaks any principles and never obeys any rules. Now that she has chosen to join forces with her, she must be prepared for her mischief, which will lead to a miscarriage of the previously formulated battle plan 247. But they can't help it if they don't find Ant and Kaido. Who else can they find? Redhead Shanks, or Rayleigh, who has lived in seclusion for many years. Although the red-haired Shanks and the world government have a cooperation, Rayleigh also has a handle in their hands, but they know very well that it is absolutely impossible for them to take action against Ye Chen. As for Marine, after the last top war, his vitality was greatly injured. A Kainu member was lost. Admiral didn't say anything, but the former Marshal Sengoku resigned as a result and quit. In order to allow Marine headquarters to recuperate and rejuvenate, it is impossible for them to let Marine participate in this matter again. Therefore, as a last resort, the only candidates they can choose for cooperation are the Ant and Kaido. Let's go together. Broadsword 5 elders opened the mouth. Just to my liking. Lousy has been waiting for this moment for a long time. The blonde 5 elders and Kaido said one after another. Ye Chen die. Thunder 8 trigrams. With an order from 5 elders, almost everyone attacked Ye Chen. including Fujitora and Green Bull. Although they are not despicable people, since Ye Chen didn't plan to let them go before, they naturally couldn't let Ye Chen go. As for who has more people and less people, it is not within their consideration. They also want to take this opportunity to show it to 5 elders. Ha, come together, very good. Ye Chen laughed when he saw this. Great spirit to look at the world. When people saw it, Ye Chen's courage was deeply admired. If you change to them and face the siege of the ant, Kaido, 5 elders, Fujitora, Green Bull, and many other powerful people, I am afraid that you will be scared to be afraid long ago. Let's try it with you. There are few types of power left by Sanhua Taido, Ye Chen said, putting his right hand on the handle of the knife, once again in a weird posture of drawing the knife. Boom. Ryatsu skyrocketed. Because of the thunderclouds condensed in the air brought by the ant's anger, when the rainbow-like Ryatsu was rushed, the clouds dispersed into the sky. At the same time, a raging flame rose into the sky. Ye Chen was bathed in the raging flames, and the flames turned into his clothes, drifting in the wind. Such and such Haki. Wow, isn't it? Galio yelled and couldn't help but stop the killing. Those poor pirate elites and pacifists have just escaped. The same goes for Ulquiorra and Ace. Even Katakuli, Yens and Jin and others have temporarily stopped their hands. As for the other pirates and miscellaneous fish, they were even more stunned by the scene before them. Everyone stopped all the movements in unison and looked up at the shocking scene of the world. Vortex, vortex. The flames are bursting, like 10,000 horses hunting. 215. Chapter 215. Although there were no wounds on her body, from her sunken chest and the blood spurting out wildly, one could know that she had a hard time. Even the first realized that something was wrong, so the other 4 or 5 elders who chose to join forces to resist this sword aura were also repelled by this sword aura. Fujitora and Green Bull teamed up, and they were also knocked into the air by the sword. They flipped several times in the air before they stabilized. What a brutal sword spirit! With just a single blow, did 5 elders, Auntie, Kaido, Fujitora, and Green Bull all lose out? Just now, I was not ashamed to say that Ye Chen was afraid that the people who were not going to fall here were all dumbfounded. What is this? Slap on the face? Even Ye Chen felt that things were a bit too simple. What's the matter? Are they too weak, or is it too strong? Ye Chen is a little skeptical. Hasn't used Ryujin Jakka Bankai's form to cast the cannibal sword. You can't resist it? This is too disappointing. However, things can of course not be so simple. Understood. As long as he doesn't directly touch his so-called dying sun prison shirt with his body, his move is not a big threat to us. As for the 09 sword chi, we can resist it together. The blonde 5 elders, who was still screaming just now, suddenly said something arrogantly. Ye Chen heard the words and looked at him, only to realize that this guy's right arm, which was burned to ashes by the sun's prison clothes, had condensed again. Yes, it is condensed. Countless silver-white liquid came out from the scorched wound of his arm, a bit like liquid metal. These liquid metals quickly built his arms, bones, meridians, blood, muscles, and skin. Soon, his arms recovered as before. If it weren't for his expensive sleeves and the traces of being burned, people would probably think that his arm was burned to ashes just now. It was just an illusion. However, all of this is true. How is it possible that, even if it is Logia demon fruit power, the body is burned to ashes by the sun's prison clothes, and it is impossible to recover again? Ye Chen was very surprised by this. Seeing Ye Chen, who has always been calm and composed, his face was surprised for the first time, and the blonde 5 elders was even more proud. What are you surprised about, kid Ye Chen? What did you say just now? That's 5 elders. What's wrong? Now I know I am surprised. The blonde 5 elders sneered. I knew it couldn't be that simple. It seems that I really underestimated you. Ye Chen has to admit that what he just thought was a bit too simple. 5 elders really are 5 old foxes that are hidden. But what if you let you see through this trick? Can you beat me? Ye Chen is still so arrogant. Since you know that your dying sun prison clothes will be fine as long as they don't come into direct contact, then it's not difficult to deal with you. Big Knife 5 elders spoke, and for the first time he drew the knife that was longer than his body. Supreme sharp knife. One sword flow, the fish in the mirror. Big Knife 5 elders murmured with the supreme sharp knife across his chest. Then he suddenly rushed to Ye Chen very quickly, slashing his head. No, Even the flames and thunder and lightning can be turned into ashes from the sunken sun jacket on his body. The ant, who had suffered a great loss, yelled first. She knew how powerful the lightning and flames produced by thundercloud Zeus and sun Prometheus were. She knew that they could be turned into ashes by the sun's vestments, and other things could be imagined. 216, Chapter 216. The blonde Five Elders has a grumpy temper and a bad personality, but it has to be said that his strength or ability is indeed very strong and should not be underestimated. He was also the only one among so many people present who was not afraid of the sunken sun shirt on Ye Chen. Ding. Jingle bells. Bang. Boom. It was another fierce fight. Even if Ye Chen is one opponent to 9, he still doesn't panic. Although the offense of 5 elders and others was fierce, Ye Chen was not covered. He just held a Ryujin Jakka in his hand and resisted everyone's fierce attack. However, the more he fought, the more Ye Chen felt that something was wrong. And Kaido, Fujitora, and Green Bull are enough. Although they all have the top strength of the pirate world, the strength of the Sea Emperor, Ye Chen's strength has far surpassed the Sea Emperor, not to mention that he is still in the state of night gods, so it is a piece of cake to deal with the 4 of them. However, the 5 old men of 5 elders are different. Why Ye Chen has a tricky and difficult feeling when playing against them. The blonde 5 elders is nothing more. He seems to have the ability of liquid metal fruit, which can transform any part of the body into liquid metal, and can also transform any part of the body into any shape. Even the dying sun's prison clothes couldn't hurt him. As for other 5 elders, such as the broadsword 5 elders, their kendo skills are no worse than the world's strongest swordsman, Hawkeye Dracul Mihawk. There is also the curly hair 5 elders, which can release laser shock from the book, and its power is also very important. In contrast, the impact of the Buddha in the form of the Sengoku Great Buddha is nothing more than that. 5 elders, a brawny bald man, has no less physical strength than Kaido, the strongest creature in the world. All in all, each of these 5 old men is so hidden. Perhaps, if they hadn't kept hiding their strength, then in this world, many of the world's strongest might have changed hands. How is it possible? Is 5 elders so powerful? Ye Chen was shocked. Although he had long guessed that the 5 old guys, 5 elders, are absolutely hidden, but she still thinks that their strength is at the same level as a Sea Emperor like Ant and Kaido. Unexpectedly, they are even stronger than the Ant and Kaido. In other words, their strength is the same as Ye Chen, and they must surpass the Emperor of the Sea. Of course, compared with Ye Chen is naturally stronger. However, this makes Ye Chen feel a sense of crisis. 5 elders are so powerful, so how strong will the man-woman? Behind them, Yim, who is known as the master of the Void Throne. Perhaps, Yim's strength has far surpassed the highest combat strength in this world. Otherwise, how could he stand up to the complaints of the people and dominate the whole world for 800 years? Not because he is at the pinnacle of the food chain. It seems that it is necessary to solve 5 elders here. The strength of 5 elders is beyond Ye Chen's imagination, so Ye Chen naturally doesn't want to keep them. They are a disaster sooner or later, and the sooner they are solved, the better. Just so, you tried Sanhua Taido's 3rd style of the Fire 10 Trillion Burial Raid. Ye Chen said he was planning to perform the 3rd style of Campfire Taido. However, at this moment, Ye Chen's heart suddenly agitated, and he felt a wave of fatigue hitting him. Whether it is strength, physical strength, or spirit, all have dropped by a notch. It's not so coincidental. Is it time for the night god state? 217, Chapter 217. Go to hell. For some reason, Ye Chen didn't feel bad about the other 5 elders, but he didn't like this perverse blonde 5 elders. Therefore, he naturally did not show mercy and blessed the high-level armament Haki's kick, kicking it towards the head of the blonde 5 elders at a light speed. Fast speed. The blonde 5 elders wanted to hide, but found themselves unable to hide. This kick is even faster than Kizara's light kick. Have you been kicked by the light? If Ye Chen hit 2 points, he would definitely learn Kizara's tone and say this sentence. Of course, Ye Chen did not do this. Bang. The head of the blonde 5 elders was directly kicked and exploded by Ye Chen. Wow. Everyone at the scene was in an uproar. The kick was too strong, and they felt their heads were a little cold, and they couldn't help touching their heads. However, the unthinkable happened. The voice of the blonde 5 elders, who was supposed to be dead, whose head was kicked, rang again. Jia, this is it? After hearing the words, everyone came to their senses, and was horrified to find that the sloppy head of the blonde five elders kicked was actually recovering. The liquid metal was flowing, reshaping his head. What is this possible? Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Ye Chen's kick just now, but he used the advanced armament Haki. It stands to reason that even if it is a Logia demon fruit power like Crocodile, the head is covered with a kick of the high-end armament Haki, it is dead and can't die again. Because Conqueror's Haki is the nemesis of Logia demon fruit power. However, unexpectedly, the blonde five elders seems to be detached from this category. His liquid metal, after being kicked to his head, could still condense again. Moreover, the liquid metal swept toward Ye Chen's right foot restlessly. It seemed that he was going to wrap Ye Chen. Ye Chen naturally wouldn't let it succeed. With kick on the ground with his left foot, he quickly withdrew back, letting the liquid metal pounce. What's going on? This blonde five elders is a little weird. Ye Chen originally thought that the blonde five elders should be Logia demon fruit power. Therefore, even if a certain part of the body is burned to ashes by the sun's prison clothes, he can use his power to recover instantly. But now it seems that it is not that simple. One sword stream, flower butterfly dance. Unfortunately, no one will give Ye Chen extra time to think. Long knife five elders, brandishing a long knife, attacked Ye Chen again. This time he changed from sweeping to vertical chopping. With a slash, an illusory scene appeared behind him. Among the flowers, countless butterflies danced lightly. Of course, Ye Chen will not be confused by this disturbing scene. After this beautiful scene, there is a horrible sword spirit hidden behind. Shoo! The sword energy has not fallen. The earth has been raged by the sword energy Maramadara. The sword chi fell on Ye Chen's prison jacket, extinguishing the flames of the jacket and left scratches on the jacket. Although it failed to destroy the cannibal son's prison clothes, as long as another knife was taken, the cannibal son's prison cloak could not be resisted. Moreover, the attack on Ye Chen, of course, was not only the big sword, five elders, but others followed closely and launched a fierce attack on Ye Chen. Heat. Kaido is even more in the form of a dragon, hovering in his mouth with a big mouth, spraying heat towards Ye Chen. 218, Chapter 218. Who can guarantee whether this room that has emerged out of thin air is full of killing agencies waiting for them? But when they thought of Ye Chen's words before entering the spiritual time house, they couldn't get angry. It's unreasonable. Who do you look down on? Kaido roared and turned into a dragon. He couldn't control the impulse in his heart. He planned to rush into the spiritual time room and ask Ye Chen to settle the account. However, as soon as he arrived at the door, he was stopped by the big sword five old man Shing. Wait. This matter, I think it needs a long-term plan. It's too reckless to rush in directly. Broadsword five elders opened the mouth. There is still time to make a long-term plan. If this room is actually an escape route, isn't it possible to just watch Ye Chen escape? Kaido was very dissatisfied. Impossible, unless Ye Chen wants to abandon all his companions and run away alone. Five elders objected. Chi is right that why Ye Chen is arrogant. He is definitely not the kind of person who will abandon his companions and run away alone. Besides, if he does escape, then we will attack his companions. Curly Hair five elders said, focusing on Ulquiorra and the others. Because the names of five elders are not found on the internet, they are all written with unknown real names. So here I will use their voice actors' names to address them. There will be changes in the follow-up, and then make changes. After hearing this, everyone felt that it was the same. Can the monk still run the temple if it can run? If Ye Chen runs away, they will jointly attack Ulquiorra and others, and take Ulquiorra and others down. Then, launched an attack on the headquarters of the Black Duck Pirates. They don't believe it. How long can Ye Chen hide? Then we are now. Really let go of Ye Chen? Vance said. Their tripartite cooperation is not an easy task, and I missed the best opportunity to deal with Ye Chen. In the future, the chance of the three parties joining forces again is very slim. Therefore, they ain't just asked this question. How can that be? Chi, also known as Five Elders, said immediately. So, we now need to consider a long-term plan before deciding whether to break into this weird house. As Chi spoke, he looked up at the clock on the mental time house. He always felt that this room was very special, but he couldn't tell where it was special. I think you should enter the house immediately, and don't let Ye Chen take the opportunity to escape. No, I think there must be fraud in the house. Ye Chen wants us to rush in immediately. I think we should guard the front and back of the house, beware of Ye Chen's escape, and wait for the rabbit. I don't believe it. He can stay in that house for a lifetime. Stop waiting for the rabbit. I remember that this idiom is a derogatory term. If we really wait for the rabbit, don't we become that stupid farmer? Shinny, how do you talk? 5 elders, the 5 old guys, even quarreled because of this. Kaido, the dragon form hovering in the air, immediately became impatient when he heard this. I said, what are you doing so much in the long-term plan? Just let Lousy take a breath of heat and evaporate it. Kaido said loudly. Hey, that's a good idea. Kaido, you can try. 219. Chapter 219. However, the 5 elders and others outside did not know that the more they wasted time doing all kinds of meaningless things, the more they entered the spiritual time house 1 second later, the more time left for Ye Chen to practice. This is the spiritual time house. Finally, after a lot of efforts were wasted, the faces of 5 elders and others gradually became serious. Hey, old guys, what do you say now? The ant asked impatiently. The attack couldn't cause any harm to the mental time house, and the discussion for a long time had no results. She was really impatient. There's no way, after all, it's not a good way to stand alone. Let's all go in together so that even if Ye Chen is messing up in it, we can take care of each other and beware of being tricked by him. In the end, 5 elders with curly hair could only groan .250. This is a good way. Even if the house is really full of institutions, there are so many of us together, don't be afraid. Broadsword 5 elders readily agreed. In this way, after wasting nearly an hour, 5 elders and others finally decided to enter the spiritual time house together. It's a pity that they don't know. They seem to have wasted just an hour outside, but Ye Chen inside has been practicing for more than half a month. You know, 1 day outside is equivalent to a year in the spiritual time house. After making the decision, 5 elders and others finally did not hesitate. A total of 9 people entered the spiritual time house together. When they walked through the door into the spiritual time house, everyone obviously fell to trance. After entering the spiritual time room, all 9 of them were dumbfounded. Is this a room? This is obviously a space, all right? Yes, as soon as they walked in the door, their eyes suddenly opened up. They found that the space in the house was much larger than they thought, and they couldn't even see the far wall, which is the edge of this space, even when they raise their eyes. The only thing they can see is the door behind them. This is another space? Fujitora was the first to ask in surprise. Although his eyes are blind, his heart is bright. At a glance, the space in this room is not simple. Unexpectedly, in a small room, it becomes a space by itself, and this space seems to be endless. Even if it is a strong city fruit ability, it is absolutely incomparable. Curly Hair 5 elders murmured, his hand holding the codex harder. It seemed that he was shocked by this incredible space. Also, after all, in this world, even if Capone Beach is the holder of ginseng fruit, he can only create a castle space in his body. In a small castle, how can there be such an endless space? The 5 elders even thought that if Ye Chen used this space to ambush tens of thousands of pirates under the Black Duck pirate group, so, whether it is used against them or against the world government, it is definitely a disaster. Of course, they completely misunderstood the usage of the mental time house. Everyone can only stay in the spiritual time house for 2 days outside time, which is 2 years. 220, Chapter 220. Have you noticed that there is something wrong with the sky in this space? Were these flowing or distorted light? Is it time? Although Fujitora can't see with his eyes, with his mind, he can catch more things more keenly. After hearing this, everyone stopped arguing and looked towards the sky. Indeed, as Fujitora said, the sky in this space is full of radiance, and the light in the sky is flowing and distorted. It looks very strange. No. Could it be that the time flow rate in this space is different from the outside world? Big Knife 5 elders looked at the radiance of the sky and realized the seriousness of the matter. When other people heard this, they also showed surprises. The flow of time in this world, if it is different from the outside world, in that case, did they waste too much time in the outside world? Just when everyone realized something, Ye Chen's voice rang out from behind them. 09 is true. That as you guessed, the time flow rate in this space is indeed different from the outside world. 1 day in the outside world is equivalent to 1 year here, so you can calculate, how long have I been recuperating here? Here I have been waiting for you for a long time. Ye Chen said lightly. As soon as these words came out, 5 elders and others were shocked. 1 day outside is equivalent to 1 year here. So they quarreled outside for an hour. Ye Chen has been recuperating here for more than half a month. When they thought of this, 5 elders felt bad as a whole. Damn, if you had known that the time flow rate in this room was different from the outside world, why would they waste so much time? They just rushed into the room. Thinking about it now, They feel that they are really stupid. Isn't there a huge clock hanging on the top of the house? This means that this room is related to time. Unfortunately, at the time they only thought of Ye Chen as a villain and thought that he would set up numerous organs in the house, waiting for them to enter the urn. Well, Ye Chen, even if what you say is true, what about it? Do you really think that you can beat the 9 of us together in your practice for more than half a month? Well, you are a fool. However, just when everyone's faces were solemn, the ant laughed. After hearing the words, everyone also felt that what the ant said was reasonable. Not to mention, is the flow of time here is exaggerated, as Ye Chen said. Maybe it's just that the outside day is equivalent to the first month in it, but Ye Chen deliberately exaggerated it. Even if what Ye Chen said was true, he just spent more than half a month practicing here, and he wanted to defeat 9 of them for more than half a month. Just like what the ant said, it was an idiot. Really foolishly talking about dreams. How can you know if you don't try it? Besides, don't you realize that the temperature and gravity of this world are very different from those of the outside world? Ye Chen said. His face showed a good-looking expression. Sure enough, when 5 elders and others heard this, their expressions suddenly changed. Ye Chen did not say that they did not notice that the temperature and gravity of this space are much higher and larger than those of the outside world. Of course, we can't blame 5 elders for being too careless. They didn't even notice the temperature of 40 or 50 degrees and the gravity of 10 times. After all, before they came in, the external environment was even worse. Because Ye Chen's display of the residual fire sword caused the surrounding temperature to reach a terrifying temperature. At least it was on Baidu. 221, Chapter 221. The 4 emperors may be the pinnacle of existence in the world of pirates, but in other worlds, such as the world of Dragon Ball, which can blast the earth with a single punch, it is just that. People even burst the universe. You are still fighting for the domination of the sea. Don't you think it's too ridiculous? The structure is too small. But no way, this is the limitation that every world has. People in this world want to break through these limitations, unless they are also allowed to travel to another world. Otherwise, they simply cannot imagine. It's like a Westerner who can't imagine how wonderful the fairy road in the Eastern world is. Therefore, the improvement of Ye Chen's strength is immeasurable. After all, he has no limitations. Even if the world has limitations, it is not as difficult as imagined to break through the limitations of this world as long as there is a system to help. Try and try. Is it possible that my aunt would still be afraid of you? Ye Chen kid will not succeed. Weigua. The ant snarled. Then he slashed at Ye Chen. Weigua is worthy of the giant's swordsmanship. That IT is so powerful that can only be swept out with a single knife, and the entire space and the earth are shattered. However, the earth in this space is very weird. After being broken, it immediately healed. In other words, no matter what kind of major damage is done in this space, there is no need to worry about causing this space to collapse or sink. Unless your strength is extremely terrifying, beyond the capacity of the space, then it's hard to say. For now, no one can do it, not even Ye Chen. After all, the demon Bu who swept the universe could not destroy the space of the spiritual time house. In other words, in this space, Ye Chen can even display the aftermath of Bankai Taisho. Once Bankai's Ryujin Jakka is used to display Canfire Taito, what will happen to 5 elders and others? It's interesting to think about it. I'm afraid not. Everyone is buried here. The swordsmanship of the giants is nothing more than that. Ye Chen sneered. He didn't even evade. Instead, he stretched out 2 fingers and clamped them towards the huge sword in the ant's hand. When a clear voice sounded, an incredible scene happened to everyone present. Ye Chen actually used 2 fingers to clamp the giant sword that the ant was struggling to cut down. The great power of the giant's swordsmanship prestige was completely taken over by Ye Chen. How can that be? Green Bull couldn't help but yell. His eyes widened and his pupils constricted. Now he finally understands how Akainu died in the hands of Ye Chen. Fortunately, he thought that after becoming Marine Admiral, Akainu neglected to practice. It seems that he is still too naive. It's not that Akainu is too weak, but Ye Chen is too strong. 5 elders and others were also very surprised and looked at each other. Is this the result of Ye Chen's practice for more than half a month? Don't be too scary. Of course, the most shocking is the ant. When she was out there before, she displayed Weigua. Ye Chen still didn't dare to confront face to face, either to block or avoid with a knife in her hand. But now he actually clamped her giant sword with 2 fingers. How could this be possible? This is not what shocked the ant the most. What shocked her the most was that even if she tried to pull out the giant sword, she couldn't pull it out anyway. Let go. The ant blushed and roared. However, no matter how hard she tried, it was of no avail. 222, Chapter 222. Thundercloud Zeus had a grumpy temper. After yelling, he gathered all the thunders together and released a huge thunder, which blasted towards Ye Chen. Yes, what are you? Prometheus the sun is equally arrogant. Presumably, it's because their names are all named after gods, so you really think of yourself as gods. At the same time, the sun Prometheus also shot a pillar of fire. The bursting flames blazed the entire sky red. Make the sky more gorgeous. You only count things. I'm a human being. Ye Chen played a word game. Of course, joking is joking, and he is not slow to start it all. Torch. Ye Chen held Ryujin Jakka in his hand and swept forward. Boom. The unmatched sword energy immediately smashed the thunder and fire pillar to pieces. It's so easy. At this time, Thundercloud Zeus and Sun Prometheus' complexion changed drastically. They never expected that their most powerful attacking technique would be so vulnerable in front of this man. How can that be? Oh, I will be shocked. Come here. Ye Chen gave a cold cry, and then with his bare hands, grabbed at Thundercloud Zeus and Sun Prometheus. Thundercloud, Sun. Others may not dare to catch with their hands directly, but who is Ye Chen? His hand is covered with a layer of high-grade armament Haki. Even if it is the Thundercloud and the Sun, he will grab it. Damn it, Ye Chen, don't you want to succeed? I said, you old guys, what you doing in a daze? Let's do it together, go. While swinging the huge sword, the ant slashed at Ye Chen, while roaring at the 5 elders and others beside her. I can remember that we agreed in advance to act on Ye Chen together. It was you who had to act recklessly. Curly hair 5 elders expressed dissatisfaction. I'm doing something wrong, and now I'm in trouble. No one asked them for help? It's not the time to care about these. Let's go together. Why Ye Chen has been more powerful after half a month of training. If we don't have an ant, it will be even more difficult for us to deal with her. However, the blonde 5 elders spoke for the ant. He regarded Ye Chen as a thorn in his eyes, and naturally did not want the 9 of them to let Ye Chen take advantage of their infighting. Yes, let's go together. Lousy Ye Chen must die here today. Kaido also gritted his teeth. The myth of his invincibility was broken by Ye Chen, which made him fall from the high altar. His hatred for Ye Chen cannot be easily resolved. Let's go together. No way, 5 elders could only speak. Then, a group of people attacked Ye Chen again. Do you go together? Ye Chen didn't fear at all, freeing up one right hand to deal with everyone's attacks, and the other hand still grabbed towards Thundercloud Zeus. A mere mortal dare to offend the majesty of this Thundercloud Zeus. Thundercloud Zeus was furious, and immediately, countless waves of thunder bombed Ye Chen. Sanoa Taito 11, Remnant Sun Prison Shirt. Ye Chen yelled, once again covered with flames. Boom! When the thunder bombarded the Canal Sun's prison garment, it was directly exposed to the terrifying heat of the Canal Sun's prison garment, evaporating into nothing. How is it possible? This is thunder. Thundercloud Zeus exclaimed. 223, Chapter 223. Unfortunately, even if they realize that something is wrong and want to escape, they have already eaten. Under their feet, a large flame formation has already formed. Everyone fell into this big array. Ye Chen sneered. Can Huataito Nanhua, Hua 10 trillion, dead burial array. Ye Chen yelled, and then slammed Ryujin Jakka out of his hand. People thought that Ye Chen wanted to attack them with Ryujin Jakka, and they dodged one after another. Unfortunately, they all guessed wrong. Whoosh! Ryujin Jakka turned into a meteor, rushing towards the ground. Then, at the speed of a meteor, it penetrated into the earth. Boom! The earth cracked, and countless flames rose into the sky. The flames formed symbols and unknown characters, forming a huge flame array, bursting and burning. Countless flames, seemingly conscious, blasted everyone in the big formation except Ye Chen. The flame's spirit uttered a roar and swept towards everyone. What the hell is this? Is the flame alive? What? Don't be careless. These flames are very powerful. For a time, everyone was in a mess. Ye Chen's display of Sanhua Taito Fan, Hua 10 trillion death burial array, looks very different from the one displayed by the old man Yamamoto. After the old man Yamamoto performed this trick, countless scorched skeleton flames and undead would crawl out of hell, and the scene was very terrifying. The flame Ye Chen summoned, although it also has spirituality, still looks like a flame. Compared with thousands of skeletons, flames, and undead, the deterrence is greatly reduced. However, there is no way. That's because when Ye Chen performed this trick, there was no Bankai Ryujin Jakka at all. To deal with this group of people, if Bankai Ryujin Jakka is still needed, it would be a little overkill. Indeed, even some unformed fire spirits still defeated 5 elders and others steadily, and even the blonde 5 elders was injured because of a momentary negligence. The high temperature of his liquid metal is not as good as the temperature of these fire spirits, which he never expected. However, it doesn't matter whether he is injured or not, because he is liquid metal. Even if his head and heart are burned to ashes, they will recover immediately. This is simply immortal. In normal times, Ye Chen would definitely feel incredible about the abilities of this blonde 5 elders, but now he doesn't have free time to express so much emotion. He still has more important things to do. Come here. Ye Chen ignored the situation on the ground and raised his head again, looking at the sun Prometheus hanging high above his head. What do you want to do? Don't think about it. Heaven is on fire. Prometheus the sun possesses human wisdom. After all, it possesses a human soul. Of course, it knows what Ye Chen is going to do to it, just like it did with Thundercloud Zeus just now. It grabs it and then throws it into a certain space and traps it. How could it allow Ye Chen to succeed? Boom. 224, Chapter 224. However, all of this has long been seen through by Ye Chen. Whoosh. Ye Chen's figure flashed and suddenly disappeared out of thin air. When he reappeared, he had already come behind the ant. The speed is so fast that even the ant of the Sea Emperor can't see it clearly. The only thing she knows is that her observation Haki constantly warns her that it is dangerous. Unfortunately, even if she knew the danger in advance, she didn't have the time to react at all. Snap. Ye Chen kicked the ant's back fiercely. What? Accompanied by the ant's heart-piercing screams, her whole body, huge body, actually flew directly. He was kicked by Ye Chen. The physique of the two was obviously so different. And all this just confirms a sentence. Whether it is strong or not has nothing to do with body shape. After the ant was kicked by 2, 5, and 3, Ye Chen was about to catch up, and by the way, snatched Napoleon in the double-horn hat from the ant. However, at this moment, a liquid metal swept towards Ye Chen. Ye Chen die. Blonde 5 elders roared. Of course, he did not directly attack Ye Chen with liquid metal, but trapped Ye Chen with them. Of course, the liquid metal can't hold Ye Chen for long, and even Ye Chen can blast him away with a punch as long as he frees his hands. However, in the duel between the positive masters, the outcome is often at this moment. When others see this, they will naturally not miss such a good offensive opportunity. So, except for the ant who was kicked by Ye Chen, everyone else attacked Ye Chen almost at this moment. Lost shock. Curly hair 5 elders roared. A shockwave blasted towards Ye Chen. One sword flow. Water flooded the world. Big Sword's 5 elders once again used his one sword style. Boom. The sword energy swept from all directions, like a monstrous flood, and even submerged the world. Gravity Knife, Fire Festival. Death Coil, Green. Fanatical Collision. Continuous Breath. Boom. Bang. Rumble. Various powerful moves greeted Ye Chen. The explosion came after another. If people from outside see what is happening here, they are afraid that they will not be dumbfounded. Ha! However, in the face of everyone's siege, Ye Chen did not fear at all, but became more and more excited. There are not many opportunities like this. How could he not be excited? Just right. Let you see all the 4 styles of Chi Sanhua Taido. The knife is coming. Following Ye Chen's stern shout, his right hand was on his body, and he immediately sensed his call to Ryujin Jakka, who was stuck on the ground, and immediately broke free from the ground and flew towards Ye Chen. Stop it. Broadsword 5 elders spoke to the white-haired 5 elders. Okay, leave it to me. White-haired 5 elders immediately stopped attacking Ye Chen, only to see him stretch out his hand in the air and grab Ryujin Jakka. 225, Chapter 225. Everything, after the heaven and earth ashes was swept away, all disappear into ashes and cease to exist. Impossible. It's so powerful. This not absolutely impossible. Even if you really have half a month to practice, this progress is too ridiculous. Everyone was shocked. Recalling that half an hour ago, the 9 of them teamed up to deal with Ye Chen. At least they could barely fight. But now they can't even fight Ye Chen with one move? What the hell is this? Wow. Ye Chen is too strong. After smashing everyone's offense, the sword energy still didn't dissipate, and it went straight to the 5 elders and the others. No, Ron. Where you running? Our 9 strongest team members, maybe? Perhaps a shit. This knife is definitely not something we can resist. Chi is right. Run. That's too late. For a time, everyone was in chaos and fled one after another. However, there are always people who react slowly. For example, the ant who happened to be back at this time. This product was kicked by Ye Chen 09 and was seriously injured. He endured the pain and ran back desperately. Originally, he wanted to join the crowd and jointly show Ye Chen a little bit more vigorously. However, she knew that she had just rushed back and rushed forward, only to realize that everyone was retreating, and she was the only one rushing forward. When she felt the sword energy that destroyed the world, she was shocked. However, let alone retreat at this time, it is difficult to even stop. In extreme panic, she could only ask everyone for help. Help me. How to save it, please ask yourself. Kaido said something unscrupulously. He transformed into a dragon form and fled for his old life, so that he would not care about the affection of his former companions and save her. Now, who is not the most important thing to save their lives? Seeing the sword energy that destroys the world and the earth is about to be cut on the ant's body, cutting her directly in half, at this moment, a voice full of arrogance suddenly sounded. Look at me. Then, when everyone was only caring about their own lives, a golden streamer rushed up and stopped in front of the ant. He turned out to be blonde 5 elders. Are you looking for death? Ye Chen saw this, but just sneered. Not only him, but Kaido, Fujitora, and Green Bull also think that the blonde 5 elders is looking for death. Could it be that he didn't feel the terrifying aura of the knife heaven and earth ashes? That's an aura that destroys the world. How can a mere mortal be able to resist it? However, things are always unexpected. Puff. The sword chi slashed on the blonde 5 elders that AS expected. Even if it was covered with armament Haki, it was still just like tofu. It was cut into 2 pieces by the sword chi. After the blonde 5 elders was cut in half, the 2 bodies quickly liquid metal in an attempt to escape. However, at this moment, something terrible happened. The sword energy broke out in an instant, and the raging sword energy instantly turned the blonde hair into liquid metal. 5 elders vanished and ceased to exist. Yes, under the horrified eyes of everyone, the blonde 5 elders just dissipated under the raging knife gas. Even if he turned into liquid metal, it was useless. The raging sword energy destroyed even one element. 226, Chapter 226. Nonsense. After all, people go directly to die and then resurrect. Naturally, it doesn't look hurt. In fact, it's hard to tell if there is any injury. But at least on the surface, he was unscathed. However, this is just the beginning. People finally smashed the sword air. Before they had time to take a breath, Ye Chen's cold laughter sounded again. Is it all so hard to pick me up? The hidden 5 elders, is that nothing more than that, huh? Ye Chen sneered. He didn't even mention the 2 4 emperors, Ant and Kaido. It was as if they were not qualified enough to be worth mentioning. Ant and Kaido were naturally angry and helpless when they heard this. No way, who made Ye Chen really powerful and outrageous? Without 5 elders, the 5 of them were in front. Just now Ye Chen's devastating knife, if the 2 of them resisted, I'm afraid they would have died 10 times. After speaking, Ye Chen did not give everyone a chance to breathe. Shin Xiang. With a loud shout, Ye Chen blasted at the crowd with a punch. Boom. Suddenly, in the sky, extremely huge elephant foot trampled down. Watch out. Everyone was in a panic again. With great difficulty, Shi Xiang was resisted, and then another severe cold came. The whole world was directly frozen into a world of ice and snow. The scene is even more spectacular than the frozen sea in Akiji. This is Ye Chen's move of Ace. Without the Ice Emperor's equipment, he cannot use Mokbo Temo and Iceland Admiral Army, but he can easily use other moves. Damn, how many moves does he have yet to show? Seeing that the cold air turned into sharp swords, everyone did not dare to care. As long as it is attacked by this cold air, it will instantly be frozen into an ice sculpture. No one wants to be carved into ice. However, in the face of Ye Chen's continuous offensive, they even began to feel a little physically and mentally exhausted. They originally thought that their 5 elders plus 2 4 emperors, Ant and Kaido, plus 2 future admiral of headquarters, Fujitora and Green Bull, A total of 9 people to fight Ye Chen or even kill Ye Chen may not impossible. After all, the 9 of them can be said to represent the strongest combat power in the world. But they never expected Ye Chen to be so powerful. Their 9 most powerful men joined forces, and they were even suppressed by Ye Chen. Who dares to believe this? That's it, it's boring. It seems that I overestimate you all. Ye Chen pressed down 9 people to fight, while not forgetting to mock. Just ridicule. In my opinion, Ye Chen is nothing more than that. You can't even kill me. The blonde 5 elders snorted coldly. And I can kill you. Oh. Ye Chen did not refute, because he really didn't figure out what this blonde 5 elders was about. Even Conqueror's Haki, who restrained Logia Devil Fruit's ability, wouldn't work for him. Even if he was completely wiped out with the sword energy, he could still rely on the metal molecules in the air to be reborn again. Is it necessary for him to destroy all the metal molecules in the air at once? Even Ye Chen can't do it. So, does the blonde 5 elders really have immortality? Ye Chen naturally did not believe this. Just like no matter how strong the fruit is, it has weaknesses. Ye Chen knows very well that as long as he finds out the weakness of the blonde 5 elders, he may not be beheaded. Why, don't you have anything to say? Everyone cheer up. No matter how strong he is, he will be alone, and we have 9, and the consumption can kill him. The blonde 5 elders spoke again. Yes. 227, Chapter 227. Kaido was furious and rushed forward and collided with the white tiger. Boom. The world trembled more intensely. Under a huge movement, the white tiger formed by the condensed energy was torn to pieces by Kaido with dragon claws, and he also paid a heavy price. A large piece of scaly flesh was torn off by Baihu's chest, dripping with blood. This is undoubtedly a good opportunity. If Ye Chen pursues a victory, he will kill Kaido. That's what Ye Chen planned. Beast Kaido today. You are destined to fall here. Ye Chen carried the knife and rushed up. Roar. Kaido was seriously injured, but it aroused his madness and desperately rushed towards Ye Chen. Want to kill Kaido, have you asked me? The voice of the blonde 5 elders suddenly remembered. I don't know when he has rushed between the two. Of course, he just intercepted Ye Chen. In the next second, Ye Chen was cut in half with a single knife. However, after such a delay, the others had already rushed up and launched a siege on Ye Chen again. This is the benefit of crowds. One of them is in danger, and the others can always be rescued in time. In contrast, Ye Chen is alone, and the situation is very difficult for him. It doesn't seem to matter. After all, being alone is unfavorable because of lack of strength. When the strength is strong enough, how about even if the opponent has thousands of troops? Hell from the heat. Facing the siege of everyone, Ye Chen cut out with one move. Boom. 10 pillars of fire rose into the sky. Then, the pillar of fire gradually moved closer to the middle position. The power of the pillar of fire is so powerful that it will knock 5 elders and others into flight as soon as it appears. Although the pillar of fire did not cause huge damage to 5 elders and others, they did not dare to attack the pillar of fire. As the 10 pillars of fire moved closer together, their power became stronger. No, these pillars of fire don't get rid of early. They will become stronger and stronger. Curly Hair 5 elders shouted. Before, he had been complaining about a Kainu.asa lava fruit capable person. He even struggled to deal with 10 fire pillars. Now, after personally feeling the power of these pillars of fire, he knew he was wrong. Even if a Kainu is a person with the ability of lava fruit, his resistance to fire can be said to be full, but facing such a powerful pillar of fire, he can't help it, isn't it? One sword stream, moon shadow, horizontally. Big Knife 5 elders yelled, and the long knife in his hand swept out. Call out. A full moon appeared in the cloudless sky. The moonlight gathered, turned into sword energy, and blasted at one of the pillars of fire. Boom. The sword chi slashed on the pillar of fire, and it really worked, and directly smashed the pillar of fire. Read more at Hoptel novel. YZ. Seeing that the pillar of fire can be broken, everyone's heart is a little relieved. They were most worried that the 10 pillars of fire could not be destroyed. When the 10 pillars of fire condensed together, they suddenly exploded. Then the entire space will turn into a hell of fire. They are also inevitable. Now, since they knew that the pillar of fire could be destroyed, they were not so afraid. Everyone used their magical powers and smashed the pillars of fire one by one. However, even if no one fights against a pillar of fire, there is still a pillar of fire that fails. Most importantly, Ye Chen is not idle either. What about the remaining pillar of fire? The ant abandoned the boss's strength, and just after smashing the pillar of fire with a huge sword, she couldn't help but scream. She didn't want to fall short. 228. Chapter 228. Sanwa Taido Dong, Sunburst Blade. Ye Chen suddenly put the knife across his chest. Behind him, a round of sun rose slowly. It was formed by the extremely strong flame atmosphere. Boom. Ye Chen slashed out, and the entire space was turbulent. Watch out. Stand behind me. Let me resist. I am immortal. Everyone joined forces and resisted Ye Chen's knife. It's just that the sun has just risen. This is just the beginning. Sanwa Taido 11, Remnant Sun Prison Shirt. As Ye Chen's cold voice sounded, the second knife cut out. This time, everyone resisted. It was already very reluctant. However, Kan Hua Taido Nanhua Hua 10 trillion Dead Burial Array. The third cut followed. Don't give 5 elders and others a chance to breathe at all. No, I can't take it anymore. What the hell is Ye Chen? Does he have endless physical strength? Didn't we mean that his physical strength is almost exhausted by us? It has been several days and nights. Everyone is miserable. But there is no way. They have to bear the death by themselves. It won't work anymore. I suggest retreating first. The ant proposed. Not only was she badly injured, she had lost Zeus Thundercloud and Prometheus the Sun, but she had also shattered the giant sword, and her mentality had even collapsed. Not to mention that it is impossible for the world to imagine. Even she herself had never thought that one of her dignified 4 emperors, the captain of the Big Moem pirates, the Aunt Charlotte Lin Lin, would actually end up in this embarrassing appearance. And the source of all this is because it provoked people who shouldn't be provoked, Ye Chen. We have no way back. Fujitori's voice followed. When everyone heard the words, they didn't understand what Fujitora meant at first, but they soon understood it, because behind them, the door that had entered before disappeared. Are they trapped in this space? Everyone is horrified. In a panic, Ye Chen killed again. Coming again? Is he immortal? People have no desire to fight. Of course, there are exceptions. Ye Chen died, lost his reason, and fell into a frantic Kaido growled. He has been dazzled by anger. Ye Chen, come on, we'll fight again. Why, are you scared? The other is the blonde 5 elders. This guy relied on his immortality and frantically provoked Ye Chen. Anyway, Laozi is immortal. What can you do to me? Ye Chen heard the words, but was happy. Just the 2 of you. Huh, Laozi doesn't care about it yet. Oh, is it? Then don't keep avoiding me. Fight with me. The blonde 5 elders yelled. He believed that Ye Chen didn't dare to consume him. After all, he was immortal, and it was useless to kill many times. But this time, he was wrong. Well, since you are looking for death, then I will fulfill you. Ye Chen said. A grinning smile suddenly appeared on his face. 229, Chapter 229. Ye Chen said coldly. Then his long-hidden strength suddenly burst out of his body, and the overwhelming Ryatsu burst out almost instantly. No, it's impossible. Is this your real strength? No, it's impossible. Kaido finally regained a sense of sanity. Unfortunately, it was too late. He will pay a heavy price for his recklessness and impulse. Dead. It was like a sound from Juyo held that at the same time, the mason Kaido's hand was smashed to pieces by Ryujin Jakka and turned into iron filings. Ryujin Jakka turned into a dark red light and flashed by. The world suddenly became quiet. Everything is over. Behind Ye Chen, there was a round of red anger, like the rising sun. Call out. The dark red light swept across Kaido's body in an instant. The incomparably hard dragon scales covering his whole body were like porcelain pieces, so vulnerable to a single blow. Roar! Kaido let out one last cry of pain. The blood sprinkled out wildly, dyeing the whole world red. Kaido, known as the strongest creature in the world, was cut into 2 pieces in a different place. Until the upper half of his body fell to the ground, Kaido's eyes widened, still unable to believe what was happening before him. He, one of the dignified 4 emperors, the captain of beast pirates, and Kaido, known as the strongest creature in the world, died tragically in the hands of Ye Chen. If this news is spread, it is estimated that few people will believe it, right? After all, apart from the people present, no one else saw this scene. No, Kaido died tragically under Ye Chen? Not to mention that there are no people who have seen it with their own eyes. Even the ants who have seen it with their own eyes can't believe it. Kaido is not inferior to her in strength. Ye Chen can kill Kaido with a single blow, so naturally he can also kill her with a single blow. Thinking of this, the ant's scalp numb. She regretted it, so she shouldn't listen to Five Elders' instigation and organize a team to hunt Ye Chen. Now Ye Chen has not been hunted, but Kaido, one of them, was beheaded by Ye Chen first. Moreover, the strength that Ye Chen exploded from beheading Kaido is too terrifying. He has hidden his strength from beginning to end? Fuck, this guy has hidden his strength. Curly Hair Five Elders was dumbfounded, almost unable to hold the supreme code in his hand. Facing us, how dare you hide your strength? Also shocked, there are others. Faced with the siege of 9 of them, who call them the world's strongest combat power, Ye Chen dare to hide his strength. This is no one. Now, they finally understand that they really provoke people who shouldn't be provoked. You shouldn't come to provoke Ye Chen directly. You should report the incident to Lord Yim, and let Lord Yim go out in person. Ant, Fujitora, and Green Bull all felt desperate in the face of Ye Chen's hidden strength. If Ye Chen had not seen a glimmer of hope of victory before Ye Chen broke out, then now they have nothing but despair. Because they know that even if they practice hard for 10 or 20 years, they cannot be Ye Chen's opponent. There is such an opponent that can never be surpassed. Placed in front of them, their desperation can be imagined. 230, Chapter 230. Because from the beginning to the end, fighting with Ye Chen was not a real blonde Five Elders at all, but it was a liquid metal clone that he used to manipulate the fruit power. What's the use of killing the clone multiple times? As long as the blonde Five Elders body is not dead, he can continue to create liquid metal clones by condensing the metal molecules present in the air. I have to say, this guy is not too scheming. He has been sending a clone of himself to fight Ye Chen, but he himself hides in the dark. It's just a clone. Naturally, it doesn't matter how many you give away. Therefore, the blonde Five Elders is so arrogant, repeatedly provoking Ye Chen. But now he should regret everything he did before. Of course, regret is useless. What a price is useful. Since Conqueror's Haki is completely ineffective to you, I have begun to doubt whether the fight with me was a real person or just a liquid metal clone. It's just that you are too good at hiding in the dark, so I can find it. You said, should I praise you? Or should I say that you are too greedy for life and fear of death? 09 Ye Chen said lightly that IT can be regarded as a response to the questions of the blonde Five Elders. Indeed, in the words of Ye Chen, the blonde Five Elders is arrogant and arrogant. Everything is just an illusion. Just like the keyboard man hiding behind the screen, he fought heavily on the internet, but in reality, he is nothing but promises. And the blonde Five Elders is simply a typical representative of keyboard man. In fact, he is greedy for life and fear of death, and he is the youngest among Five Elders. Of course, the temper is not small. However, when he appeared in front of his opponent as a clone, he would be extremely arrogant and arrogant. After all, what about the killing of the liquid metal clone? His body did not suffer any harm. At most, it is a waste of strength. But now the body was found by Ye Chen, and the blonde Five Elders couldn't get arrogant anymore. Even he was shivering with fright. Ye Chen, yes, if you have something to say, we don't have to be enemies. We can also cooperate. Yes, cooperation. As long as you are willing to cooperate with world government will definitely have your place. We can even make you the 6th oldest star. The blonde Five Elders begged Ye Chen for mercy. This and his arrogance at first formed a distinct opposite. Irony. The irony of Chi Guagua. The other 4 Five Elders frown upon hearing this. How is it possible to make Ye Chen the 6th oldest star? After that, isn't 5 Elders going to be changed to 6 old stars? However, although this is impossible, if Ye Chen agrees to cooperate with the world government, it may not be impossible. They can arrange for him a stunt that is more noble than 7 warlords of the sea. Even let him lead 7 warlords of the sea. Cooperation? You were aggressive before, and when you thought you could beat me together, why didn't you talk about cooperation? Only Ishin wanted to take Laozi's life. Now I'm going to talk about cooperation. Don't you think the talk is over? Ye Chen said coldly. Then, what do you want? You put forward any conditions as long as I can promise you. I promise everything. Blonde Five Elders is still a little bit spine. I want you to die. Ye Chen said bluntly. There is no unnecessary nonsense. You. When the blonde Five Elders heard this, his body trembled involuntarily, terrified. Is he going to end up like Kaido? No. Ha, Ye Chen, you want to take Keiichi's life? Have you asked the other four of us five elders for their consent? There was a cold snort, and it turned out to be Chi, also known as five elders. Yes. 231, Chapter 231. Since you want to stop, you must be prepared to pay a heavy price. Can Huatai Dao bay the ashes of heaven and earth? As Ye Chen's cold and merciless voice sounded, the sun behind him shone brightly. Where is the rising sun? This is such a red sun in the middle of the sky. At this moment, the boundless Ryatsu is swelling, erupting, and raging. Ye Chen holds Ryujin Jakka, and his sword is pointed diagonally at the ground, like Haki. In the next second, Ye Chen slashed out. Dao Chi turned out. Ashes fluttered in the air. With this knife cut out, the world instantly turned into ashes. Not good. This knife is 10 times stronger than just now. No, 20 times. Everyone was shocked. This knife is definitely not something that any of them can stop. Even if they join forces, they probably won't be able to stop them. At this time, people finally began to regret, and they shouldn't have provoked the monster Ye Chen. But this is the end of the matter, and there is no other way but to bite the bullet. Boom. Win. Wow. But in the next second, people will discover how vulnerable their moves, abilities, and even weapons are in the face of this knife. Before the official confrontation and collision, they were completely destroyed by the raging sword energy. Wow, how can you fight this? The ant is desperate. No, let's retreat. Curly hair five elders panicked. Retreat? Where can we retreat? Fujitora was extremely helpless. Want to run? You can't run away. Feel the horror of this knife to your heart's content. Ye Chen's cold voice sounded again. Ye Chen's voice makes our scalp numb. People even think that it is not an exaggeration to say that it is the voice of the devil. Demon from hell. Boom. The weakest ant was the first to be knocked into the air by the sword. She didn't confront the sword energy head-on, just touched the edge of the sword energy, and was shocked. If she hadn't had a tough body far beyond that of ordinary people, just touching the edge of the sword energy would be enough to tear her apart. But even if she escaped from the dead, she didn't feel well. Read more at Hoptel novel, YZ. The whole body is covered with blood, and the body is not finished. Next came Fujitora and Green Bull. The two of them joined forces to defend, but they still couldn't resist this overbearing sword aura. The Gravity Vine protective shield they jointly created was defeated almost instantly. The two of them were also shocked by the sword, and were seriously injured. Five elders with curly hair tried to use the Supreme Code in his hand, at least he himself thinks so, to block the sword's spirit, but it was in vain. At the moment of the knife's energy, the law code was torn into confetti, and the pieces were flying. He himself was slashed by the sword chi, and blood spilled out. Fortunately, he reacted extremely quickly, and immediately retreated quickly, only to avoid the miserable end of being cut in half like Kaido, the beast. However, this knife is estimated to be enough for him. The following five elders with white hair and five elders with bald heads also did the same. In the face of this unmatched sword aura, everything they did seemed so futile. No matter what they struggled, they would be instantly disintegrated by the sword aura. 232, Chapter 232. Of course, Green Bull was on the side of the ant. Indeed, he really wants to be Admiral of Headquarters, but in order to be Admiral, he lost his life before becoming Admiral. It is not worth it. What are you talking about, Green Bull? Green Bull's words had been exported, immediately annoyed the bald five elders. Enough, you guys, stop arguing. At this moment, five elders, who had been taciturn, finally spoke. You should retreat first. This sword aura is too strong for you to resist. It will be useless if many of you stay here. As for Keiichi, I will save him. Broadsword five elders said these words calmly. The so-called I do not go to hell. Who will go to hell? He decided to save Keiichi in order to stop Ye Chen and fight this old life. Chi, you want to? Curly hair five elders was shocked when he heard the words. He didn't even care about the serious injury, pushed away the ant and the bald five elders, and walked to the big knife five elders. Yes, I plan to use that trick. But with your old body, you can use that trick. I'm afraid that it won't take you. Curly hair before five elders could finish speaking, he was interrupted by five elders. It's not important anymore. The important thing is to save Keiichi and protect the rest of you from here safely. Broadsword five elders seems to have made up their minds, and they are very decisive. There is no time, you guys go. Five elders urged. Okay then. Curly hair five elders no longer discourages five elders. Several people supported each other, leaving the big knife five elders alone against Ye Chen, and all the others quickly evacuated the scene. Everything is a long story, but from Ye Chen slashed out to everyone throwing down their big knives five elders and the blonde five elders fled, but it happened in just a few seconds. Run. I said, none of you can run away. Ye Chen, who was still abusing the blonde five elders, snorted coldly when he saw someone trying to escape. The ashes of heaven and earth, but not only that, burst. With Ye Chen's explosion, the sword energy suddenly skyrocketed. Originally, the sword energy could only cover a radius of 100 miles, but in an instant, it expanded to cover a radius of kilometer, and almost the entire space was covered by the sword energy. No, it's impossible. Even five elders, the broadsword who has been fairly calm, couldn't help yelling at this moment. He didn't expect that the sword of ashes of heaven and earth could explode again. Before it broke out again, they couldn't resist this cut. Now, when it broke out again, wouldn't they even have no chance to escape? Also, the sword energy almost covers the entire space. If you want to escape, where can you escape? Damn, Ye Chen, you are so cruel. The ant and the others, who had tried their best to escape, also stopped at this moment. The ant also scolded for it. Because everyone knows that now, escape is completely useless. The sword energy covers the entire space, and there is no hiding place for them here. Rumble. The sword energy is erupting, and the entire space is terribly fierce. In the void, the dark cracks disappeared and appeared again. This scene is like the end of the world. It doesn't matter, you must save Keiichi. The big knife five elders gritted his teeth and decided to save the blonde five elders, even if he had the old life. You can't save him. Ye Chen's voice sounded. If you don't try, how do you know, humph? Broadsword five elders snorted coldly said. 233. Chapter 233. Hearing this, Ye Chen almost couldn't help but complain. Isn't this a repetition of the old trick? However, in the next second, Ye Chen's face changed a little. Because after these 4 tricks, it is not over. There is one more trick. One sword flow, uprightness, mirror, flower, water, moon. With an angry shout, 5 elders even combined all the 4 strokes he used before and displayed the last one sword style profound meaning Kyoka Suijitsu. Suddenly, the heavens and the earth changed. A sword air wind swept out of 5 elders. Rumble. The whole space is turbulent. What I said, your swordsmanship name is so literary and artistic. It turns out that you have hidden the last trick. Ye Chen was surprised. Kyoka Suijitsu? It's really an amazing trick. In front of the heaven and earth ashes sword aura, it was not directly crushed, but the 2 sword auras froze held together. It is enough to see that the trick Kyoka Suijitsu, which 5 elders has tried so hard to display, is definitely not trivial. Ye Chen also noticed that after the last cut, 5 elders was like a balloon that had been leaking. IT instantly dried up and became quite old. It seems that this old guy is really trying his best to save people. It's a pity. There is absolutely no one who can live if I said that I want to kill. Ye Chen whispered in his heart. Rumble. The collision of the 2 sword chi was so intense that it produced a violent explosion. Suddenly, the fire blazed into the sky, and a huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The whole space is turbulent, and it seems that it is about to collapse at any time. The ant and others, who had fled to the distance, looked at this scene and were also shocked. Unexpectedly, Chi's prestige is not reduced back then. Yes, when was the last time he performed this trick? It seems to be 40 years ago. Has it been 40 years? Alas, we are really old. Yeah, think back then Locks the beam-jumping clown dared to jump in front of us, and the result he just this time. Ye Chen. The 3 elders are hard to describe in one word. They lived for hundreds of years, and some even lived for hundreds of years. The worst decision they made in this life was to join hands against Ye Chen. Rumble. The sword energy is still erupting and raging. The collision of the sword air, the gang wind produced, destroyed everything. Except for Ye Chen and Big Sword 5 elders, no one can survive this sword air wind. In the sword air and the wind, the 2 figures were fighting fiercely. Win. The sound of striking iron kept coming out of it. Even Fujitora, a strong man with heart and eyes, can only see 2 vague figures, constantly colliding and separating. With every collision, The splashing sparks are enough to illuminate the whole world. Besides, he couldn't see too much. After all, his realm is not enough. Oh. In order to explode to greater potential, the Broadsword Five Elders shouted. 234, Chapter 234. With a pounce, the space crack was torn apart by him. Tear the void crack with bare hands. This is no one. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I guess the people at the scene wouldn't believe it if they were killed. And the Big Knife Five Elders, upon seeing this, his face changed drastically. Ye Chen, you don't want to succeed. He quickly picked up the knife and ran after him. However, it was too late. After Ye Chen tore through the crack in the space with his bare hands, he put his hands in, and before he was about to flee, he abruptly pinched his neck and pulled him back from the dark crack. Do not. The blonde Five Elders finally knew how nasty he was just now, and it was obvious that he could do it, so why bother to talk too much? I said, you will die here. You will definitely die here. Ye Chen snorted coldly. Then he didn't give the blonde Five Elders a chance to ask for $2 or $60. A force rushed from his body to the palm of his hand. Boom. A large amount of Ryatsu exploded in an instant. Boom. Before the blonde Five Elders even screamed or turned into liquid metal, his head burst open under the surging Ryatsu riot. After the head burst, it was the body. Boom. Bang, bang. The blonde Five Elders burst every inch. However, halfway through the explosion, it stopped. Because the space cracks heal faster than imagined, they healed almost in an instant. The underside of the blonde Five Elders itself was directly pinched off by the cracks in the space. Outside world. Flick. The lower part of the blonde Five Elders fell from the air to the ground. The people who were still yelling and screaming were shocked. But they were all dumbfounded because no one knew, where did this half-body come from? Could it be that the battle ahead was fierce and half of the corpse was thrown here after someone was beheaded? Thinking of this, people numb their scalp. Looking at the aloft Galio and Ulquiorra, they feel that these two guys are simply Shinigami. Inside the spiritual timehouse space, everyone was shocked by the scene where Ye Chen ripped open the void cracks with his bare hands and squeezed the blonde Five Elders with the ability of liquid metal. They even forgot to escape for a while. Big Knife Five Elders rushed over, but it was too late. No way, he had to stop halfway. What are you doing in a daze? Don't you leave here quickly? Broadsword Five Elders said grimly. Although the crack in the other space he drove was big, it took minutes to heal the crack in the space. The ant and others heard the words and then reacted. Well, I almost forgot that we were running away. The ant muttered and then involuntarily jumped into the space crack first and escaped from here. 235, Chapter 235. As for Doflamingo, Luo, and Perona, who just joined the Black Crow Pirates, they only know that they are strong, but it is not clear whether they are strong enough to face the siege of the 9 most powerful combatants. Therefore, when they saw Ye Chen come out safe and sound, they breathed a sigh of relief for Ye Chen. That's amazing, our captain. Perona sighed even more. You know, Ye Chen is fighting against the beasts Kaido, Auntie, and 5 elders. These people are not comparable to the Gecko Moria she followed before. They're all ruthless people who can blow Gecko Moria with one hand. And Ye Chen, with his own strength, actually defeated the 9 of them teaming up. This has to be said, it is really shocking. If this news spreads to the outside world, wouldn't it cause a huge sensation in the whole world? Doesn't this refresh the 3 views of people in the whole world? Seeing Ye Chen coming out of the spiritual time room safe and sound, the remaining 3 5 elders, as well as the ant, 09, are all gritted teeth, but helpless. They are now afraid that Ye Chen will find them to settle accounts, thinking about running away too late, where they dare to trouble Ye Chen again. Immediately, they pass the order one after another. Withdraw. Oh. The horn of withdrawal sounded. All the members of the anti-pirate group, the army of the world government, and the remaining poor few solitary pacifists, after hearing the horn of withdrawal, they withdrew like a tide. People come quickly and retreat faster. Therefore, within a few minutes, the number of the overcrowded horror bark was reduced by 1/2. Of the remaining 1/2 of the people, 2/3 were lying on the ground, dead or seriously injured and unable to stand up. Expect their companions to save them or bury them. Of course, it is impossible. War is so cruel. And the other third of this half of the people, except for a few hundred aborigines, zombies, who are terrifying barks, the remaining 700 or 800 people are all members of the white-headed pirate group. Kaido didn't come back, no one ordered, they naturally didn't dare to leave rashly. Jin and Quinn, who are the big billboards, are naturally qualified to sound the horn and lead people away. However, they did not do so. They stayed and wanted Ye Chen to ask what he did to their captain Kaido. Faced with the questioning of Ember and Quinn, Ye Chen naturally told the truth. After all, he was not afraid of Jin and Quinn and would seek revenge on him. A joke, Kaido was beheaded by him, and he didn't pay much attention to the two of them. Sure enough, after Jin and Quinn heard the fact that Kaido was beheaded by Ye Chen, their faces changed drastically. Damn it, Ye Chen, you dare to kill our captain. Brothers, rush, kill him, and avenge our captain. Quinn exclaimed in grief and anger. Kill. When the members of Beast's Pirates heard this, all of them were filled with indignation. However, they had just raised the sword in their hands, and Galio, Ulquiorra, and others, who had already stopped, also moved immediately. It seems that they don't mind at all, and clear everyone at Beast's Pirates. Be quiet. Jin stopped them. He knew very well that none of their captain Kaido was Ye Chen's opponent, and they were not even worse. 236, Chapter 236. Regarding Ye Chen's actions, Ace naturally had no complaints. After all, she and Ye Chen had the same mind. Knowing that he was pitying her, it was too late to be happy. On the contrary, it was Han Galio. For this, he felt that he was left out and felt a little unhappy in his heart, but he knew that this was because he was not as strong as Ulquiorra. For this reason, Galio secretly vowed in his heart that he will no longer be lazy in the future. He must practice diligently, and one day he will surpass Ulquiorra in strength. Seeing that Ye Chen agreed to their challenge, he sent Ulquiorra to face the two of them. Although Jin and Quinn had a feeling of being looked down upon, they had nothing to do about it. No way, the two of them teamed up, they may not be able to play Ulquiorra. They have not seen how powerful Ulquiorra is. It's definitely not under the two of them. Even when Jin saw this, he was secretly relieved. If you really want to fight Ye Chen, even if he and Quinn are teamed up, it really won't have a winning percentage at all. The reason why he knew that he had no chance of winning, he made such a decision, but for the sake of the share in his heart, it can be regarded as expressing himself and expressing his gratitude to Kaido for taking care of him over the years. Now Ye Chen sends Ulquiorra to deal with the two of them, which is undoubtedly a good thing for Quinn. At least, although Ulquiorra is strong, he and Quinn teamed up, and there is still a trace of winning percentage. According to the agreement between him and Ye Chen, as long as he and Quinn win, no matter who wins, Ye Chen or Ulquiorra, it is considered a win. If they win, then make a request to Ye Chen, let him kill their captain Kaido for himself, and give a reasonable explanation. This is not too much. Even if Ye Chen speaks a little more morally, his life is worth his life, this is not too much. However, fantasy is always beautiful, but reality is cruel. Indeed, Jin and Quinn, the two major disasters of Beast Pirates, teamed up to deal with Ulquiorra, with a winning rate. Moreover, the winning rate is not small. At least 1% will always be there. Of course, the situation mentioned here is in the case of Ulquiorra using only one homing. What if Ulquiorra displays the second stage of the blade? That's it. When Jin and Quinn saw the release of the second guidance blade, a pair of Haki's horns grew on their heads, and a long, dark, and sharp demon tail grew behind them, becoming more like a Ulquiorra of the great Demon King. At that time, they all stared at the dog dumbfounded. Okay, that is so powerful. Is this really the same person as just now? Impossible. Hilariously speaking, Jin and Quinn, in order to avenge their captain Kaido, they fought their lives. They both showed their ancient forms of animal fruits, incarnate into giant toothless pterosaurs and brachiosaurs. However, in the eyes of Ulquiorra, who became the great Demon King, the ancient dinosaurs they incarnate seemed so weak and pitiful. Keep up a grin. Devilish. Moonlight Black Zero. After Ulquiorra finished chanting the spell, he stretched out a finger and gently tapped towards the huge toothless pterosaur and brachiosaurus underneath. A little dark light bloomed. In the next instant, the dark night enveloped the entire terrifying three-masted sailboat. Boom! What's going on? As everyone panicked, a huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky. After a long time, the night dissipated. When people could see everything in front of them, they saw that Jin and Quinn had already returned to their original form. They were all covered with bruises, and there were two dead fish lying in a huge round pit. They were defeated, so completely defeated. Had it not been for Ye Chen had signaled to Ulquiorra in advance, they would leave them alive. The two of them, under this blow, are already dead. 237, Chapter 237. Why, don't you want it? No, then I can only kill all of you beast pirates and leave none of them. Ye Chen snorted coldly. This is not a threat. Ye Chen always said that he did it. What's more, if you want to kill, you have to read and listen to Zunbian. This is what Jin said. Seeing that Ye Chen didn't mean to be joking for a long time, Jin hesitated, and finally, he could only choose to compromise. Kaido, the captain of the beasts, was killed by Ye Chen, and now they want beasts pirates to join the Black Crow pirates and become the subordinates of the Black Crow pirates. This can be said to be a great shame. But what else can Jin do? If you don't join the Black Crow pirates, does it really make beast pirates completely wiped out? This is of course impossible. After all, beasts pirates is the painstaking effort of Captain Kaido for many years. They cannot avenge Kaido, but at least they must keep his painstaking effort. After agreeing to join and become the pirate group under the Black Crow pirate group, Jin and Quinn looked at each other, and they both knew each other. They are tolerant to the humiliation and pay for the courage. As long as they keep the beast pirates, one day, after they really grow up, they will definitely be able to avenge their captain Kaido. Ye Chen naturally noticed this. He didn't know the little Jojo that Daojin and Quinn had in their hearts. They wanted revenge on him. Ye Chen couldn't ask for it. However, the premise is that they can grow to the point where he is interested in working with them. Too weak, sorry, I'm not interested. After the inclusion of beasts pirates, this battle was even more magnificent than the war at the top. It was an unprecedented but unknown battle, and it quietly came to an end. At the end of the war, naturally, the Black Crow pirates' victory ended. It is also funny, 5 elders, ant pirates, beast pirates, the three parties have assembled thousands, even tens of thousands of combat power, to besiege the Black Crow pirates with only 7 people. In the end, nearly half of the people were lost. The blonde 5 elders Keiichi and the beast Kaido died tragically in the hands of Ye Chen. The Black Crow pirates were even more forced to join the Black Crow pirates and become the pirates of the Black Crow pirates. On the other hand, the Black Crow pirates had a lot of people. At most it was the half-human and half-zombie army led by Perona, which lost hundreds of people. But those half-human and half-zombie guys, strictly speaking, are not members of the Black Crow pirates. Of course, Ye Chen is not an ungrateful person. These half-human and half-zombie guys, although their strength is not good, but after all, they still helped a little bit in this battle. Therefore, after this matter was over, Ye Chen recruited these half-human and half-zombies as members of the Black Crow pirates, and Perona, the Princess Mononoke, was solely responsible. In addition, Doflamingo and Luo, who were more powerful than others, at least in the Black Crow pirates group, were treated with minor injuries. That's it. So, in this battle, the Black Crow pirates won the battle, and there was nothing wrong with it. And this war has also led to tremendous changes in the entire world structure. First, the original 5 emperors, 2 emperors are missing. Only 3 emperors remain. 238, Chapter 238. Have you heard of it? It is said that not long ago, in the terrifying Bark, there was a battle that was countless times more powerful than the war on the top. I have heard. I heard that in the mysterious horror Bark, the Black Crow pirates, under the leadership of Ye Chen with just 7 people, they defeated 5 elders, ant pirates, and beast pirates. The 3 parties have joined forces, tens of thousands. Not only that, but it is said that Ye Chen, with his own power, not only defeated the alliance of 5 elders, ants, and Kaido, but also beheaded Kaido and seriously injured Ant. What 7 people beat tens of thousands of people? Ye Chen also beheaded Kaido and seriously injured the Ant. This is completely nonsense. That's right, I don't want to make a joke so excessive. It's nothing more than a 7-person battle with tens of thousands of people, and Ye Chen killed the beast Kaido. What the hell? You know, Kaido is the strongest in the world. If the creature could be killed so easily, the person he offended would have killed him hundreds of times. Why, don't you believe it? Not only the beast Kaido was beheaded by Ye Chen. It is said that even the youngest and most arrogant blonde 5 elders and 5 elders was pinched to death by Ye Chen. Now 5 elders, only 4 old stars are left. Yes, I also heard that Beast Pirates was killed because of Kaido. The entire Beast Pirates was forced to become a pirate group under the Black Crow Pirates and fell to the same end as the Whitebeard Pirates. Let me just say, the arrogant Beast Pirates in New World recently, why are these days so quiet? Some days ago, they had no choice but to pass through their chassis, and they were not looted. IT turned out to be the reason. No, if what you said is true, then this is too exaggerated. If it's Ye Chen, I don't feel exaggerated at all. I predicted earlier that if Marine and world government can't suppress this guy will surely turn the whole world upside down in the future. Kaido is really dead. Damn, this world is going to change a lot. Wake up, after the war, the world has changed. The whole world is shuffled. Now, it depends on whether the world government will take action against Ye Chen and the Black Crow pirates. If you make a move, the two most powerful forces in the world will start. That's the real big change. It's even possible that the world government will be uprooted. Hee, if you think so, you are very wrong. What is the background of the world government? A government that can stand for 800 years and dominate the entire world for 800 years. Its background is that ordinary people like us can. Imagination? That's true. But Ye Chen is not easy to provoke. If the rumors are true, Beast Pirates has also become a pirate group under the Black Crow Pirates. Then the Black Crows who own the Whitebeard Pirates and Beast Pirates, the background should not be underestimated. I said, what are you worrying about, whether they fight or can't fight? It's about us civilians. Wasn't the war at the top of the world also vigorous at the beginning? You see, how has our lives been affected? Makes sense. As people talked, they gradually regarded this matter as an after-hours topic, and they didn't think this matter would have any impact on them. Hey, a bunch of ignorant people. Among the crowd, a man with a full body wrapped in gauze, his face covered with gauze, only a pair of piercing eyes and a tattoo on his left eye, shook his head helplessly when he heard the words. Ye Chen, interesting. The man felt that it was time to meet this guy. The same rumors spread all over the world. In the beginning, it did cause quite a stir. But soon, I don't know what the reason was, maybe it was the deliberate suppression by the world government. This matter soon calmed down, and gradually it stopped. Even the newsbird was distributed to newspapers all over the world without any relevant reports on this matter. Not at all. However, through these rumors, people still recognize one thing. 239, Chapter 239. Others are practicing swordsmanship, physical skills, and fruit abilities, but Ye Chen asks Ace and Perona to cultivate their Shinshing. Yes, the cultivation of Shinshing. Two rivals of equal strength who can win depends on whose character cultivation base is better. In addition to fishing, the best way to cultivate Shinshing is to play chess. Under Ye Chen's guidance, both Ace and Perona learned chess. No, at this moment, Ye Chen is playing chess with Perona. It's you, Perona. What should I do next? You are about to be dying by me. Ye Chen said lightly. He was in no rush. After all, his Shinshing cultivation base is far from being comparable to ordinary people. Perona was also plunged into deep contemplation, and it seemed that she did have the demeanor of a chess master. Looking at her 260 and Ye Chen duel, they were evenly matched. Could it be that Perona was really trained by Ye Chen to become a chess master? Ahem, a chess master is certainly not a chess master. In fact, Perona was just pretending. Finally, she couldn't pretend. Well, you guys, have you finished the quarrel? What should you do next? This princess will be checkmate dead. Perona angered the heir. Of course, that was in the eyes of others. She was tantrums with the heir. Is it true? Behind and in front of her, a large group of ghosts are surrounded, and they are actively discussing how to go next to avoid being completely checkmate by Ye Chen. It turns out that Ye Chen is not playing chess with Perona at all, but playing chess with a large group of ghosts who have lived for hundreds of years, even hundreds of years. There are so many ghosts, and there are no shortage of masters in chess. But even if they gather the IQs of so many people and gathered the wisdom of hundreds of years of age, they are still not Ye Chen's opponents in chess. No, they are about to be checkmate. These ghosts discussed it for a long time, and finally, when Princess Mononoke Perona lost her temper, they only came to a conclusion. That is, they lost, and no matter how they move in the next move, they cannot avoid the fate of being checkmate. What, do you lose anyway? Trash, a bunch of trash. This princess has summoned so many ghosts from you. Is it all trash? Perona couldn't help but lose her temper. Good guy, it seems that after Ye Chen's guidance, her Shinshing cultivation base hasn't improved at all. Seeing Perona's furious look, Ye Chen felt it was worth it. After all, it's to pass the time. However, some people are dissatisfied. Captain Galio, I'm going to be bored to death. Hurry up and find something for me to do, or send me to hunt down the Sea Kings for today's dinner. Han Galio suggested. No way. Ye Chen hasn't spoken yet. The two beauties around him, Ace and Perona, are the first to say no. Please, they don't want Tintin to eat Sea King's meat. Occasionally, is it bad to change to a light diet? Tintin is big fish and meat. They are all tired of eating. Of course, it is one thing to be greasy or not. The key is to eat a lot of big fish and meat, which makes it easy to gain weight. As the face of the Black Crow pirates, the two of them naturally did not allow themselves to get fat. Absolutely not allowed. 240, Chapter 240. Great Captain, I can't wait. Galio spoke again. Ulquiorra and others also showed eager expressions. Don't worry, the first time you enter, it's best not to be too long. Just set it to 2 hours. Of course, it's 1 month inside. You have to be prepared in your heart. In 2 hours, I will pull you out of it. I hope that when you come out, try not to lack your arms or legs. Ye Chen's tone was still so plain. However, when Doflamingo and Luo heard this, they couldn't help but stare at each other. Why do they feel an ominous feeling? With their strength, is it possible for them to lack arms and legs in the spiritual time house? How powerful are the monsters in there? Is Sea King stronger than the Overlord in the depths of the sea? As for the three guys Ace, Ulquiorra and Galio, hearing this, they were more excited. No way, whoever lets them are not ordinary people. Of course, they cannot be understood by ordinary people's concepts. There's also our pampered Mononoke Princess Perona, who has been crying since hearing this. Brother Captain, can Perona not go in? Perona's strength is the worst. Are they strong? Isn't he going to be a monster's Chinese food? Perona, who usually likes to play princess temperament, pretended to be miserable to Ye Chen. No, you have to enter together. Ye Chen naturally cannot be deceived. No. Perona's fake cry turned into a real cry. She was crying without tears. In this way, in Ye Chen's decision, except for Ye Chen to stay outside, the other 6 people, Ace, Ulquiorra, Galio, Perona, Doflamingo, and Luo, all entered the spiritual time to practice. Isn't it just a small room? How many monsters can it hold? I don't believe it. This princess will be eaten by ghosts. Perona resisted the tears, and while muttering under Ye Chen's gaze, she reluctantly followed in the footsteps of everyone and entered the spiritual time house together. Ye Chen was muttering before seeing Perona enter the spiritual time house. Ye Chen was happy. Sure enough, life became more interesting with the addition of Lori, a princess who loves to play with her temper and troubles. In the past, Ye Chen only cared about fighting and killing. Now think about it, such days are actually pretty good for you. After everyone entered the spiritual time house, Ye Chen did not sit idle. Summon the control panel. Ye Chen gave an order, and suddenly, a virtual screen appeared before his eyes. This virtual screen is naturally only visible to him. At this moment on the screen, what Ace and his party are playing is the situation when they enter the spiritual time room. When the 6 people entered the world of the spiritual time house, their complexions immediately changed. The breathing has increased a lot. Yes, that's because of the influence of 10 times the gravity inside and the high temperature of 50 degrees on them. Of course, they are not ordinary people after all, and soon they adjusted. Except for one person. Needless to say, that person is naturally our Mononoke Princess Perona. Perona didn't care about gravity and temperature. 241, Chapter 241. The cold wind has completely frozen the flood, and the entire land has been frozen into a vast white ice field, which has almost entered the Ice Age. Everyone was shivering from the cold. However, all this is just the beginning. Immediately afterwards, an overwhelming army of insects, who did not know where they came from, launched an attack on everyone under the leadership of the Insect Queen. Rumble! In the sky, the thunder kept coming down. Keep smashing and falling beside everyone, but if you don't evade in time, you will immediately have the possibility of being struck to death by lightning. Also, the violent earthquake made the whole earth shake violently. The frozen ice, under the action of the earthquake, cracked huge ice rift valleys without bottoming out. As long as you fall into it, you will definitely die. Even if you hide, it's useless. Who can guarantee that the ice rift will not appear in your hiding place? Floods, ice, insects, thunder, and earthquakes hit one after another. The last second was a peaceful world. The next second, it has become a purgatory on Earth. This is not too exciting. Damn, what's the situation? Galio, you crow's mouth. Doflamingo screamed. His strength is pretty good, but this series of blows almost didn't make others turn their backs. Doflamingo is like this. What about Perona? Who is the weakest? Naturally, her fate was even worse. Her strength was actually not strong, and her strength was based on her special fruit ability. These disasters, no matter which ones, she couldn't cope with them. Fortunately, Ace is by her side to protect her so she can be safe and sound. Well, I was wrong. There are indeed crises here. Galio decisively admitted that he was wrong. He is indeed powerful, not comparable to Doflamingo, Luo, and Perona, but in the face of a series of natural disasters, he, a magic creature, was also shocked by the wrath of nature. This world is still quite terrible. Especially the ugly bugs with cracked mouths and sharp teeth. They seemed to think that Galio's fat head and brain were more delicious, and they kept attacking him. Justice Punch. After Galio solved a wave of bugs, another wave of bugs swarmed in immediately. Haw. After waving huge wings, staying in the air, commanding all these worms, upon seeing this, he made a chirp sound, as if laughing at Galio. Seeing this big guy, everyone couldn't help taking a breath. What a big guy. Indeed, the size of the queen is not comparable to that of ordinary bugs. Its size is as big as a Noah's Ark, staying in the air. If you look closely, people will understand where the overwhelming bugs come from. All from the huge body of the queen of worms, swarmed out. It is a huge Noah's Ark, and the swarm is its fighter. Of course, because the queen is too large, it looks even uglier. Red, green, and those bare muscles are simply disgusting. Galio heard the ridicule of the worm queen. How could he bear it? Gone. Lousy is angry. You guys don't intervene. This bug queen, Lousy will blow it up by himself. 242, Chapter 242. Of course, Ye Chen doesn't want anyone to need him to pull him out in advance. If that were the case, it would disappoint him too much. After doing all this, Ye Chen intends to take a nap, and 2 hours later, he and Ace and his party can be pulled out from the inside. However, just as Ye Chen planned to do this, a cold mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding, post a new sign-in task. Please go to Windmill Island to sign in as soon as possible. Sign-in realization 1 day. After a week, the system has released the task again. This is something Ye Chen didn't expect. After all, sometimes it's a common occurrence that I haven't received a new task released by the system for half a month or a month. This time it was only a week after the last time I checked in on the terror bark, and I received a new check-in task, which Ye Chen could not think of. But where is this Windmill Island? Ye Chen is a little confused. In every previous mission, the system asked Ye Chen to sign in, which is not a famous place in One Piece world. What is the Island of Gods, Marine Headquarters Malin Vander, Terror Bark, etc.? But Ye Chen has never heard of the place where he checked in this time. Fortunately, the system is still very user-friendly. This time, not only gave the specific route to the so-called Windmill Island, but also gave some basic introduction about Windmill Island. Therefore, Ye Chen still knows that the so-called Windmill Island, which he has never heard of, is actually a small island that cannot be smaller than a barren island. Due to the limited information provided by the system, Ye Chen only knew that the Red Rock Island was located within the territory of the Whitebeard pirate group, and the location of the Hades was not far from Red Rock Island. Just because it is not far away, when the system releases the task, the time limit given is only 1 day. Without further ado, after 2 hours, Ace and the others have finished their experience, and then it is a bit slow to go to Windmill Island. Therefore, Ye Chen decided to go to Windmill Island alone. It's not impossible to go on the Pluto. It's just that the speed of the Hades is as fast as Ye Chen. It will take at least half a day to take the Hades to Windmill Island. And if Ye Chen rushes by himself, it will take at most half an hour. After the decision, Ye Chen confessed a few words to the crew on the Pluto and asked them to control the Pluto and drive in the direction of Windmill Island, while he himself was 1 step ahead. After the explanation, Ye Chen did not hesitate. He jumped and left the Hades. He didn't worry at all. All important crew members were gone, and the Pluto would be attacked by marine or other pirates. After all, even the crew on the Pluto is not comparable to ordinary people. How should I say, their strength is equivalent to the level of Edward Perospero and the Ant Pirates. At most, a little weaker. Also, is the cannon of the Pluto a display? If you want to attack the Pluto, you must be prepared to be baptized by the Pluto cannon. One shot, the ordinary pirate group can't afford it. It will definitely be wiped out. After half an hour, on a deserted island, the figure of Ye Chen appeared in it. Finally, the desert island is surrounded by vast seas in all directions, but Ye Chen can't be bothered. 243, Chapter 243. Oh, your name is A. Brits. Got it, horseface. The little old woman didn't know whether she was deliberately pissing off Brits or being confused. and she still claimed to call Brits a horseface. But does the name matter, horseface? Brits on the horseface was helpless when he heard the words. Yeah, it's this time, the name really doesn't matter. What do you want? Brits asked the horseface. Hey, what do you want? Do you think what we want? Guess. Guess I guess? The stupid man said first. There is no one who looks stupid in stupidity. Son, don't talk. Maybe it was because he felt that the silly son was stupid and embarrassed himself. The little old woman reprimanded in an unpleasant manner. Oh. The stupid man was very wronged, but he still kept his mouth shut. What do we want? I'll just ask you a question. Are your 8.0 pirates count as a pirate group under the Whitebeard pirates? The little old woman asked rhetorically. Yes, our AO pirate group is one of the pirate groups under Whitebeard. Since you know that we belong to the Whitebeard pirate group, you dare to find our AO pirate group here to make trouble. You're not afraid of being famous. The Whitebeard pirates are looking for you. The horse-faced Brits tried to intimidate the little old woman, the prestige of the Whitebeard pirates. However, the little old woman didn't bother to listen to the words behind him. She buckled her earwax and said impatiently, That's it. Since you belong to the Whitebeard pirates, then my son and I will come back to get our inheritance. Naturally, of course. Breeze, the horseface, heard the words with a dumbfounded look. Your legacy? The members of the 8.0 pirate group were all dumbfounded when they heard the words. Obviously, they didn't know what the little old lady meant. Could it be that the old man made a bet with this little old woman before he was alive, and in the end he lost their 8.0 pirates to their mother and son? This possibility does exist. After all, everyone knows that the old man Whitebeard has a heroic nature, and he never talks about fine wines and gambles. It doesn't count to lose a pirate group under its banner. But if this is the case, it will be difficult. Since the fall of the Whitebeard pirate group, the strength of the Whitebeard group is indeed not as good as before, and has even been squeezed out of the 4 emperors. However, the lean camel is bigger than the horse. As long as the dozen or so captains of the Whitebeard pirate group, such as Marco and Ace, are still there, the strength of the Whitebeard pirate group cannot be underestimated. This is also the many pirate groups that originally belonged to the Whitebeard pirate group. They did not even join the Black Crow pirate group because of the decline of Whitebeard pirate group, the reason for the thieves. Besides, having said that, their 8.0 pirate group grew up from a small pirate group, thanks to the care of their father Whitebeard. Papa Whitebeard is a great benefactor to them. But it is precisely because of this that they are in trouble. If it was the old man Whitebeard who lost to the mother and son in front of him, and the mother and son came to their inheritance, then they agreed or not. Promise, don't they have to leave the Whitebeard pirates? If you don't agree, you will put your father Whitebeard in a situation of untrustworthy. The horse-faced Brits thought a lot of it all at once. Be terribly upset. But suddenly, he felt that he was silly, thinking so much. It turned out to be one of the most important words. No, wait, she is talking about inheritance, not property. Could it be? Only then did Breeze on the horse face come back to his senses, and his face suddenly showed an extremely unbelievable expression. Just as he was about to break out, a cold voice sounded. 244, Chapter 244. Even newspapers are prohibited from having pictures of Ye Chen on them. Therefore, there are still many people in this world who have only heard of Ye Chen's name, but have never seen Ye Chen grow up. For example, the pirates of the 8.0 pirate group, and the mother and son of Miss Bajin. And so. However, he hadn't said what he had said yet, and the person who came had revealed his own identity. Master Ye Chen, the mother and son don't know what they are coming from. They attacked our 8.0 pirate group without any explanation and caused us a heavy loss. You have to be fair for us. Our 8.0 pirate group is a pirate group under the Whitebeard group, so .it can be regarded as a pirate group under the Black Crow pirate group. After Ye Chen appeared, Brits with a horse face seemed to have grabbed the life-saving straw and hurriedly asked Ye Chen for help. I see .263. Ye Chen said lightly. Then, looking at the mother and son of Miss Bajin, he explained, speaking of their backgrounds, they are not small. Especially this one, he is Edward Weibel, who claims to be Whitebeard too. Professing to be Whitebeard too? He deserves too? The pirates of the 8.0 pirates, who loved and respected Daddy Whitebeard, were immediately dissatisfied. Is this silly big man worthy of calling himself Whitebeard too? Why don't you deserve it? Miss Bajin immediately got anxious when hearing this. He is the son of Whitebeard and he is Whitebeard too. Miss Bajin explained angrily. Back then, Whitebeard left our mother and son on the island, which caused us a lot of hardship. Now he is dead, as the woman of Whitebeard, he, as the son of Whitebeard, naturally has the right to inherit the estate of Whitebeard, so isn't it natural for us to take back our inheritance? Miss Jean continued. As soon as this statement came out, the members of the A.O pirate group were shocked. What, is he really the father's biological son? You are the old man's woman. How is this possible? Everyone either believes or does not believe. However, they finally understood why the little old woman used the word heritage in the first place. Because she thinks she is Whitebeard's woman, and her son is Whitebeard's son. How can it be? Look at my son, that IT was almost the same as Edward Newgate when he was young, the burly figure and the crescent-shaped Whitebeard. What is different from Edward Newgate? Miss Jean was indignant. As soon as this remark came out, everyone at the scene was ashamed. The figure is as burly as the old man, and his beard is deliberately shaped like a crescent-shaped beard. But how can the old man be so stupid? I'm afraid it's not the little old woman who wants to divide the father's inheritance and wants to be crazy, so she just found a stupid big one to pretend to be the father's biological son. When everyone thought about it this way, they felt that it was extremely possible. After all, their father never mentioned that he had a biological son before he was alive. Miss Jean seems to have known for a long time that others would not believe it. Seeing that everyone did not believe it, she just snorted and directly pointed out her purpose of appearing on Red Rock Island, the site of the Whitebeard pirate group. Whether you believe it or not, in short, this is a fact. The Whitebeard Pirates is the legacy of Edward Newgate, and my son is his biological son, so naturally I have every effort to inherit his legacy. Your A.O pirate group, since it is a pirate group under the Whitebeard pirate group, is considered our legacy. We are here to get back our own legacy. I hope you don't know each other otherwise. Humph, little old lady, I can't control my grumpy son. Miss Jean threatened. 245, Chapter 245. Humph, a bunch of fools. Just wait and take a look. My son, since he dares to be called Whitebeard too, he has the corresponding strength. His potential and talent are no worse than his father Whitebeard. Miss Jean thought silently in her heart. What is your name? After Edward Weibel stood up, he immediately showed his stupidity to the fullest. Oh yes, they call you Lord Ye Chen, so your name must be Ye Chen, adult, right? I'm right, Lord Ye Chen, kid. Ye Chen has nothing to say. Don't be surprised, my Weibel is so smart. Edward Weibel laughed. Everyone heard the words. The expression on their faces can be imagined. When they listened to the first half of the sentence at first, they really thought that the fool had gotten the hang of it and would get information from other people's words. Who knows, this guy's not that smart at all. Please, the word adult is just a respectful name for others to pay tribute to Ye Chen 09. But this is a fool, thinking that this is also part of his name. Silly son, can you stop talking nonsense? Quickly let people who look down on you take a look. You're great. Even Miss Jean was speechless to his stupid son, but urged him to stop talking nonsense, and he was done. Oh, okay, Mom, Edward Weibel said, with a wave of the huge guan knife in his hand. It hit the ground fiercely. Boom. The earth trembled, and the ground of the handle of the knife touched suddenly cracked every inch. The pirates of the A.O pirate group, who were close enough and lacked in strength, were shaken to the ground one after another. It seems that this stupid big guy is indeed more suitable for hands-on than talking. Unfortunately, he certainly wouldn't realize it himself. Wow, run, or you will suffer. The group of miscellaneous fish and pirates was immediately frightened by Edward Weibel and fled one after another. In this regard, Ye Chen didn't think that these guys didn't talk about loyalty, and the mud couldn't support the wall or something. Anyway, these trash pirates ran better, so as not to interfere with him. Whitebeard too. Let me try it. Are you really plausible, or are you true to the name? Ye Chen snorted coldly. Mom told me not to talk nonsense with you. Just fuck you. Edward Weibel spoke. Then you still bullshit, Ye Chen said, but he was not at all polite. He pulled out Ryujin Jakka from his waist and swept it towards Edward Weibel. It's not that I want to talk nonsense. It's obviously that you want to talk to me. I'm so much. Edward Weibel is really stupid. There is still so much nonsense at this time. This idiot is dead. Read more at Hamptel Novel, XYZ. Fight against Master Ye Chen. Dare to talk more nonsense? Fool. Horseface, Brits, and other pirates all sighed with emotion. They may never have seen Ye Chen, and they don't know how powerful he is, but they have heard of all kinds of legendary deeds, including the end of Marine Admiral Akainu with one sword, the killing of Kaido, etc. They can all guess that Ye Chen's strength is absolutely terrifying. When Edward Weibel played against Ye Chen, he was still talking so much nonsense, isn't he looking for death? However, what happened next was far beyond everyone's expectations. Edward Weibel's last words of nonsense had not been uttered, and suddenly his face changed drastically. The stupidity in stupidity ceased to exist, and all that was left was extreme concentration and seriousness. At this moment, people actually caught a trace of Whitebeard's shadow on his body. Yes, Edward Weibel didn't get serious until the last second. Ryujin, Jakka, and Ye Chen's hands moved when he saw that he was about to be cut on his body. 246, Chapter 246. Of course, Edward Weibel is powerful and terrifying. This is only in the eyes of those trash pirates. For Ye Chen, it's just that. When the dense smoke dissipated and people could gradually see what was inside, they were even more shocked. I saw Ye Chen standing unscathed in the crater shaped like a shock wave, his expression so calm and calm. The Ryujin Jakka in his hand easily resisted Weibel's huge knife. Guandao is so huge, Ye Chen is less than 1/5 of Guandao. The Ryujin Jakka in his hand is even smaller than Guandao. It's almost like a toy knife and a real Guan knife fight against each other. But even so, Ryujin Jakka still resisted Guandao easily. Just when everyone thought that the two were evenly matched, they were obviously wrong. You just have this strength? Ye Chen's tone was full of disdain. Get me started. As he said, Ye Chen yelled, and a layer of red steam suddenly enveloped Ryujin Jakka, and the power broke out completely at this moment. Boom. There was a loud noise, and the sword aura suddenly broke out. Edward Weibel, who was like a huge ball of meat, was directly bombarded by the explosive force, and the whole person flew out like a broken line kite. Wow, don't you? How heavy is that stupid guy, so he got knocked into the air like this? Moreover, he was hit back by his own knife. A crowd of salted fish and pirates were in an uproar. Especially Miss Ba Jean, his face has long lost the complacency just now. Moreover, what Ye Chen wants to say is that he hasn't really moved at all. However, unexpectedly, Edward Newgate still had something. After being knocked into the air, he suddenly stabilized his figure, then, turning his body, it turned into a ball of meat and eggs and slammed down Ye Chen from the air. His burly and huge figure, coupled with his unimaginable weight and the acceleration of gravity falling from the sky, the imagination alone makes people feel shocked. The situation at the scene is even more so. The trash pirates, looking at Edward Weibel, who fell down like a huge cannonball from the sky, scalp numb with fright, and quickly fled in all directions. It seems that they are very clear that if this meaty ball is smashed, it will definitely hurt the innocent. Even the little old woman, Miss Ba Jean, her face was not pretty, and she hurriedly stepped on her short legs and fled into the distance. At the scene, Ye Chen was the only one who remained calm, standing still at the original plan. Ah, Master Ye Chen, you are really strong. No wonder the word adult is included in the name. But as my mother said, my Weibel is not bad. The silly Edward Weibel yelled and roared. At the same time, due to the fast falling speed, Edward Weibel's body ignited a raging fire. Vortex, vortex. The whole air became so anxious. Looking at this shocking scene, the miscellaneous fish pirates couldn't help but secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. At the same time, they secretly worried for their lord Ye Chen. Everyone with a discerning eye could see that Edward Weibel's ball of fleshy ball fell from the air, and it would definitely bring devastating power. 247, Chapter 247. The huge Guan knife in Edward Weibel's hand was completely covered by a layer of dark armament Haki. There is no fancy, no use of the first half of swordsmanship. This knife is just a pure knife. But without those extra stabs, the power of this stab can be so pure and domineering. Complex has complex and powerful. Simple is simple and powerful. In almost a short time, Edward Weibel has rushed in front of Ye Chen. Boom. He slashed it down, and immediately the surrounding air exploded. The force of this knife pushed the air away. It's a pity that your past knife is a fake and not powerful enough, Ye Chen said suddenly. Even if it is covered with armament Haki, the strength of the sword can be strengthened, but the quality of the sword itself is very poor, and how to cover armament Haki is useless. While speaking, Ye Chen had already swung a knife, when Ryujin Jakka collided with a huge Guandao again. It's just that this time, Ryujin Jakka's sword is completely red. On it, it clearly covers armament Haki, but it still can't hide its blazing heat. Yes, this time, Ye Chen used Ryatsu. Ryujin Jakka was released. Before Ryujin Jakka was released, it was just an ordinary black knife, but once it was released, Shirkai Bankai, then it was an artifact. So this time, when Ryujin Jakka and Guandao collided, the stalemate like before did not appear. Click. With a clear sound, the knife in Edward Weibel's hand was broken in pieces. I don't know what material it was made of, in short, it was not a normal sword. It was so vulnerable to the released Ryujin Jakka. It was directly crushed by Ryujin Jakka. After smashing Edward Weibel's knife, Ye Chen did not stop, and Ryujin Jakka continued to behead Edward Weibel. Everything came so suddenly. Hearing a pounce, Edward Weibel's chest suddenly broke open, and blood spilled out. Wow. All the trash pirates only feel that their scalp is tingling. A group of them besieged Edward Weibel before, which can be described as being beaten to death. It was so miserable. Therefore, they knew that Edward Weibel was not just a silly-looking huge man, he was capable. And quite powerful. However, as soon as Ye Chen got out of the horse, it was like an adult hanging a child, and he cleaned up Edward Weibel in twos or twos. How can they not feel a tingling scalp? Miss Ba Jean was even more frightened by the sudden change, and in a hurry, she cursed. Silly son, are you okay? Ye Chen, if you hurt my son, my old lady won't let you go. Miss Ba Jean jumped and shouted. What's the rush? Don't worry, I can do it very well, he can't die. Facing the jumping Miss Ba Jean, Ye Chen just said lightly. Yes, Ye Chen's knife is just trying to test how powerful Edward Weibel's self-healing ability is. Therefore, there is no killer to stop. But if Edward Weibel's self-healing ability is not as strong as Ye Chen imagined, then even if he can't die, it is estimated that he will have to lie in a hospital bed for more than half a year. 248, Chapter 248. This little old woman can see that even if her son is indeed strong, Ye Chen is 10 times stronger than her son. No, 100 times. Really insisting on letting Edward Weibel deal with Ye Chen is tantamount to hitting a rock with a pebble. But at this time, Edward Weibel, who would become wary, could not listen to his mother's words. Edward Weibel yelled and rushed to Ye Chen again. After all, it was naturally kicked by Ye Chen again, then crashed to the ground. However, falling down again and again, he got up again and again, challenging Ye Chen again and again. That toughness, the trash pirates around, also have a tingling scalp. Isn't this guy immortal? This terrible self-healing ability. In just a few minutes, Edward Weibel has fallen down at least 20 or 30 times, and the whole person has been beaten by Ye Chen to almost no shape. At this time, the miscellaneous fish pirates who were originally angry at Edward Weibel's attack on their A.O pirate group for no reason, at this time, were a little unbearable. Poor big guy, blame himself for bad luck, I met Ye Chen Lord. It's so stupid and pitiful to be beaten up to be out of shape, and to challenge Lord Ye Chen. People are full of emotion. Give up, you don't even have the knife, what can you fight against me? If this goes on, you will die. Although Ye Chen appreciates Edward Weibel's unyielding, but he still has to remind him that if this continues, he will die. However, Edward Weibel, who had been dazzled by the fighting spirit, didn't even listen to his mother's words, so how could he listen to Ye Chen's words? Rising from the ruins again, Edward Weibel screamed and rushed towards Ye Chen. This time, even Miss Ba Jean couldn't stand it anymore. In the end, she couldn't help but rushed into the battlefield. She didn't want her only son to die because of his stupid energy, and she hoped that he would inherit Whitebeard's will. Enough, stop it, Weibel. Miss Barking cursed, then, a crutches hit Edward Weibel's head hard. Mom. With a sudden blow by Miss Barking, Edward Weibel woke up from his madness and stopped. When Ye Chen saw this, he just put away Ryujin Jakka. For him, Edward Weibel's strength is not enough. After all, hitting him is just like hitting a kid. It's completely effortless. Humph. Seeing Ye Chen put away the knife, Miss Ba Jean sighed in secret, but still couldn't help but snorted and said, Ye Chen, don't think that this will be the case this time. The Whitebeard pirates is Whitebeard, the legacy left to us, mother and son. One day, we will definitely come back. Rather than thinking about how to reclaim Whitebeard's legacy, it's better to figure out how to make your son stronger. Ye Chen couldn't help but speak. In this regard, I have a suggestion. If he can find a powerful devil fruit to serve him, he will definitely become stronger. Ye Chen said his thoughts. Humph. Little old woman, Miss Ba Jean, still just snorted. But to be honest, Ye Chen's remarks still made her realize. Her stupid son is so good, but too stupid. Whether she taught him various moves or swordsmanship, he basically couldn't learn it. 249, Chapter 249. Damn it, someone dared to run to our Whitebeard pirate group site to make trouble. Who is it so bold? Following Ace is the grumpy Diamond Jaws. Immediately afterwards, the Phoenix Marco, Foil Bista, and others also appeared on the stage. When they rushed to Ryujin Island, they were shocked to see the destruction of Ryujin Island. Most of the rocks and trees were almost destroyed. It seems that the A.O pirate group has indeed encountered a formidable opponent. However, such a powerful opponent can really be dealt with by the A.O pirates? They are afraid that they have been destroyed by the regiment. Just when several people were worried about this, Ma Yin Breeze heard the words and quickly responded, "Captain Ace, Captain Jaws, we are here. We are all right. Are they still alive?" Unexpectedly, AI-267C and other captains felt even more incredible when they heard this. Also, after all, the entire A.O pirate group has a bit of strength, as the Captain A.O Brits and the other members, to be honest, are all miscellaneous fish. However, when they followed the voice to the scene, they immediately understood. Ye Chen. Ace called out first. Master Ye Chen. Marco also yelled that he actually respected Ye Chen. Yes, after all, Ye Chen still kept his promise and did not interfere with the Whitebeard pirates too much, and even took care of the Whitebeard pirates. The Whitebeard pirate group was also protected by the Black Crow pirate group, and was not harassed by other pirate groups after its fall. Several other team captains met Ye Chen and greeted him one after another. Okay. Ye Chen simply expressed it. Brits, didn't you say that you were attacked by someone? What about that person? Izang, confused, asked. Report to Master Izong that the mother and son were driven away by Master Ye Chen long ago. Brit spoke quickly. Did you run away by Master Ye Chen? Izong heard the words and couldn't help but look at Ye Chen with beautiful eyes, and there was a feeling of love in his eyes. Ye Chen felt a little unbearable when he saw this. If he doesn't know that although Izong is dressed up as a beautiful woman in kimono, he is actually a man, he would be very happy. After all, it is the favor of beautiful women. But the problem is, he knows very well this Izong looks better than most beautiful women, but it is actually a male body. Fortunately, Izong seems to have only a trace of affection for Ye Chen and no other complicated emotions. After some greetings, Ace spoke. Ye Chen, why did you come to Ryujin Island, you alone, Ace and the others? Ace has an outgoing personality. For Ye Chen, apart from the respect he deserves, he doesn't have the slightest sense of life. Also, among the captains, he can be said to be the most grateful to Ye Chen. Why Ye Chen not only saved his life, but also saved the Whitebeard pirates. For Ace, Ye Chen is his great benefactor. The only thing Ace regrets is that when he was on the top of the war, his father was killed because of his lack of strength. I'm the only one, Ace and the others went to some place to practice, but they didn't come. The reason why I'm here, cough coughed, just to pick up a companion. Ye Chen hesitated and replied with an excuse. As for the so-called companion, it is naturally the reward of the system this time. 250, Chapter 250. If there were also Dragon Ball comics in the pirate world, they would be shocked. Isn't this the number 18 in Dragon Ball? Indeed, the heroic and brave blonde Trend Queen who came to face him was the evil robot number 18 in Dragon Ball. The new member of the Black Crow Pirates, number 18. This is number 18. It feels more beautiful and colder than the original Dragon Ball book. Ye Chen couldn't help but sigh when he saw this. The 18th he summoned was not like the style of an old bird, but more like the style of some fan comics after beautifying. Could it be that the appearance of the character I summoned will not change according to my consciousness? Ye Chen seems to have realized something terrible. Of course, these are things to follow. Having said that, the number 18 in front of me is indeed unparalleled, and even directly compares Izing. Even if it is Ace, Queen of Ice, it is not too much. Who is she? Have any of you met? I haven't seen it. How is it possible? Someone can hide the breath so perfectly, hiding it from all of us in 09. Marco and others were very surprised after seeing the 18th. Of course, they are all surprised that there is such a breath as if there is no such thing on 18th. Good guy, this unremarkable breath, their observation Haki, can't even be noticed. It can be seen that the strength of the comber is absolutely extraordinary, even above them. But actually, Ye Chen wants to say that the reason why the breath on the 18th body is if there is no, it is because she is a human being. She is generally a robot, so naturally there is no human breath. It is worth mentioning that the captains such as Marco and Ace are all straight men of steel. They actually only paid attention to the strength of the 18th and did not pay attention to her beauty at all. There was only Izang, and seeing the beauty of the 18th suppressed herself, it was inevitable that she felt a little unhappy. Number 18, Sea Master. After arriving in front of Ye Chen on the 18th, he respectfully knelt down and said, "Get up." Ye Chen said, "Oh, by the way, don't call my master in the future, just call me Ye Chen. If you mean in the future, you don't need to bow down." Ye Chen added. Ye Chen is still a bit disgusted with the title of master. After all, he treats the members of the Black Crow Pirates as their companions. Okay, Lord Ye Chen. On the 18th, there will be no conflict with Ye Chen's words. Ye Chen asked her to call her what she called. Wow, you deserve to be Ye Chen, and you have to be forced. Does a peerless beauty have to kneel down when seeing Master Ye Chen? My Master Ye Chen is amazing. Master Ye Chen is really beautiful. Envy. A group of miscellaneous fish and pirates slapped Ye Chen's flattery. Facing the worship of a crowd of miscellaneous fish and pirates, Ye Chen naturally assumed that he hadn't seen it. His gaze turned to Marco and other captains. Marco, Ace, are you interested? Let me introduce to you. This is the 18th and new member of the Black Crow Pirates. On the 18th, these are the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marco, Ace, Vista. 251, Chapter 251. While a group of miscellaneous fish pirates marveled at the power of Ace's punch, they felt that Ace was too reckless and asked you to deal with the 18th, but you didn't even let you deal with Ye Chen. However, this group of miscellaneous fish pirates knows a fart. Ace knows the difference in strength between himself and Ye Chen best. If this fire fist could hurt Ye Chen a hair, he would eat his fist on the spot. Indeed, Ace is not wrong. Although Ace's fire fist is powerful, it is insignificant for Ye Chen, who can control the burn of hundreds of thousands of degrees. Even Ye Chen didn't need to resist the raging flames. Someone had already rushed out. It is number 18. On the 18th, it is naturally impossible for Ace to hurt Ye Chen at all. Therefore, when the monstrous flame blasted over, the 18th also acted decisively. Supersonic punch. Number 18 gathered strength and then slammed a punch. Boom. There was another loud noise. The next scene happened, but everyone was dumbfounded. This is obviously just an ordinary punch, but its power is beyond imagination. This punch not only smashed the monstrous flames directly, but also formed a huge shock wave that blasted towards Ace. What the hell is this? Upon seeing this, Ace's face turned pale. At the same time, Observation Haki, which he had studied for many years, also issued a danger warning, and it was the kind of extremely dangerous warning. This made Ace clearly realize that he couldn't handle this punch. If it is hardwired and there is only one end, it is death. Fortunately, Ace is not a vegetarian either. At a critical juncture, he turned into a flame, spurting flames from the soles of his feet, avoiding this shock wave at a very fast speed. The shock wave fell through and plunged directly into the sea. Immediately after, boom! The shock wave exploded on the bottom of the sea, producing a huge water mushroom that rose into the sky. Tens of thousands of tons of sea water was washed into the sky. Next second, wow! It rained heavily in the sky. Wow! This, except for Ye Chen, everyone was shocked. So powerful. No wonder you are eligible to be a member of the Black Crow Pirates. My God, none of the members of the Black Crow Pirates are vegetarian. Marco and other captains were also shocked by the earth-shattering punch of the 18th. Even Ye Chen was a little surprised. Is this number 18? It's really powerful. Moreover, Ye Chen knew very well that the punch on the 18th definitely did not use real strength. If she strikes with all her strength, the power of this punch, I'm afraid, even if a dozen captains like Ace and Marco go together, they will all die. Of course, on the 18th, it was clear that Ye Chen only asked her to compete with Ace and the others, instead of letting her kill them, so she naturally wouldn't be true. It's purely for fun. What are you doing in a daze? Let's go together. Seeing number 18 surrounded by a light golden light circle, flying towards him, Ace suddenly became anxious. When Marco and others heard this, they no longer cared about the gentleman's demeanor, and stepped forward to help Ace. Phoenix Seal. 252. Chapter 252. This. Ace was frightened. If this Qigong wave explodes directly on the ground, the consequences can be imagined. I'm afraid the entire Hongyan Island no longer exists. Even if it broke out on the surface of the sea might have to be tumbling for days and nights. Fortunately, they reasonably guided the Qigong wave into the air, so they did not cause any casualties or damage. Is this the shockwave unique to the Dragon Ball world? It really is countless times stronger than the shockwave in this world. Ye Chen was also surprised when he saw this. The Qigong wave on the 18th was changed to be dealt with by him, but I guess he could only guide it into the air. If you insist on resolving it, you will have to pay a bitter price at least. This is the power of the 18th. On the 18th, according to Ye Chen's order, after he rescued Jaws, he rushed back. Her speed is also surprisingly fast. Wherever she passed, there were sonic booms in the air. Number 18 carried the tall and burly Jaws like a chicken, and then threw him to the ground mercilessly. Jaws, who had lost consciousness in pain, let out a groan when he was not conscious. Of course, I don't care about the 18th. For the 18th, as long as Jaws is not dead, she doesn't care about other things. After Jaws was thrown to the ground, everyone looked intently and couldn't help taking a breath. The reason why Jaws did not die was due to his fruiting ability. However, even if Jaws' body was covered with diamonds, one of the hardest substances in the world, which helped him withstand the fatal impact damage, the huge shock wave still stunned him. Moreover, the diamonds covering him were not complete, and dense cracks appeared one after another. It seems that with a little effort, all these diamonds will turn into powder. It can be seen how big the shock wave was suffered by Jaws. Hi. When everyone saw this scene, they couldn't help taking a breath. As for the 18th, she was not surprised by the fact that Marco, Ace and others worked together to guide the Qigong wave from her to the sky and resolve the crisis. After all, as an artificial person, after a series of rigorous and complicated calculations, she has long calculated that the only way for them to survive the disaster of Qigong wave is to guide the Qigong wave into the air and let it explode in the air. Otherwise, except Ye Chen, all of them will have to die in the explosion of Qigong wave. What, you said that this is just a contest? You should be merciful and stop at it. Number 18 has been merciful, and it's a good cut. Indeed, as far as she is concerned, as long as she doesn't hurt Ye Chen, and she doesn't ruin thousands of miles, then she is very merciful. No way, the 18th is so scary. After working together to resolve the crisis of Qigong wave, Marco and other captains collapsed one by one, and they had no desire to continue fighting with the 18th. Number 18 is too powerful. Don't look, they didn't confront the Qigong wave head-on, but under the bombardment of the Qigong wave, they had to withstand the impact that was so terrifying that it can no longer be terrifying and then jointly bounce it into the air. All this is simple to say, but with their strength, it is not easy to do it. They don't think they can withstand the second wave of Qigong. 253. Chapter 253. Ye Chen was not surprised at this, and naturally did not take it seriously. Compared with the trash pirates, Marco, Ace, and other captains performed better. Also, after all, they are very knowledgeable, and they are not surprised by the abilities of the capable people. What makes people a toy through contact, what pulls people into the mirror space, etc., is not more wonderful than a house out of thin air. They can only sigh that the world is so big that it is truly extraordinary. It turns out that someone can do such a magical thing without being able to do it. Ye Chen, Captain. The people who came out of the spiritual time room greeted Ye Chen one after another. After only 2 hours of absence, the state of these people can be said to have undergone a qualitative change. Either in the spirit of energy or in terms of strength, earth-shaking changes have taken place. They are like a different person. In other words, they became stronger and more confident. Of course, there are exceptions. Woo, Ye Chen, it's terrible inside. It's all a 1,000-year-old corpse king. Perona, never go in again. Perona said that she would be frightened by those ghosts in it. As soon as these words were uttered, Ace and other members of the Black Crow pirate group couldn't help but turn Byakugan. Even the naive Galio expressed serious doubts about it. Please, you are a Princess Mononoke, a ghost fruit-capable person. Are you afraid of ghosts? Ghost letter. Well, the ghosts surrounding Perona, invisible to ordinary people, said that they did believe that Perona was frightened. And not once or twice, but several times. On the contrary, Ye Chen, he actually believed it. He knew that Perona was still young after all, and she was like a kid who liked to play with firecrackers and worried about being blown up. For ghosts, they are also both interested and scared. Well, it's okay, don't be afraid. Ye Chen comforted. However, before Perona was moved, Ye Chen said again, "It's okay. It's okay to do this kind of training a few times, and you won't be afraid anymore." Clam. Perona was moved and cried on the spot. I really cried. Perona said that she had tears flowing in her heart, and few people knew the bitterness in her heart. When everyone saw Perona's bitter look, they couldn't help but feel happy. It turns out to be molested with Loli Nyang. So interesting. Master Ye Chen, this spiritual time house is too suitable for cultivation. Just 1 month. Oh no, the reality is only 2 hours later. My growth is beyond my imagination. Doflamingo couldn't help but speak. Yes, Captain, through this practice, my strength has improved a lot. Even Ulquiorra, who has always been cold, was a little excited because of the improvement in his strength. Master Captain, 1 queen is not enough. Next time you can arrange more queens. Die Galio, 1 punch. Galio said triumphantly. It seems that a queen can no longer satisfy them. Everyone was very excited to talk about their cultivation in the world of spiritual time house. Only Ace is an exception. 254, Chapter 254. Perhaps, in the entire Black Crow Pirates group except Ye Chen, everyone is afraid of Ace. After all, no one wants to be frozen into an ice sculpture by this Ice Queen. And it is the kind of perpetual freezing which can never be lifted. But who is number 18? The evil cyborg number 18 is not a vain name. Others are afraid of Ace. She is not afraid. Doflamingo originally wanted to say something, but seeing the 2 beauties facing each other, the chill that broke out was chilling, and he immediately persuaded him. The same is true for others, and the scene fell into silence as a result. In the end, Ulquiorra broke the silence and said, I don't have any objection to fight against number 18, but Captain, shall we go 1 by 1 or together? As soon as Ulquiorra said this, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, Marco, couldn't help but look at each other. They seemed to have guessed Ye Chen's answer. Really? Of course it was together. Ye Chen said, Come on together, Captain, you are not mistaken, although I have to admit that number 18 is very strong in breath, but our training in the spiritual time house this month is not in vain. Hearing this, Gario couldn't help but speak. Others were also a little surprised when they heard this. Especially Ace. She felt that she was more than enough to deal with the 18th by herself, but she really couldn't understand why Ye Chen arranged such an arrangement. Of course, I'm not mistaken. Come on together and don't show mercy. The 18th can handle it. You are right, the 18th. Ye Chen said, turning his head to ask the 18th next to him. As soon as this remark came out, the members of the Black Crow Pirates didn't feel anything wrong. On the contrary, it was Marco and the others, but they were shocked. No, don't be merciful. Are you serious about this? Thinking of just now, Ye Chen asked them to click until they were all, almost triggering the destruction of Wano Island. If you don't show mercy, SK, the consequences will make your scalp numb. Of course. Hearing the words on the 18th, he immediately replied. Her answer was very brief. But it is precisely because of the briefness that makes people feel her self-confidence. Naive. Hearing this, Ace couldn't help but snorted coldly. She just can't understand the confident look of number 18. Humph. Number 18 didn't say anything, just gave Ace a cold look. Breeze, right? How many residents are there on Red Rock Island? Ye Chen spoke suddenly and asked. Residents? It seems that there are no residents, that IT is just a deserted island. Usually, when our 8.0 pirates are stationed here, there will be people. Brits answered truthfully. Really, that's good? Brits, if you don't want to lose your life on Red Rock Island, then you can quickly summon everyone and leave here by boat. Marco, you can also watch the battle, but I still recommend that you try not to stay on Red Rock Island. You can watch it on the pirate boat. Of course, it's best not to get too close to Wano Island. Ye Chen began to order. Good. Marco answered quickly. For Ye Chen suddenly ordered, he naturally understood his intentions. It is nothing more than not wanting, because the 18th fought against the crew of the Black Duck Pirates, which affected the innocent. 255, Chapter 255. Doflamingo and Luo, who were following Galio, were dumbfounded when they saw this. They also felt the terrifying impact of the number 18 supersonic punch. Now they are hard to get off the tiger, nor can they go up, and it is too late to retreat. But at this moment, Ace's icy voice suddenly sounded. Get out of the way. This punch is not something you can resist. Let me come. Ice crack God fist. Ace lined up the crowd, turned into a blue light, took the lead, and rushed forward. Boom. The fists of the two beauties collided with each other. Suddenly, a super strong wave swept away. Doflamingo and Luo, who were following behind, were almost overwhelmed by this super strong wave. After the two of them have practiced in the spiritual time house for the first month, their strength has skyrocketed, which is different now. Even a battle with the old Marine Admiral is more than enough. But no matter what, they were really almost overwhelmed by this blast. Wow, how strong is this number 18? Doflamingo and Luo09 were stunned. Fortunately, Ace is in front of him. Otherwise, let them face the 18th supersonic punch, and the consequences can be imagined. The two are afraid that if not, they will be seriously injured if they die. Wow. The airwaves spread wildly, and it spread to the middle of the sea. The originally calm sea suddenly became turbulent and surging. Marco, Ace, and others who were standing on the deck watching the battle were already prepared tomorrow morning, but they were shocked to see this scene. Number 18 is so strong. The Ice Queen Ace is not bad. Unexpectedly, the two female members of the Black Crow Pirates are strong enough to crush the captains of our Whitebeard pirates. Alas, someone couldn't help sighing. Others heard this and fell into contemplation. Indeed, every member of the Black Crow pirate group is too powerful. As the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, they used to be the objects of admiration, but compared with the members of the Black Crow pirates, they simply incomparable. Especially number 18, Ace, and Ulquiorra. Which one is not crushing their existence? Thinking of this, each of them will inevitably feel a little disappointed. But there is also a hint of relief. Indeed, only such a powerful Black Crow pirate group is qualified to make them the Whitebeard pirate group willingly to become its subordinate. If the Black Crow pirates are just a little stronger than the Whitebeard pirates, then they are forced to become the pirates of the Black Crow pirates, and they will definitely become the laughingstock of the pirates all over the world. But now, who dares to laugh at them? Don't you see? Even the most arrogant beast pirates is now a pirate group under the Black Crow pirate group. After the 18th collided with Ace Fists, it was just a stalemate. The huge wave of air soon separated the two. The two retreated hundreds of meters each. Oh, it's interesting. After stopping, number 18 couldn't help but speak. Unexpectedly on the 18th, besides Ye Chen who summoned her, someone in this world could hit her head on. Suddenly, the 18th had such a lost interest in Ace. Of course. 256, Chapter 256. However, in the face of such a powerful Qigong wave, even Ace can't handle it. I can't compete with this power. I can only try my best. Knowing that he can't compete with Qigong wave, Ace still plans to give it a try. After all, she is now the only person who has shared Ye Chen's strength, and no matter how she said, she can't make Ye Chen ashamed. Emperor, Demon God appears, Essence of Devil. Moko Bottom. With Ace Desi's scream, people could see it to the naked eye, and everything around her was covered with a layer of frost. Everything is frozen, including time. The flow of time became extremely slow in the area covered by Moko Bottom. Even the Qigong wave that shoots towards Ace at the speed of light, at this moment, has become as slow as a snail. But the crisis has not been resolved. No matter how slow the flow of time is, once the Qigong wave hits the target, it bursts out and releases the power of destroying the world. Then the entire Hongyan Island and even the nearby waters will be inevitable. Hi. Marco, Ace, and others who were watching the battle on a ship far away in the sea couldn't help taking a breath when they saw it. Think about them not long ago, when several of their captains joined forces. They barely resolved the Qigong wave crisis. Moreover, it did not destroy the Qigong wave, but guided it into the air, let it explode in the air, and released all its power. Thinking about it now, they still have lingering fears. They want to see how Ace and the others would deal with the world-destroying Qigong wave on the 18th. Mokobotomo made the flow of time very slow, which gave Ace a lot of time to think about countermeasures. Unfortunately, even with plenty of time, Ace can't think of a way to deal with the 18th Qigong wave. Exhibiting another hidden ability of the Ice Emperor, Icelon Admiral Army? This move, that is an AoE large area damage explosion, can freeze thousands of miles in an instant, killing thousands of people. But if you really want to deal with this concentrated shockwave energy, this trick doesn't help much at all. As Ace frowned, Ulquiorra and Galio joined the battle. The Qigong wave on the 18th is too powerful, and none of us can handle it alone. Let's join hands. Ulquiorra, who has always been arrogant, unexpectedly made a request for cooperation like Ace. You know, even if this guy is facing the Beast Kaido in his heyday, he has never asked anyone to join forces. He has a high regard for self and thinks that he is strong enough, and he has always disdained to join hands with others to deal with opponents. But now he has to do it. Blame it, the 18th is damn strong. It's too powerful. Sister Ace, I'm here to help you too. Han Galio also yelled, flapping his wings behind him and rushing over. He is really naive, and he still doesn't know that Ace is very annoying that he calls her eldest sister. It seems that she is very old. But Galio called Ace sister, purely to express his strong respect for Ace. It's like when he calls Ye Chen the captain, the word adult is always added at the end. But now Ace can't care so much. Ace, as well as me and Luo. Doflamingo also stepped on the transparent 5-color strings and rushed over with Luo. 257, Chapter 257. Ulquiorra was even almost bounced out because of the huge impact of the explosion. Fortunately, he was strong enough to resist. As for Ace, the sword that he was going to cut out came to an abrupt end. The Qigong wave at the beginning was already strong enough, but now, after increasing its power, it becomes even stronger. If Ace does not stop her hands and insists on smashing the Qigong wave, there will probably only be one end. That is, the Qigong wave is not only unbreakable, it is very likely that her sword will be completely destroyed by the Qigong wave. Upon seeing this on the 18th, instead of stopping, he continued to increase the energy output of the atmospheric power wave. Even if you know that the person in front of you is your future companion, it is absolutely impossible to release the water on the 18th. If you want to be her recognized companion, you have to use the corresponding strength. Otherwise, everything will be destroyed for me. If they are just a bunch of trash, they will be destroyed if they are destroyed, and the master will not blame it on the 18th. The 18th thought so. Oh. Qigong waves are getting bigger and bigger. Energy is expanding, bursting, and on the verge of losing control. Even if it's still time, it's gradually unable to control the energy that destroys the world, and the earth is out of control. No way, Mokbo Temo can no longer control the Qigong wave, Ace said to his companion. There is no way, I can only come up with real skills, Ulquiorra said suddenly. Yeah, that I have long wanted to show my skills, but unfortunately, there are not many people in this world who can let me show my skills. Galio also spoke. At this moment, he was not silly at all, but became extremely serious. And Doflamingo and Luo, they also became serious at this moment. Okay. Ace responded to them indifferently. Oh. Seeing this on the 18th, I was a little surprised, but the interest became more and more intense. Interesting, really interesting. If it is them, maybe they are qualified to be my companions. The 18th thought so. Originally, she didn't intend to accept them as her companions, but if it were them, maybe it would be acceptable. Ahem, having said that, shouldn't it be Ace and the old members who are planning to accept the 18th as their companions? How come they become the 18th and accept them as their companions instead? Isn't this the reverse? However, this is also a matter of course, who made her the 18th. I'm here to attack, you help me. After Ace dropped a word, regardless of whether Ulquiorra agreed or opposed, they dragged the long knife in their hands and rushed towards the Qigong wave that had already begun time and space. At this moment, Qigong Bo is still slow like a snail, but in the next second, when it breaks through the stillness of time, it will not be like that. Ulquiorra and others heard that. Even if they wanted to oppose it, they couldn't help it. Ace has rushed forward. They can only do their best to cooperate with her. Who made her the strongest among them? Click, click. The still time is finally broken. Kagongbo broke free. Bo. The Qigong wave turned into a ray of light and swallowed Ace in an instant. Wow. All members of the A.O pirate group and Whitebeard pirate group were shocked when they saw this scene. 258. Chapter 258. The terrifying ice and fire knife aura is indeed powerful. While freezing the Qigong wave, flames erupted and violently collided with the Qigong wave. But even so, there is still such a lack of fire. Yes, a little bit of fire. On the 18th, after all, it is better than Ace. Seeing that Ace Desi is at any time under the impact of Qigong wave, it may not be able to hold it. At this time, Ulquiorra and the four of them no longer fight each other. They have contributed their own strength to Ace Des. With a continuous influx of power, Ace immediately seemed to have changed. Condensing the strength of all her companions, she is no longer alone. Break it to me. 2 heavens of ice and fire. Ace Desi's light blue hair, written in the pouring of energy, flew one after another. She was under the impact of the energy of the Qigong wave, but on the contrary, the energy of the Qigong wave couldn't get close to her. At this moment, Ace is so heroic and handsome. Super Scion. Had it not been for the Super Scions, number 18 would have almost mistakenly thought that Ace's current state was the Super Scion state. After Ace yelled, he slashed out. Boom! Ice and fire divided the world. The two extremes of ice and fire were perfectly integrated in this knife. Rumble! Bang! After the violent collision of Dao Qi and Qigong wave, the Qigong wave was actually crushed by ice and fire. Ace Desi smashed the Qigong wave on the 18th. Wow! How can that be? Real or fake? Marco, Ace, and Foil are frightened and stupefied. The team captains of them, more than a dozen of them, can only lead the terrifying wave of Qigong to the sky and resolve this crisis. And Ace and the 5 of them joined forces, and they broke the Qigong wave. For a while, Marco and others were ashamed. They can see clearly how far is their strength compared to Ace and others. They can't even compare to Ace, Ulquiorra, and Galio, let alone number 18. Of course, Ye Chen. Thinking that Ye Chen should be stronger than number 18, they couldn't help but take a breath. How strong is he? Did it solve my Qigong wave? The 18th also felt a little weird. She originally thought that if Ace and the others wanted to solve her Qigong wave, they could only guide the Qigong wave to the sky or the sea like Marco and the others. It seems that these guys are indeed qualified to be her companions. However, it's not over yet. Kigombo is at best my most unpretentious trick of shockwave. Number 18 said lightly. It's not over yet, isn't it? When Marco, Ace, and others heard this, they were frightened. They knew that when they dealt with them on the 18th, they didn't do their best. Except the move Qi Yuan cut, the cold and merciless voice of number 18 sounded again. 259, Chapter 259. The Super Qigong wave that hadn't formed yet, after breaking away from the control of number 18, collapsed while smashing into the sea. No run. Damn, is there still a need to run? With such a big shock wave, none of us can run away? No, it was just a well-sized Qigong wave before. We can only guide it to the sky. This Super Qigong wave is even bigger than the entire Hongyan Island. The members of the Whitebeard pirate group and the 8.0 pirate group suddenly fell into panic and despair. Not good. Hurry up. When Ace saw this, they were also a little flustered. However, what can they do? The battle on the 18th has consumed too much of their strength, and now they simply can't stop this super huge Qigong wave. Seeing that Super Qigong Boat 273 was about to fall to the surface of the sea, then it would cause a huge tsunami and destroy everything. At this moment, a dark red light flashed by. Compared with the pure white light emitted by Super Qigong wave, this dark red light appeared so weak. But no matter how weak it is, the pure white light still cannot cover its faint light, but it is by no means a weak light. It's Ye Chen. I don't know who screamed, and everyone came back to their senses. Yes, Ye Chen rushed to Super Qigong Bo in an instant. What does he want to do? This is crazy too. Does he want to stop the Super Qigong wave? If it is him, maybe it can be done. These thoughts just flashed in people's minds. Ye Chen had already taken action. Sonny, everything is ashes. Ryujin Jakka. Torch. After chanting, Ye Chen pulled out Ryujin Jakka from his waist. Whoosh. Cut out with a single knife and turned into a fire dragon. The fire dragon roared endlessly, opened its teeth and danced its claws, and rushed into the Super Qigong wave like a little sun without hesitation. In Setsuna, which collided with Super Qigong wave, it once again turned into the purest flame knife energy, slashing on the Super Qigong wave. Boom. Accompanied by a super huge mushroom cloud, it soars into the air above the sea. The Super Qigong wave, which was as huge as a little sun, dissipated unexpectedly. The fierce sword gas turned into ashes. This. People are dumbfounded. Is this the strength of Ye Chen, the Qigong wave that they couldn't fight for their lives? Ye Chen just destroyed it with a casual stab? This is too strong. So strong. Even the 18th had to sigh. She knows how powerful Ye Chen is, and no wonder she can be summoned into this world. Of course, compared with the shock of the 18th, Ye Chen's shock is not small. This knife seemed easy, but in fact, he displayed at least 80% of his strength. 260, Chapter 260. Therefore, Ace was cheeky and asked to stay on the Pluto. That's it, whatever. After listening to Ace's explanation, Ye Chen naturally did not refuse Ace to stay on the Pluto. After all, with Ace's strength, he is also eligible to join the Black Crow Pirates and become one of the full members. Of course, Ace is obviously unlikely to join the Black Crow Pirates. After all, he still has to inherit Whitebeard's will, lead the Whitebeard Pirates, and continue to maintain peace in the New World. In this regard, Ye Chen naturally does not force it. Ace can do whatever he wants. Ace, do you really plan to stay on the Pluto? Well, as long as you don't recklessly go to teach to avenge your father, you can do whatever you want. After being silent for a while, Bista spoke. Don't worry, Ace, your brother on ship 2. I will take care of it for you. Marco promised to pat his chest. In this way, the group parted ways. The Pluto slowly drove towards the setting sun. That is the site of the Black Crow C-09 thieves. New World, Marine G-1 branch. Of course, now the Marine G-1 branch has been transformed into a new Marine headquarters. At this moment, Kazakiji, who is the new Marine headquarters marshal, is very distressed. Because there were already people, Shingshur asked the crime. I said, Akiji, what do you mean? Isn't it good to dislike my righteous sister Tautu? Just abandon her like this. The chief of staff of Marine headquarters, Tsuru, scolded in a loud voice. People who don't know might think that Akiji and Tautu have some unknown relationship. Then, after Akiji became the Marine headquarters marshal, she cruelly abandoned Tautu. Of course, this cannot be the case. Sister He, don't you say that. Okay, others will misunderstand. Tautu on the side quickly spoke. She is also very helpless. Such an old sister was on the stall. Peach Rabbit, don't talk today. I will definitely seek justice for your sister. Akiji, what do you mean? Our Peach Rabbit is not good anymore. Since you have appointed a newcomer to serve as Marine 3 Admiral, you will not use her. She is Admiral's substitute. She originally existed as Admiral's substitute. Marine Admiral alternate. Isn't it more qualified to be Marine Admiral than two guys of unknown origin? He asked with a loud voice. As for Kizaru on the side and Marine Hero Lieutenant General Garp, the two of them, instead of helping to persuade Akiji, looked at Akiji with a gleeful face. Especially Kizaru, his smiley face, as if he was talking. Oh, brother Akiji, now you understand why I am not interested in being a Marine headquarters marshal anymore. In this regard, Kizaru and Garp are quite similar. Both of them are not interested in the Marine headquarters marshal. Facing Crane's question, Akiji was helpless and could only explain, no way, this is an order from above. Crane's staff, as you know, in appointing a new Marine Admiral, the top level of the world government is newer than me. The incoming Marine headquarters marshal has more power. Akiji now understands the difficulties of Sengoku back then. It is too difficult to be a good marshal in Marine headquarters, especially in this world that has decayed to the bone. I don't care about orders from above, Marine Admiral. It's nothing more than strength. You let the two new Marine Admiral, what is the name of the tiger and what is the cow? And compares with the Peach Rabbit and T-Dolphin. By comparison, if the two of them can beat the Peach Rabbit and the T-Dolphin, my old lady will admit that they are Marine Admiral. Crane yelled.